Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Peggy Carter sat in silence for a moment after listening, her expression unreadable. Then she sighed. Your words are harsh. But I can't say I disagree with you. Thor's gaze was steady. It's not cruelty, Peggy. I just believe that as long as a superhero doesn't betray humanity, they should be free of constraints. Only then can they reach their full potential. If we continue limiting them, the consequences could be catastrophic. Within a few years, Earth may face a true extinction-level threat. If we fail, at least 3.5 billion people will die, maybe more. There's no guarantee Thanos will stop at half. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. In a crisis that threatens the world itself, I don't want to be held back. And I won't let those who are being protected continue draining us from behind. Peggy's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's why you asked Skye to retrieve this intel for you? A trump card. Thor nodded. Fists speak louder than reason sometimes. And I'm tired of being morally blackmailed by those who pretend to hold the high ground. I'll release the information at the right time, before the final war. That way, our fighters won't have to look over their shoulders. Peggy gave him a small, reluctant nod. Then I trust you'll do what must be done. Just then, Skye walked in and handed Thor a small USB drive. Here's the document you asked for. It's the only copy. Keep it safe, and don't tell anyone I gave it to you. Though she was technically betraying S.H.I.E.L.D., she didn't feel much guilt. If the legendary Peggy Carter wasn't stopping her, then, maybe it wasn't so wrong. Thor accepted the drive with a grateful nod. Thanks. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. Skye smirked, her voice playful. Well, I've never had a boyfriend before. Maybe you can help with that? Thor laughed, surprised. Learning to tease already, huh? Alright, I'll take you home tonight. Ah. Skye yelped, wriggling out of his grip, cheeks bright red. No way. My aunt would kill me. Thor shot her a look of mock disdain. Coward. Skye glared back. Old man trying to hit on a younger girl, disgusting. Despite their bickering, Thor appreciated her help. He pulled a modified communicator from his pocket and handed it to her. This is custom-made. Press this button if you ever get into trouble. I'll receive the signal anywhere within 2 galaxies. And trust me, there's not much I can't handle. Skye's eyes sparkled. Can you make me a superhero too then? Thor raised a brow, his tone cryptic. Maybe. Her excitement bubbled up. Really? What's my power? How do I awaken it? Thor chuckled and tapped her on the forehead. What kind of power do you want, huh? Haven't you heard? The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on tech. Are you poor? Skye blinked, momentarily stunned. You know Iron Man, right? Thor continued. He started as an ordinary man. Now look at him, one of the most famous superheroes on Earth. You should ask him for a suit if you want to keep up. Skye pouted. Forget it. Stark's practically married to his armor. And you need actual skills to use that tech. Just look at Rhodey. He turned it into a flying gun platform. Thor laughed knowingly. Exactly. Stark's imagination makes his armor practically magical. Lasers, nanotech, refrigeration, even waste recycling. Though that last one is a bit much. He suppressed a chuckle. Imagine having to drink your own, never mind. Skye shivered. Gross. Thor grinned. Anyway, War Machine is like a fighter jet with legs. Same base but no flair. Satisfied with the banter, Skye took the communicator and left, humming to herself. That night, Thor was suddenly awoken by a frantic transmission. Boom, crash. He arrived at Skye's place in an instant, literally. 2 massive holes, one in the roof and one in the floor, told the story. Skye stared in shock at the wreckage, still in pajamas. I just wanted to test it out. You didn't have to crash through the ceiling. Thor looked around innocently. I was worried. Had to make sure you were safe. Skye stared at the ruin, despairing. My mom spent years saving to renovate this place. Thor shrugged, dead serious. Priorities. Skye knew better than to argue further. Thor might pretend to be noble, but she had seen through him. If she complained too much, he'd probably suggest they talk about it at his private estate. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the darkness. "I'm afraid the plan will need to be moved up." A second, more manic voice followed. "Hail Hydra. This is no longer a world where politicians rule." The speaker's voice echoed in the dimly lit underground lab, sharp and cold. Screens flickered with footage, one showing Thor summoning lightning, another scanning data on metahumans and enhanced beings. Pierce's plan was built for mortals, to keep the common man in check. But we're far past the age where ordinary people fight ordinary enemies. To stand against gods, we need gods of our own. He turned to the lab staff, eyes glowing with ambition. "Initiate the experiment. We have volunteers. If some fail, so be it. Their sacrifice will pave the way. And if one succeeds..." He smiled darkly. "Then the Avengers will finally have someone to fear." A nearby monitor played Thor summoning thunder, illuminating the room with blue flashes. On a shelf rested a scepter, glowing faintly with a sapphire light. Its power thrummed, alive and waiting. Outside the Sokovia facility, Pietro walked beside his sister, supporting her gently. Both looked worn, wounded not just in body, but in spirit. "Are you sure about this?" Wanda asked, eyes uncertain. Pietro nodded. "It's the only way we can fight back. I don't care about revenge, not really. I just want us to be safe," she murmured. He smiled faintly. "You're too soft-hearted, Wanda. That's why I'll protect you. But to do that we need power." The Battle of New York changed everything. Aliens. Laser weapons. Gods. The world could no longer pretend such things didn't exist. Even magic was becoming acceptable. Most people now believed. Most, except a few stubborn holdouts. One of them was Stephen Strange. "Thor isn't a god. He's just a man with an unusual physiology," Strange declared in a lecture hall, gesturing at a projection of Thor summoning lightning. "It's electrical discharge. Electric eels can do the same." He glanced around. Magic, faith, divine power, it's all explainable through science. There is no spirit. Humans are just evolved animals. Aliens? Same thing. Material beings. A voice behind him cut through the room. "But I'm not human." Thor stood leaning casually against the doorway, arms folded, a faint grin tugging at his lips. He had nothing better to do lately. Jane was off on an astronomy retreat, Natasha was buried in covert ops, and Steve was busy catching up on 70 years of history. Even sparring had gotten boring. And Hela? She was complicated. Sister one day, vengeful goddess the next. Strange frowned. Even aliens follow the laws of nature. Long lifespans, superior genetics, that's it. If a modern man time traveled to the Middle Ages, they'd be worshipped too. Doesn't make them divine. Christine Palmer, seated nearby, rolled her eyes. "You two are exhausting." Nebula and Minerva nodded in agreement. Strange had recently performed surgery on Tony Stark. Thor helped make that happen. Christine had been the second in command. Out of gratitude, they came to thank Thor, and ended up in this ridiculous debate. Before Thor could reply, a sudden mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ping. Mission triggered. Dr. Strange's exclusive quest, Mysterious Realm. Objective: break Stephen Strange's materialist worldview. Show him something unexplainable by science. Reward: skill, soul astral. Thor's eyes lit up. Soul astral. Passive: allows soul to leave the body, immune to physical harm, vulnerable to magic and soul attacks. Active: focus, touch the target's chest, eject their soul temporarily. Success depends on target's willpower. Thor smirked. This is going to be fun. Strange, he said, stepping forward, you think your world is rational. I'll show you how small your science truly is. He clapped his hands. Golden runes spun to life beneath Strange's feet. Before he could react, plop, he vanished. Christine blinked. What just happened? Don't worry, Thor said lightly, just a bit of free fall. Terminal velocity is about 50 meters per second, he'll be fine. She looked at him, horrified. You dropped him. He'll live, Thor shrugged. Probably. High above the earth, Strange was screaming. He had been standing in a room. Now he was falling, hundreds of meters in the air. Below him, snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly. Then, sparkles. A portal opened in front of him. Snap. He reappeared, still hundreds of meters in the air. Only now, he was falling faster. The teleportation had reset the location, but not the velocity. Gravity didn't care about science degrees. His lungs burned from screaming. The cold air puffed out his cheeks, making him look like a human pea shooter. Just before he lost consciousness, a golden spell wrapped around him. Kamatage. The Ancient One watched it all unfold, sipping tea. She sighed. He's not ready yet, but he's close. A gentle wave of her hand, and the fall stopped. Strange hovered mid-air, breathless and pale. We'll guide him. But not break him. Back in the research center, Thor turned to Christine. Miss Palmer, interested in joining my lab? Maya and Betty could use someone with your skills. Christine blinked. You just threw your rival into the sky. And he's better for it.
Drip. Congratulations to the host for completing the task related to Doctor Strange's mysterious domain, and getting the reward skill, Soul Astral. The free fall lasted for about 10 minutes, and Thor heard the sound of the system completing the task. He waved his hand in satisfaction, and Strange's falling speed began to slow down. A few seconds later, it fell to the floor with a plop. Seeing this miserable appearance, Thor felt a little sorry. Should there be? Strange gasped for a few breaths, and said hopelessly, I've been in free fall for 10 minutes. It took only 10 minutes for this kind of virtue, far from Loki's. It's really scary. I always thought that bungee jumping was scary enough. Strange still complained with lingering fear, don't you have something less exciting? Yes. Thor slapped his chest, and then a translucent Strange flew out of his body. This time, not only him, but everyone else in the living room was shocked. Oh, is this the soul? The soul state didn't last long. Strange returned to his body after a few seconds. The time for the soul to leave the body is related to willpower. It must be said that Doctor Strange's willpower is really excellent, and he can recover in just a few seconds. Only with this kind of firm will can you defeat Dormammu with such a brutal method? I'm beginning to doubt the education I've received over the years. Strange sighed. There is no need to completely deny it. Thor patted him on the shoulder. In the world of advanced civilizations, science and mystery are originally interconnected. Christine Palmer didn't agree to jump ship right away. She still needs to think about it. After all, she has only met Thor twice, and she seriously suspects that Thor actually wants to keep her in the manor. Thor didn't care about this either. In fact, he didn't care much about the development of the research center. He just wanted to stop it as a girl's career hobby. Sir, please allow me to introduce the new project of SHIELD. Since the appearance of Iron Man, various crises have emerged one after another in the past few years. The Abomination, the Iron Man, and even the aliens in the New York War have caused too much damage to my people. Harm. Yes, we have Avengers, but Avengers can only be repaired after the fact. What we need is to prevent this. Alexander Pierce was speaking to the council. Even the Avengers can't cook to prevent the crisis. What else can you do? A female congressman said. Insight plan? By monitoring the whole world, find all hazards during the incubation period, and bring the whole world into view. Minister Pierce, please explain in detail. The Zola algorithm left by Dr. Zola, through precise calculations, screens out all those who cause harm to this world, and destroys them before they take action, instead of waiting for the disaster to happen before looking for the Avengers. Pierce's description seems to be very good, but the council still has doubts. After all, doing so will inevitably lead to panic. Moreover, they doubted the reliability of Zola's algorithm. We can't give you an answer right away, hope you understand. Walking out of the hall, the pity on Pierce's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. He picked up his cell phone and dialed an unremarked number. Since you still need to think about it, add more fire? Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., single-handedly promoted Nick Fury and let him take over as director. After retiring, he did not leave S.H.I.E.L.D., but continued to contribute to it as a veteran figure. No one would think that such a person, the real identity is actually Hydra. Originally, he was not so anxious about the Insight plan, but Thor's strength made him feel threatened. What worries him even more is that Thor and Peggy Carter have a close relationship. If he wants to control S.H.I.E.L.D., he can push Peggy Carter back to the fore at any time. A few days later, a news alarmed the council. A secret ship of S.H.I.E.L.D. was hijacked by pirates, and even the high-level agent Sitwell became a hostage. Fortunately, Captain America and Black Widow dispatched in time, wiped out the pirates and regained the ship. Everything was safe and sound. 0. Seeking flowers. Even so, this incident was like a slap in the face of S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was also slapped in the face of the Security Council, which was furious. It's not right. Natalia analyzed her opinion to Thor. Although they have enough motivation and strength, being able to hijack this secret ship shows that they have buried a chess piece with a high status inside S.H.I.E.L.D., which could have played a greater role. And, this time, Steve and I seemed to be going too well. It's normal. It's not bad to have reached this level in a hastily arranged game. Thor smiled lightly. For some reason, this plot happened a year ahead of schedule, and the other party was not ready yet. 0. A bureau? You mean, this is a scene directed and acted by Sitwell's agent? What is his purpose? Natalia had heard Thor say that Sitwell had a problem, and she suspected him the 10th time. Sitwell? It's just a pawn, not worthy of being a game setter. Get ready, S.H.I.L.D is about to change. Is it finally time to find out Hydra? Then what should I do? Natalia became excited. How to do the work of an agent? You are more familiar with me. Do you want me to teach you? Oh, yes, any form of beauty tricks is prohibited. Thor remembered that in the original plot, Natalia and Captain America were quite different. Eye to eye, even though history has changed now, he still reminded me. Are you sick? Natalia glared at Thor and waved the magic bracelet on her hand. Except for you, everyone who regards me as a woman regrets it. It can grow into a forest. Through these 3 brand new space carriers, we can use satellites to read out the enemy's DNA before he acts, and attack him first. Before the criminal commits a crime, he will be arrested first. Nick Fury introducing the Insight Project to Steve. According to the law, shouldn't one be guilty first and then punished? Steve raised an objection. Captain America is a bit confused, and there is such an operation? Son, what do you think about the Insight plan? I think some concepts are actually very desirable, but they may have great side effects. In Trudheim Manor, Sharon Carter was testing Thor's opinion. Once this plan is implemented, it will inevitably bring earth-shaking changes to the world, and once it starts, there is no turning back, which makes her very confused, so she has to come to Thor to find the answer. In her eyes, Thor from a higher-level civilization should be able to see the essence of things better. To me, this is a very stupid plan. The starting point for the development of the crime prevention system is good. The key is to take measures to reduce future losses after the discovery of possible crimes in 263. If someone is arrested or even shot dead before committing a crime, then the crime never happened, so what is he guilty of? Modern criminal law forbids the analogy of guilt. Sharon was somewhat enlightened. She continued to ask, then let me give you an example. If it is a mustache before the war, can't it be processed in advance? Thor smiled. Don't forget, mustache also rose with the support of the Germans. If the algorithm of the Insight plan is followed, the entire Germany will be destroyed. Genocide, that's it. Sharon Carter feels a chill. Thor continued to make up his knife. Have you considered one more thing? The so-called crime prevention system, if it lacks effective control or is used improperly, it will become the umbrella of totalitarianism to stabilize the regime. Or are you sure that every inside the person in charge of the plan has no selfish intentions? Needless to say, I understand. Sharon Carter turned and left. She was going to remind Nick Fury about Insight's plan to think more about it. The conversation between Nick Fury and Steve ended badly. But after Steve left, Marinate was silent for a long time by himself. He admitted from the bottom of his heart that what Steve said made a lot of sense. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang. He picked up the microphone, listened for a minute, and put it down expressionlessly. Where's Minister Pierce? In the conference room. Receive the council. Tell him that I have something important to discuss with him. I have to ask you to launch a vote to postpone the Insight plan. We still need to further confirm its safety. Nick Fury spoke righteously. What if there is something wrong with the inspection? Pierce narrowed his eyes. Then we are lucky to have found it, and the space carrier hasn't gone to the sky yet. Pierce was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I said yes. You'll have to call Iron Man or Thor to my nephew's birthday party, though. Nick Fury walked out. The smile on Pierce's face disappeared immediately, and he picked up a spare phone sullenly. Not long after Nick Fury went out, he was assassinated before he got home, a masked man with metal arms. He hurried to Steve's house and sent important information to Steve, but he was assassinated by the second wave, this time with an unclear gunshot wound. Sharon Carter rushed in with a gun, looking around vigilantly. I'm going to chase the enemy. Steve left a word and rushed out. Sharon Carter called the emergency, and then noticed a mobile phone in the hand of the marinated egg, with a line on it, let Thor collect the body for me. Steve chased the killer, Winter Soldier, down the street. Originally, it was still possible for him to catch the opponent, but during another close fight, he grabbed Winter Soldier's mask, and then, Bucky? Are you Bucky? Great, you're alive. The Winter Soldier took the opportunity to put him down and disappeared into the night. Nick Fury's death hit Steve hard. He was still sad, but he was notified by Rumlow and returned to S.H.I.L.D under the protection of a team of agents. Alexander Pierce made some hints and temptations to Steve, but Steve remained unmoved. Under heavy pursuit, he escaped from S.H.I.L.D and joined Black Widow. Alexander took the opportunity to push Nick Fury's murder on Steve and listed him as a wanted criminal. This USB flash drive has been programmed with a special code. Once we insert it into a 2.8 computer, the location will be exposed immediately. And how many minutes do we have before S.H.I.L.D arrives? There is more time, because I met a very powerful hacker 2 days ago. Natalia smiled and took out the communicator. Hey, Skye, do me a favor, set my coordinates as S.H.I.L.D headquarters. After a minute, okay, let's start reading the U-disk. They track down the former S.H.I.L.D headquarters, and they are greeted by a demon who has been dead for many years. At the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. has become a mess. Captain America, the symbol of the American spirit, not only became a traitor, but also sneaked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. They didn't know that Skye had deliberately misled them. Rumno, or Crossbones, with a dark face and a team of Hydra agents scoured the building. Clatter, a basin of water was splashed on Nick Fury. Oh, with a muffled grunt, Nick Fury woke up abruptly, and what he saw was GER with a smile on his face. Good to see you, old friend. I should be happier if you didn't wake me up in this way, but you asked me to deal with your funeral. Why, you're glad I didn't burn you. Sharon and the others next to him laughed out loud. Tell me, why did 07 feign death and come to me? Thor said unhappily. This bad old man is very bad. Nick Fury sighed. Since there is an assassination, the opponent will not give up, and it will be impossible to defend against. Only dead man is not assassinated. As for the reason why I came here is because this is the only place where Hydra dare not reach out. Okay, you can just pick a room in the small building next to it. But I don't live here for nothing, so I have to pay something. Nick Fury was a little embarrassed. I don't think there is anything that can catch your eyes now. Yes, for example, my manor is too deserted and I need a pet. Pet. Nick Fury was a little confused. What kind of request is this? And he, the SHIELD director, has to help? He tentatively asked, you don't want to raise pandas, do you? What are you thinking about? What I want is that orange cat. Thor was speechless. What kind of brain circuit is this guy? Orange cat. Nick Fury was taken aback for a moment, and immediately realized, you mean the UN Devourer. Since that sad story happened that year, Nick Fury never dared to touch cats anymore, but he still settled the UN Devourer properly in S.H.I.E.L.D. and served it with delicious food and drinks. After all, it was Captain Marvel's pet back then. Well, if I leave it to you to take care of it, I'm more at ease, and it's easy to explain when Carol comes back someday. Meow. Marinated raised his head and saw a capable woman carrying an orange cat to the yard of the manor. I just promised, and you already sent it? Nick Fury's forehead is covered with black lines. Director Nick, so you're not dead. Maria Hill was shocked. The previous S.H.I.E.L.D. incident made her at a loss, and when she was at a loss, she received a call from Thor. If you want to know the truth, then go to that place and bring an orange cat to Trudheim Manor. Thor hung up after saying the words that made him puzzled, and then she received an address on her mobile phone. For Thor, an alien visitor, she still believed in it, so she hurried over after finding the UN Devourer. Unexpectedly, I saw a live marinated egg. Nick Fury explained the ins and outs to her, and Hill's face was a little dignified. So what do we do now? Hill looked at Nick, Nick looked at Thor. What am I doing? You are the director? Don't tell me you have no arrangements at all. But I always feel that you should have a better way. Braised Dan was very sure of this. There is indeed a solution, but I'm afraid you won't accept it. The space carrier probably hasn't taken off yet, so I can smash it all right now, and the matter can be resolved in less than half an hour. Simple and rude, this is very Hulk. No, this is Thor? Doing this will indeed solve the Insight plan, but it will only make Washington completely intolerable for super ability people. Hill laughed out loud, and Nick slapped his thigh annoyed. Why did he forget? This guy will never push if he can do it. In the abandoned 020 S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Steve and Natalia walked into the hall, and three portraits came into view. Admiral Jack Thompson, the boss of World War II, Howard Stark, Tony's father, Peggy Carter, my predecessor. Natalia introduced him. I still remember when I was on the last mission, they watched me get on the plane. Unexpectedly, it was a big dream, and things were different. Steve was a little emotional. Luckily, Bucky is still alive, and though somehow turned into an enemy, he believes that Bucky was just deluded for a while. Entering the interior, in front of you is a huge amounts of old-fashioned computer with a strange shape, but it has a USB interface that does not match its age. Natalia stepped forward and inserted the USB drive into the slot in the middle. The screen flickered for a while, the program started, and then a skull-like face was slowly displayed. Steve Rogers, we meet again. Arnim Zola? I remember his voice. Steve blurted out. This is the person he will never forget for the rest of his life, the one who caused him to lose Bucky. Dr. Zola? Isn't he dead? Is this a video? Natalia looked puzzled. As far as she knows, this person was a dog-headed military division under Red Skull during World War II, with many bad deeds, and was finally captured by Thor himself. Later, because of his talent and learning, he was recruited into SHIELD. Natalia explains to the captain what happened to Dr. Zola afterwards. I'm not a video girl. I may not be the man your man took to prison in 1945. But, I'm not me. Dr. Zola's deep voice sounded. In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Science could not save my body. But my mind was worth saving, so I was stored in a 200,000-foot-long database. Dr. Zola's voice became enthusiastic. They think that I can help their careers. But I have always had my own career. The screen on the computer began to switch, showing the development of Hydra over the years. Everything has been inevitable since Dr. Zola was recruited. With the cooperation of the internal personnel, Hydra continued to insert its own personnel inside, infiltrating without knowing it. Today, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are just two sides of the same coin. Hydra has created a chaotic world, and people are finally ready to give up their freedom to gain safety. Once our purification process is complete, the new world order established by Hydra will be born. We won. Hydra hail. What exactly is the data in the USB flash drive? Natalia asked a key question. Zola algorithm, as for what it is used for, you don't need to know. Sorry, I was delaying time, a missile will explode here in 30 seconds. The door of the room was closed immediately, and Steve was about to rush to the sewer gully, but Natalia held her back, and a female voice sounded through the communicator. I have turned on the signal shielding. The missile will arrive at least 3 minutes late. The door lock has been unlocked. You go. Hydra people will soon find out that something is wrong. Inside the Trudheim manor, Skye wiped the cold sweat off her brow. She had just successfully hacked into Dr. Zola's supercomputer at the last moment and took over the old S.H.I.E.L.D's control system. I didn't expect that the system left by a person who has been dead for decades is so terrible. Skye had lingering fears. If she hadn't relied on this high-tech computer integrated with alien technology, it would be difficult for her to succeed. Such a dangerous target, Hydra, can be recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. Too scary. Nick Fury's expression was already ugly. The infiltration of Hydra started half a century ago. How many friendly forces are there in the current S.H.I.E.L.D? He dare not imagine. After thinking for a few seconds, he stepped aside, picked up his mobile phone and made a call. Sam, the captain needs help. Falcon is already one of the few trustworthy people. On the other hand, Skye handed Thor a USB flash drive. Here, I copied this from Dr. Zola's database, and the list of almost all Hydra members is in it. Nice job. Thor took the USB flash drive and rubbed Skye's head in satisfaction, messing up her hair. Skye suddenly looked like a little wild cat whose tail had been trampled on. He put his hands on his hips and said angrily, Miss Ben worked so hard for you, how many brain cells have died? Just one sentence. Okay, what reward do you want? Thor looked helpless. Because of Peggy Carter's relationship, Thor always treats Skye as a child habitually, but in fact she is already a big child in her 20s. Thor patted her on the shoulder, and a magical power flowed through Skye's body. Okay, the reward has been given to you. Looking at the bewildered Skye, mopping the floor said meaningfully, do you know the secret of Sister Pay's age? Now you are the same as her. Although not many people know about Peggy Carter's youthful appearance, there are quite a few who say it, and Skye, whom she watched and grew up with, is one of them. Over the years, she asked, Knows Xiao, the reason many times, but Peggy just smiled and prevaricated. In fact, she wasn't sure at the time. Skye was surprised and delighted. It turns out that Aunt Peggy stayed young because of you. Wow, that's great. I was still sad at first, but in a few years I'll be a 30-year-old lady. Don't worry now, hee hee. Is it necessary to be so excited? Everyone in my manor has this blessing. Thor squinted at her. What kind of soul is the 30-year-old lady? Skye slowly calmed down. Everyone in the manor has a who? She thought of the relationship between the daughters living in the manor and Thor, and Ryu's cheeks blushed suddenly. By the way, I have to remind you that immortality is not free. Thor added, as a balance, the reproductive ability of most races is inversely proportional to the length of lifespan. Just like my father, King, in human I have been with my mother since the Bronze Age. Up to now, there are only 3 children, and one of them is adopted. When you gain eternal life, the chance of conceiving a child is infinitely close to 0. So, I want Dink in my life. Skye said indifferently. In fact, in Western countries, people are not so eager for children, and Skye is no exception. Alexander Pierce moved quickly. Taking advantage of Nick Fury's departure, Captain America and Natasha Romanoff were wanted. He quickly persuaded the council to launch the Insight Plan. Headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce took a sip of champagne and excitedly said to the council members who came, Soon 343, we will witness a new history. From this moment on, there will be no more crimes in this world. A new world is coming. For the new era, Tien Cup. As a high-level agent and boss of Hydra, he seldom expresses his emotions too much, but at this time it is still difficult to hide his inner excitement. As long as the helicarrier rises to a certain height, the weapons on it will be activated, instantly destroying all Hydra enemies. The congressmen were also very excited. They raised the champagne and drank it. Cheers to the new era. Definitely they don't know that the so-called new era is not the new era they imagined, but the new era of Hydra. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from the radio. I'm Steve Rogers, Captain America. You must have heard a lot about me these days. There are many people who are hunting me. Now it's time for you to know the truth. He hesitated, and continued, S.H.I.E.L.D. has changed, it has been taken over by Hydra, and Alexander Pierce is its head. So are many of the Special Forces and Insight Project personnel, and many people around us. The counselors glanced at Pierce in surprise. Pierce was expressionless, and the phone quietly sent a few messages. The Insight Plan is their purpose, not to deal with criminals at all, but to destroy all Hydra's enemies and put the whole world under its control. I know it's hard, but the price of freedom is high, and I'm willing to pay that price. I believe, I'm not the only one. Although it was an impromptu speech, the speech was very appealing. Although they were wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. just a moment ago, many people choose to believe in the captain and their spiritual leader. Crossbones broke into the office controlling the space carrier with a team of agents and ordered the technicians in charge of the launch, get into the launch sequence and let the spacecraft lift off. The audience was silent, and the head of technology, off, glanced at him in surprise, but did not respond. Launch the spaceship, is there a problem with what I said? Crossbones amplified his voice. The person in charge was sweating coldly. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, sir. I can't launch. This is the captain's order. Brush. A gun was pressed against the back of his head. The same gun, held to the back of Crossbones' head. You're on the wrong team, Agent Sharon, Crossbones said coldly. He gestured to put down the gun in his hand, and shot suddenly while the gun was falling, knocking Sharon down to the ground. The people at the scene immediately divided into two groups, gunshots rang out, and Crossbones activated the launch system while taking advantage of the chaos. Unfortunately, you are on the wrong team. Crossbones raised his gun indifferently, pointing at Sharon's head. It's you who are on the wrong team. A voice sounded from behind, and before Crossbones could react, he was grabbed by the collar, and the whole person flew out immediately. Sharon looked at the tall figure in front of her and showed a smile. I'll kill you in the next second, don't you believe it? 07680840725550. I'm sorry for taking your head. With a wave of Thor's hand, the surrounding Hydra agents went to the bottom instantly, twitching non-stop. Bang! A figure with a metal arm knocked Falcon to the ground. Sam, go and insert the chip, he will give it to me. Steve stood in front of him. Okay. Falcon didn't have hesitation, he quickly took off and rushed towards the flying space carrier. Steve looked at this familiar figure with affectionate expression on his face. Bucky, it's me, Steve, have you forgotten? His answer was a hard punch. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the old congresswoman suddenly jumped up and quickly brought down the incoming Hydra agent, and the widow stinged at Pierce. He wiped his face with his hand, revealing a face that was disastrous to the country and the people. Your Excellency the Secretary General, it's over. What to do? The space carrier has already started and can't be stopped. Sharon Carter was so anxious that she was sweating profusely and kept typing on the keyboard. It doesn't matter, let them take off normally, nothing will happen. Thor comforted, even if I can't stop it in the end, I will let them crash. Finally, Sharon paused. Before this, do you have any other plans? Definitely have a plan. You think I came here to save you? I think so. After all, there are quite a few people chasing me. On the space carrier, Falcon inserted the last chip and turned on the communicator. Fixed. In front of a huge amounts of computer screens underground, Maria Hill instantly seized control of the helicarrier from Hydra. She operated quickly, turning the densely packed clearing targets on the screen into 3 space carriers. Wait a minute. Thor appeared behind her and took out a USB flash drive, the Hydra list in Dr. Zola's mind. Since the space carrier is going to be destroyed, it's better to use the waste first. Hill agreed and moved away from the seat. She knew she couldn't stop it even if she tried. On the space carrier, overwhelming weapons suddenly poured down, bullets, rockets. However, Thor found that there was a blank space in the densely packed clearing a clock on this map, which seemed to block the detection of the space carrier. Sokovia? Ha ha ha, I won. It's useless for you to catch me, the Insight plan has been launched, and soon, Hydra will rule the world. Alexander Pierce laughed wildly, and the counselors turned pale. The next moment, Pierce's smile froze on his face as a bullet burst through the window of the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, piercing his heart. The villain died from talking too much. Natalia complained lightly, and then added, but even if you don't talk, you can't run away. Nick Fury looked at Pierce who was lying on the ground and refused to die, and sighed. Thor has cracked Dr. Zola's knowledge base and got the Hydra list. Pierce had a dazed look on his face, then closed his eyes. Nick Fury stared at his corpse in silence. Once, he could be a gun for this senior. Bucky, wake up, we're friends. Steve was slapped wildly. In fact, his strength has long been able to win, but the opponent is Bucky. Whenever occupied, he tried to wake Bucky's mind. And then got hit again. Boom. A wave of missiles flew over, bypassing Captain America and Bucky, and killed all the nearby Hydra rushing to help. Captain America was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Bucky who was also in a daze. He was a bit puzzled as to why Project Insight had eliminated Hydra instead of hitting him. But before he had time to think, Bucky pounced on him again. Under this wave of attacks, the Hydra hidden all over the world was almost wiped out, and Dr. Zola had more lists in his mind than anyone else. Even many Hydra who have been lurking for many years and even the original informants are dead, and Hydra who are ready to explode at any time have all been eliminated. Except Sokovia, which shielded the signal. After clearing Hydra, the helicarrier's weapons turned on each other. Even without Hydra, Thor also didn't want the Insight project to fall into the hands of the Council. As for private embezzlement, to be honest, Thor doesn't think much of these spaceships except for his vision plan. Number 2 holy place, that is the romance of men. Boom. There was an explosion on the helicarrier, and Captain America and Bucky, who were still entangled, fell down together. Thor took Maria Hill into the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, while Natalia and Sharon Carter were handling the follow-up. 0. How's the situation? Nick Fury asked. Hydra around the world has basically been cleared, except for one place where the signal is blocked, Sokovia. The scepter embedded with the mind gem is there. What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? The loss is more than half. Most of them were Hydra, and some were unfortunately killed in the battle. Thor sighed, S.H.I.E.L.D. can basically be disbanded. Such a big matter, the council will not let it go. Do you regret it? I won't regret it. It hurts to dig out the scabies, but only in this way can I regain my health and thrive. In a forest, Winter Soldier dragged the unconscious Captain America in the river, and dragged him ashore. According to the order received, he was going to kill the other party. However, a voice in my heart kept telling him he died, you will regret it. He sighed and decided to follow his heart. If this is not love, Nick Fury's guess was not wrong. With such a big incident, the council's trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. has plummeted. S.H.I.E.L.D., which has existed for more than half a century, is finally on the verge of dissolution. He used the hidden permission left by himself to publish all the information of SHIELD. In the end, he burned his hidden arsenal, disguised himself and left, completely destroying SHIELD. But this is only an illusion. The founder Peggy Carter, who has been retired for many years, stood up again and presided over the overall situation. With the support of former backbones such as Phil Coulson and Sharon Carter, S.H.I.E.L.D. has turned from bright to dark, and is responsible for all kinds of things that the Avengers can't take care of. 177. As Thor's lover, Peggy Carter becomes the link between the two. And Nick Fury, responsible for the Avengers It's a pity that I put so much effort into creating S.H.I.E.L.D. and it turned out to be nothing. Why? In the living room, Peggy Carter sighed. Skye was aggrieved at the side. You don't know how those old fellows on the council questioned us. They were so angry. They were the ones who kept calling for local talents and asked Dr. Zola to be recruited into SHIELD. Now if something goes wrong, blame us for it. I'm ashamed to keep talking about the safety of the people, and I don't know who almost dropped the nuclear bomb in New York. Although Skye joined S.H.I.E.L.D. at a young age, she was not in charge of dealing with the higher UPS, so she had never experienced the shame of a politician like this. Now we are all homeless, you have to take me in. Peggy looked at Thor with a smile. Originally in history, after S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, some high-level executives, including Maria Hill, entered Stark Industries. After all, Howard, the former president, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the two parties got along happily. But that was without Peggy Carter. With Stark's temperament, he had managed to get rid of Obadiah, the minister who had left him alone. If there was another elder, he would probably feel uncomfortable. The current Avengers base is transformed from the Stark building. In the future, as the number of Avengers grows, they will move to a new base in the suburbs. Thor is going to invest in the construction of this new base by himself. He doesn't like the feeling of depending on others. As for funds, the United States, as a country that legally owns guns, has relatively poor security, so there are basically no people on the streets late at night. In a remote alley, a group of men in black with guns surrounded a mother and son. Run, keep running. The leading man in black sneered. The woman looked desperate. In fact, her husband attached great importance to their safety and brought a lot of bodyguards with him every time he went out, but this time this group of people obviously came prepared. She begged, I beg you, let my son go, I can give you as much money as you want. The man in black laughed loudly. Money? Although I like it very much, I only want your son's life today. He raised his gun and was about to shoot. Bang, a gunshot sounded, and the expected death did not come. The woman raised her head and saw a figure in front of her, holding the bullet with one hand. The man in black was frightened by this scene. A dog-legged sternly threatened, Who are you? Fuck you, get out of here and mind your own business. He raised his gun to Thor's head. How dare a young man point a gun at himself? Thor sneered, Idiot, your boss doesn't say anything, how can you speak up? With a slap, the guy's head spun around his neck like a spinning top. After a long time, he stopped slowly, and his head fell to the ground. The neck was twisted into a thin tendon, and not even a little blood came out. The man in black was so frightened that he had already recognized the identity of the person in front of him, and shouted quick retreat. The group of people turned around and ran away. Thor didn't bother to chase, because the gang was finished, and the best result was death. He turned to look at the mother and son. Thank you for saving my son, thank you so much. The woman hugged a little boy about 10 years old, and couldn't stop thanking Thor. Tutu. Thor was about to speak, when a burst of submachine gun shooting and screams came from 1.6 outside the alley. The gunfire subsided within 10 seconds. Thor came back to his senses, waved his hand and said, It's okay, it's just a matter of little effort. It's easy for you, but for me, their mother and child are my everything. An extremely burly middle-aged man walked into the alley, followed by a group of bodyguards armed with submachine guns. One of the bodyguards was carrying a dying man, who was the leader of the man in black who ran out just now. It was the burly middle-aged man who spoke. Wilson Fisk, a well-known entrepreneur and philanthropist in the United States, has a very good reputation in the eyes of the public. If there is no accident, he will become the mayor of New York in the future. Such a simple, honest, slightly obese bald man. On the surface, no one would think that he is the biggest underworld leader in New York and even the world, the king of the underground black empire Jin Bing. Many people are deceived by Jin Bin's appearance, thinking that he is just a fat man. In fact, more than 90% of his body is made of muscles, his strength is amazing, he can punch through a wall with his bare hands, and he is also a world-class fighter. Without cheating, even Captain America is no match for him. It can be said that without super abilities or high technology, Jin Bin is the strongest human being. Or use it, his muscles are super ability. Low-profile version of Hulk, that's him. In addition, like many villains, 07 Jin also has a beloved person, his wife and son. Thank you very much, Your Highness Thor. Vanessa told me what happened. If it wasn't for your highness's help, I would have lost my most important person today. Jin Bin was grateful, and even adopted the honorific title of your highness to Thor. Thor glanced at his wife and children nearby. Jin Bin observed his words, reacted immediately, and ordered, protect them and go back, clean up the blood, and then go to the police station to say hello, and say it's a gang fight. All his subordinates left with his wife and children. Only then did Jin Bin turn his head, and said with humility on his cold face, if your highness needs anything, I will try my best to satisfy it simply by saving my wife and children. Thor said, should I call you Wilson Fisk, or Kingpin? Jin Bin was taken aback, and immediately said, your highness wishes me to be Wilson, and I am Wilson. Your highness wishes me to be Jin Bin, and I am Jin Bin. Even, I can give everything I own to your highness. If someone sees his appearance, no matter what his identity is, it will be enough to make his jaw drop. Thor nodded in satisfaction. It has to be said that there is definitely a reason why Jin Bin was able to start from nothing and become a super boss who eats both black and white. He is smart and courageous. He clearly knew that it was impossible for Thor to take away his inheritance, because even if he took it, it would be useless. Not everyone could control the underground kingdom, and without gold, it would be a mess. Even if it is really taken over, it is impossible to manage it in person, and it must be controlled through gold unions. And once Thor is handed over, the benefits brought cannot be measured by money. Definitely, Thor saved his wife and children is also a reason. Thor shook his head, only you can be the king of the underground, and it's useless for me to come. Then, no matter what your highness wants, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not disappoint his highness. Thor nodded in satisfaction, threw him 2 small bottles, and turned to leave. It's undiluted extremis, Kim said with surprise. Unlike the diluted products on the market, the authentic extremis is only a few batches sold to General Ross, and there are less than 20 sticks. At the beginning, he used various methods, but he only got 1. Now Thor has given him 2 more, which means that the safety of his wife and children will be greatly guaranteed. Looking at Thor's back, Jin Bin suddenly picked up his mobile phone and made a call. Thor Odinson, transfer $10 billion to this account. The person on the other end of the phone almost dropped the microphone. Back at the manor, Thor received a text message of the account notification, and he smiled with satisfaction. The value of Jin Bin is very high, whether it is his wealth or his ability to take both. The entire underground world of the United States is almost under his control. There are countless 443 officials secretly controlled by him, and even most of the FBI is controlled by him. Originally, he planned to go directly to Jin Bin's, but an accidental assassination made things easier. 070-8407 Fila 1. Jin Bin was really smart. He put himself in the position of Thor's subordinate without taking the initiative to make any demands, and instead directly called him a huge sum of money. It seems stupid, but in fact, for Jin Bin, it is impossible for Thor to directly intervene in his power, and the autonomy is still in his hands. Being Thor's subordinate in name will only make his position more stable. At least it can save the Avengers from troubles for him. S.H.I.D.L.D just disbanded. There are many trivial things to deal with. About a month later, Nick Fury, who had settled down again, was ready to kill Hydra. They must not be given a chance to make a comeback, and the lessons learned from the past are right in front of us. I'm going to ask the Avengers to go to Sokovia and solve the trouble of Hydra once and for all. In the list given by Thor before, Hydra still has an important stronghold in Sokovia that has not been cleared, because Mind Gem blocked the Insight plan, so there is no signal in this area. No need to think about it. The last stronghold of Hydra, the security of this place can no longer be simply described as strict. Moreover, the opponent has a Mind Gem in his hand, so this is no longer something S.H.I.D.L.D can handle, and the Avengers must be dispatched. Nick Fury came to Thor's door to discuss the plan of eradicating the weeds, but he was declined. The time is not yet ripe. Hydra is very vigilant now. Attacking now will only scare the enemy, and then the opponent will disperse and make troubles all over the world. Wait for them to relax and attack suddenly, and then none of them will be able to escape. In fact, this is just Nick Fury's fooling around. Others don't know what Hydra is doing in Sokovia, but he does. They are using infinite gems to conduct human experiments in an attempt to create a superhero to deal with the Avengers. At the end of this experiment, there are only 2 survivors left. One is Quicksilver, a small character. Another Wanda, but one of the most powerful in the future Avengers camp. And one Thor lowered his voice. If we fight in the past now, it is very likely that we will lose 2 future Avengers, one of which is a superhero who is stronger than me and Carlo. Nick Fury is a smart guy. Regardless of whether Captain Marvel destroyed Ronan's fleet, or Thor's record of destroying countless Cheetah in one blow, he knew it all. It is no exaggeration to say that it would not take much effort for either of these 2 people to destroy the Earth. To what extent would a superhero stronger than them reach? he no longer dared to imagine. In fact, Thor couldn't get away at this time. This morning, Sif suddenly told Thor a news Jane Foster is missing. Just last night, because an anomaly was detected in the space near Stonehenge in England, Jane went to the local area to investigate. Then all of a sudden lost contact. Sif contacted Heimdall, but even Heimdall couldn't find her, as if she had disappeared frequently. Thor, who knew the plot, was not too worried. He came to England, opened a room near Stonehenge, and waited for Jane's return. In a dark world, Miss Jane is fully armed, holding Mjolnir tightly and walking slowly forward. Although she has become a female Thor, her greatest hobbies are still astronomy and space science. For a while, she was traveling around, and when she heard the abnormality of Stonehenge, she rushed over immediately, but she entered this strange space in a daze. This place gave her a very oppressive feeling. All means of contact had lost their effect, and it seemed to be boundless, and she couldn't get out. She clenched Mjolnir tightly, paying attention to the surrounding noises vigilantly. At this moment, a runestone pillar appeared in front of it, and a narrow gap in the middle divided it into two halves. In the gap, strands of red mist that looked like smoke were constantly churning. Miss Jane approached cautiously, tense. Suddenly, the group of red mist erupted instantly and rushed towards her. Miss Jian was caught off guard and was rushed into her body by the mist. Not good. Miss Jian turned pale with shock. Although she didn't know the details of the red mist, it was definitely not a good thing from such an evil look. Before I had time to check my physical condition, I felt my mind sink and passed out. This is a desolate world, a dead silence, not a blade of grass grows. Vatheheim, the place where the Dark Elves once lived in the Nine Realms. Since many years ago, Bor, the last king of ACI, Norley, Gard, led an army to defeat the Dark Elves. This place has become a place of death that no one wants. A huge amounts of spaceships suddenly appeared here. On the spaceship, a pale face slowly opened his eyes. He slowly opened his withered lips, and said hoarsely, "The Aether has awakened us. The celestial bodies are about to converge. This time, we must take back the Aether, restore our glory back then, and let the entire universe return to darkness. People of Asgard, you have had enough time in peace. This time, your end has come." King of the Dark Elves, male Kith, Jane slowly opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling in front of her. "Where am I? The funds have been transferred to your card. I will be away for a while, so you will help in the construction of the new base of the Avengers. The venue should be as large as possible, and money is not a problem. In the future, S.H.I.E.L.D can also settle in it." Thor voice came. "Damn it, where did you get so much money? Don't tell me the research center earned it." Natalia complained from the other side of the phone. "Although Maya Hansen's research income is quite a lot, it is absolutely impossible to have 10 billion. Don't worry, the money was obtained through legitimate channels, and there will be no problem. This is not a lie. Jin Bingming's identity on the surface is a big entrepreneur and a super rich man, and the money given to him is completely fine. Even if there is a problem, it can become okay. As for secretly, he might be worth more than Tony Stark. By the way, remind Nick Fury about Sokovia. Don't act rashly until I come back. Unless he is ready for the Avengers to die." This is not alarmist talk. Wanda's ability fluctuates like a 100 roller coaster. Without the battle strength like myself or Jane, if you rush in recklessly, if someone breaks out, you may really kneel. After hanging up the phone, Thor turned to the bewildered Jane Foster, smiled and said, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Jane shook her head. "It's okay, but I'm a little tired. I fell into a strange space, and there was grey silence everywhere. Before I passed out, a red mist entered my body, and I didn't know it was a hef." Then he asked in a low voice, "I didn't screw up something, did I? That space feels very evil to me, like a place where some demon is sealed. This brain hole." Thor shook his head and explained to her, "It's none of your business. The space you mentioned should be related to the Dark Elves. This is an evil race. They are determined to expel the light in the universe and bring the world back into darkness. Many years ago, the former king of Asgard, my grandfather Bor, led an army to fight against them. In that war, the Dark Elves used a treasure called Aether to create a large number of cursed warriors. In the end, we won. The Aether is missing. If I'm not mistaken, the red substance in your body is the legendary Aether, and its other name is Reality Gem, and its ability is Alter Reality." Thor's words attracted Miss Jane. She is no longer the stupid scientist she was at the beginning. She learned some knowledge about infinite gems from Asgard's classics. Jane Foster asked curiously, "But, since they have treasures that can alter reality, how could the Dark Elves lose?" Thor knocked her on the head with his finger. "Do you really think that a gem is invincible? Alter reality, such a heaven-defying ability, must have limitations. Otherwise, wouldn't other infinite gems be just a display? On the one hand, the greater the modification, the more energy is needed to activate it. When the energy is not enough, it will draw the vitality of the user. Secondly, its modification effect is time-sensitive. When the Dark Elf was transformed into a cursed after the fighter, the duration is very short, and once the effect expires, it will run out of life and die. This is why Thanos needs to collect 6 gems to snap his fingers. The pure reality gem is actually a bit tasteless, the effect of erasing life is limited, and it must be helped by other gems. A power gem that provides the energy needed to wipe out half of life. Space gem, let the range of snapping fingers spread to the entire universe. The time gem makes alter reality's time permanent and never disappears. As for what role the mind gem and soul gem played in it, Thor doesn't know much. Jane's eyeballs rolled, as if thinking of something. Thor saw her thoughts at a glance, and said with a smile, "Don't think about taking advantage of loopholes, it won't work. I checked just now, and when the lifespan becomes infinite, our lifespan will not be recognized by the Aether." Miss Jian stuck out her tongue, feeling very embarrassed to be poked in the center. "What are we going to do now? I just heard you say you're leaving, where are you going?" Jane is actually a very assertive and independent career woman, but in front of Thor, she was used to listening to him. "I'll take you back to Asgard. Although the Aether won't hurt you temporarily, it's definitely not a good thing to stay in the body for a long time. I'll take you back and let the magicians check it out." Thor picked up Jane, who was still a little weak, and jumped downstairs from the window, shouting to the sky, "Heimdall, take us back." The bright light communicated with the world, and Thor and Jane disappeared in place. "Hello and welcome to Asgard, valiant humans. I am Asgardian of Bifrost, Heimdall." Heimdall greets Jane Foster. In the original book, he is polite to Jane Foster because of Thor. And now, for the new Thor that Mjolnir has approved, he respects it from the bottom of his heart. On a faintly shining platform, Jane Foster was lying on her back, and several witches were examining her. A certain substance in her body is very dangerous and may explode at any time. If it is not for the divine power in her body to protect her, she may become very weak. A witch spoke. Thor nodded and asked her, "Can you extract that substance?" The witch was silent. Thor also had a headache. As far as he knows, there are only two ways to extract TIE particles. One is to resonate with Malekith's energy and suck them out. The other is going to find a certain little raccoon. Thor doesn't believe that the Aether can be drawn out with a normal big syringe. If it is determined that this is Aether, there may be a way to extract it. Odin's voice sounded. You are." Jane looked at Odin, who walked in the door. "The king of God, Odin, father of Thor, Asgardian of the 9 realms." Odin came in and said solemnly, "Aether is the reality gem in infinite gems. We call it Aether precisely because other gems usually exist in the form of stone, but Aether is liquid and constantly changing, only in certain conditions. Under the carrier, he will show the form of infinite gems. It converts various substances into dark matter, looks for new hosts, and secretly absorbs energy from the host's vitality. Then how do we take it out?" Thor was a little worried. Although Jane will not be sucked away because of the blessing of eternal life. But if the Aether stays in her body for a long time like a parasite, it is not a good thing. The function of Aether is to change the reality, which needs to consume the host's strength or vitality. In layman's terms, it is to make a wish. If it is a simple wish, the energy consumed is not large. After you take her to your mother in a while, she is better at all kinds of things. Black magic, you can tell her how to mobilize energy to make a wish to the Aether and expel it from the body. Thor nodded. "The 9 kingdoms are about to join forces, and we will soon be able to invade Asgard. I can sense that the Aether is there." On the Dark Elf's huge amounts of spaceship, Malekith took out a dark red gem, and said in a low voice, "This is the core that we sacrificed a large number of compatriots through the Aether. Algrim, you will finally accept curse, become a curse warrior? Are you ready?" Algrim, the strongest fighter under him, looked fanatical at this moment. "I am willing to give my life, just like our people." Malekith nodded in satisfaction, took out a silver dagger, cut Algrim's body, and stuffed the red gemstone that exuded evil aura into his wound. He whispered in Algrim's ear, "You will be cursed by this world until you are fully assimilated." Algrim said slowly, "At that time, our enemies will no longer be able to stop you. I will completely smash them and create a brand new universe full of darkness for you." 0. Seeking flowers. A moment later, several dark elf fighter planes with strange shapes flew out of the spaceship. "Odin keeps sending me new neighbors, really thoughtful." In Asgard's dungeon, Loki looked at the new batch of prisoners who came in with a sarcasm on his face. "Aren't you interested in the request I sent?" Frigga's voice sounded behind him. "Heck, do you want me to be a bookworm forever?" 0. "No, I'm just doing my best to make your life better." "Really?" Loki sneered. "Where's Odin? He thinks the same? And Thor? Heh, I'm really sorry to make them worry about me so much." "Loki." Frigga's tone became a little more serious. "It's entirely your own fault for getting to where you are today." "Oh, didn't Odin say I was born to be king? I just did what he said." "You have killed countless lives on Earth. A true king must dare to admit his mistakes." "Your father." "He's not my father." Loki growled suddenly. Frigga paused, looked into his eyes and asked, "What about me? Am I not your mother?" Loki and her looked at each other for a few seconds, turned his head, and said coldly, "Neither are you." "Hey, mother, so you are here." I said, "Why can't I find you?" Loki paused, hearing the last sound he wanted to hear. In Loki's cell, a brutal and inhumane ravage was going on. Loki felt like he was back to the days when he was beaten up every day, and it was a mixed doubles. The difference is that Sif was replaced by the more violent Miss Jane. This one is for New York. This is Miss Jane. After a slap, she found that she could no longer get her hands in. "It's okay to be disrespectful to your elder brother, but how dare you treat your mother with such an attitude? This is Thor, he is attacking from all directions." Frigga didn't stop him. "Loki is really too much, he deserves to be beaten." Thor drew a portal. "Jane, 257, you and the Queen go back first, and I need Loki to communicate with each other." The two of them were sent away. She's not my mother. You're not my brother. Loki roared angrily, but his roar was like the scream of the victim, not even a strong condemnation, but it made Thor fight harder. Haha. Rubbing his sore arms, Thor complained, I won't beat you anymore. I'm exhausted. Beating people is also a work of strength. Loki's face was murderous. Okay, we're not in a good mood today, and we can't talk about any tricks. I'll come to you another day. Thor turned and left. No wonder, he hid in the shadows and stared at a burly guy in the cell opposite Loki. Not surprisingly, this dark elf will soon become a cursed warrior. Hello, my name is Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend on Earth. Facing Frigga, Jane was obviously a little nervous. Unlike Odin, who sees himself as a good warrior, a potential new god, the way Frigga looked at her was purely for her daughter-in-law. Thor, you bastard, you don't accompany your parents when you see them? Son, don't be nervous. Thor told me about you, and I know all about your experiences together. A loud noise came and caught their attention. Is something wrong with the prison? Thor's still in there, and there won't be any big trouble. In the prison, the cursed warrior broke out suddenly, broke through the prison gate, and released a large number of prisoners. Prisoners here, most of whom were vicious, were suddenly freed and rioted in an instant. They rushed to the door and were blocked by Thor. If you go back to the cell now, forget it. It's too full, just to make room. With a bang punch, it hit the head of the prisoner in front of him, smashing his forehead with his helmet. The prisoners were frightened by his killing decisively, and then they rushed up together with despair in their eyes, including the cursed warrior. As for Miss Jane, he is not worried. Firstly, Kai cursed the warrior to be held back, and secondly, Jane's strength was not much worse than that of herself at the same time in the original drama. Loki was speechless watching this scene. My brother once again showed his black belly, playing fishing and law enforcement so slippery. Thor, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't hide it from Loki, but he deliberately waited for the prisoners to riot before showing up. On Bifrost, Heimdall suddenly felt an unknown flight object approaching Zero. He rushed up to a good tower next to Bifrost, leaped onto an invisible being, and slammed the Guardian's sword into it. The invisible flight object showed its figure. It was a black fighter plane that had never been seen before. As a fighting nation, Asgard's reaction was not unpleasant. Almost at the same time as the color fighter plane appeared, the siren sounded. Seeing that the sneak attack method was ineffective, the Dark Elves no longer hid, and countless black fighter planes rushed to meet Asgard's troops. One side is a hasty counterattack, the other side is a long-planned attack, and the two sides are evenly matched. Asgard's strength and background are fully displayed. Heimdall realized that it was difficult to stop the invasion of the Dark Elves. He quickly ran to the Bifrost control room, raised the Guardian's sword and was about to insert the switch, and opened the protective cover guarding the Golden Hall. If this protective cover is opened, and the cursed warrior inside is held back by Thor and unable to destroy the shield generator, the Dark Elves' invasion this time will definitely end in failure. At that time, they will face Asgard, which has completely burst out its war potential and is full of soldiers. The steel torrent composed of countless fighter planes and spaceships can drown all enemies. At this moment, a Dark Elf fighter suddenly changed direction and slammed into the direction of Heimdall. The Dark Elf driving the fighter shouted an incomprehensible slogan, which probably meant Hydra hail. Heimdall was caught off guard by the rushing fighter plane and flew out. The Guardian's sword fell aside before it could be inserted into the switch. Boom. The invasion of the Dark Elves is almost desperate, and countless fighters are raging over Asgard. In addition to heading towards the Golden Hall, there are more options to bomb the civilian area below to divert the opponent's attention. Facing thousands of years of hatred, Malekith would not care about civilian casualties, let alone in enemy territory. Every huge amounts of fighter planes were shot down, and what fell below was a small-scale destruction. In front of the Golden Hall, anti-aircraft guns covered with runes fired continuously golden shells, and the dense artillery formed a barrage that almost covered the entire sky. A group of the most elite commandos drove their fighter planes into the barrage in the Sky 07, opening a hole for the fighter planes behind them, and more fighter planes crashed straight into the main entrance of the Golden Hall, rushing towards the building, a temple that has never been invaded by foreign enemies. The main entrance of the magnificent hall was smashed to pieces on the spot, and the black fighter plane rushed to the innermost part like a bulldozer. Malekith jumped off the fighter plane, looked at Odin's throne ahead, and laughed wildly. Odin was not there, and the guards guarding in front of Odin's throne quickly drew their swords out of their sheaths. The Aether is in that direction, you must hold off if you stay here. Odin's throne remained in sight, but Malekith knew what was more important. As long as you rush to the place where the Aether is, no matter whose body it is possessed in, the Dark Elf's secret technique is enough to extract it together with the opponent's vitality. The Dark Elves rushed up and fought with Odin's Praetorians. Although the number is small, the strength of the Imperial Guards far exceeds that of the opponent. They attached their divine power to the shield and withstood the opponent's laser gun. If it weren't for the more terrifying black technology black hole grenade, the Dark Elves would be vulnerable. Relying on a huge number and the support of the black hole grenade, the Dark Elves barely suppressed the guards. Until Odin, who quelled chaos everywhere, came. It took more than 10 minutes for Odin to arrive with his guards. With a wave of the holy gun Kungunir, 1,000 dazzling golden lights flashed, and the Dark Elf in sight suddenly turned into fly ash. After defeating this group of Dark Elves, Odin suddenly woke up. Frigga? Since it was the Dark Elves who came to attack, their target is likely to be the Aether, and Aether's resident Jane Foster is in Frigga's palace. Odin bolted away. Malekith pushed open the door of the bedroom, and a middle-aged woman came into view. Stand back, monster. The majestic Queen Frigg looked at him with a long sword in her hand. Get out of here immediately, I can spare your life. Malekith sneered. Oh, let me get what I want, and I can make you live to see the destruction of Asgard. What responded to him was a flash of sword light. The speed of this sword was very fast. If it wasn't for the intuition of the top powerhouse, which made him subconsciously flash, that blow just now was enough to seriously injure him. One hit missed, and another stab came, and Malekith dodged hastily. Being taken the lead by the opponent, Malekith was quite embarrassed to resist. You've pissed me off, old woman. Malekith knew that if Odin let go, he would lose all chances, and he had to put all his eggs in one basket. Algrim could no longer count on it. Facing Frigg's hard blow, he sneered and crushed a walnut-like cursed core in his hand. He had already been prepared, and if he couldn't do anything, he would make himself a cursed warrior. The bright red light spread from his arms to his whole body like lava, and his already burly figure further swelled. Frigga stabbed with a sword, but it was as if he had pierced metal, and a ray of fire appeared from the tip of the sword. Malekith twitched desperately, and a terrifying roar came from his ever-expanding body. There was no doubt that terrifying power was being bred inside, as if a terrifying giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time was waking up. 283 a dash. Huge amounts of roar resounded through the sky. In the dungeon, the head of the cursed warrior Algrim hangs down. Thor drew his sword from his body, and with one blow he beheaded him. In the direction of Frigg's bedroom, Malekith's roar came. Thor was startled, and suddenly thought that there may not be only one cursed core left by Malekith. In the current situation, he must have put all his eggs in one basket to transform himself. Watching the dungeon in chaos, Thor punches Loki's cell and frees him. Loki is a little confused. Listen, I'll just say this once. The Dark Elves have invaded, and now they've reached Mother's bedroom. Mother is in danger, and I have to save her. You can choose to mess around, it's your choice. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left, rushing in the direction of Frigga. The palace of Asgard is different from other places. In order to ensure safety, Odin ordered to build a large number of space barrier magic circles, which prevented the possibility of space movement in the temple. In the palace of Asgard, there is only one person who can activate the space teleportation with the defense mode turned on, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and Thor, a half-wit magician, is far from being able to do it. Now it seems that all of this is like lifting a rock and shooting himself in the foot, and Thor's portal cannot be opened. Luckily, he has a quick flight ability that replicates Captain Marvel. The huge amounts of roar also alarmed Odin in the distance. An ominous premonition arose in his heart and he quickened his pace, but a large number of dark elves kept rushing forward to die, delaying time abruptly. Odin was equally anxious. In his life, he has calculated many people, enemies, allies, brothers, and even his own daughter. If it weren't for the short lifespan, you, the heir who showed his sharpness, would be suspicious of him. But he never thought about putting Frigga in danger. In the original play, it was Frigga's death that caused Odin to explode with anger that he hadn't experienced in thousands of years, and almost launched a national war against the Dark Elves. Inside the bedroom, Malekith, who had transformed into a cursed warrior egg, laughed wildly, and grabbed the queen with one claw. Frigg raised her long sword to block, but was twisted by a claw, and slapped heavily on her chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. Malekith stepped forward, grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Tell me, where is Ein? You'll never get it. Frigga glared at him. You can't see it anymore. Malekith raised the dagger in his hand. I really want to see what Odin will look like when he sees your corpse. If you kill her, you'll never get the Aether. A voice suddenly interrupted his movements, and Jane Foster stood at the door, holding a tube of potion in his hand. She who had just taken out the Aether had spent a lot of energy and seemed a little weak. Give me the Aether, I can let her go. Malekith pinched Frigga's neck to prevent her from speaking, and the dagger in the other hand pressed against her chest. Jane stared at him closely, suddenly flicked her hand, and threw the Aether out of the door. While Malekith was looking in the direction of the Aether, Mjolnir flew out of her hand, knocking him staggering. The body shot out and pulled Frigg over. Malekith stretched out his hand, and a dark red energy wrapped around the Aether, pulling it back into his hand. Stay. An extremely condensed lightning strike arrived, hitting Malekith's face, and his cheeks burst open immediately. If it was Malekith who hadn't been strengthened, this blow was enough to kill most of him. But in the face of the cursed warrior, he just staggered. I admit I underestimated you, woman. Malekith said angrily. It's not that he didn't notice the divine power in Jane Foster's body, but he saw that Jane was under 30, and subconsciously regarded her as the second generation of gods who were pampered. After all, he found that the overall strength of Asgard was not as good as it was back then. He didn't expect to be so embarrassed by her beating, which immediately made him angry. Stupid woman, I want to. With a crisp sound of pang, Mjolnir flew from behind him, hit him hard on the back of the head, and flew back to Miss Jane's hands, and Malky, who was caught off guard, immediately ate shit. A dazzling thunder flashed, and the black battle armor wrapped Jane's whole body. Frigga clutched her chest and looked at the majestic Miss Jane, muttering to herself, Thor, you really have a good eye. Immediately shouted, go, you are not his opponent. Miss Jane turned a deaf ear to it, and it was impossible for her to leave the seriously injured Frigga. Turning around at high speed, Mjolnir rushed up, and Wolf slapped Malekith. Bang! With a loud noise, Jane flew upside down and broke a pillar. Under the protection of the power of thunder, she was not injured, but her eyes were a little more dignified. The monster in front of him was far more powerful than her. Her strength is about the same as that of Thor at the same time in history, and she can barely deal with ordinary cursed warriors. But, are you okay? Facing the super cursed warrior transformed by Malekith, she is no match at all. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill you. The spicy chicken shreds that became a cursed warrior dragged across a stone pillar, and became indestructible under the wrap of dark power. The stone pillar fell heavily, and Jane quickly rolled to avoid the pillar, and took advantage of this gap to hit Malekith on the chin with a hammer, and retreated before Malekith counterattacked. After becoming a cursed warrior, his strength and endurance have been improved by huge amounts but his agility has dropped a lot. His movements are wide open and close, and he has a lot of flaws. Jane Foster started the fight. Every move of Malekith is shaking and full of momentum, but his movements are too big, but it is difficult to hit Jane Foster. Because of her size, Jane can often slip through the gaps in his moves, and the Mjolnir in her hand hits the vitals from time to time. Although it can't cause any damage, it is enough to make him angry. If facing a muscular opponent like Hulk, maybe Jane can grind him to death slowly. But it's a pity that Malekith is not. Before he became a cursed warrior, he was an old bastard. The guy who planned this dark elf invasion didn't lose his mind as he transformed into a cursed warrior. He quickly thought of a way. Huge amounts of stone pillars slammed towards Frigga fiercely. As a witch, Frigga originally didn't have such agility 997, not to mention being seriously injured. She couldn't escape her and closed her eyes. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Jane Foster blocked the stone pillar with a hammer, and the huge amounts of power made her blood boil. Before he had time to catch his breath, the spicy chicken shreds hit him again. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive heavy blows. Jane's legs have sunk into the floor, and the tiger's mouth has begun to crack, oozing blood. Mjolnir buzzed and quivered as it tried to pull her away, but Jane didn't move. There was a sneer at the corner of Spicy Chicken's mouth. The main purpose of this invasion was to seize the Aether. If he could kill this young and potential new god, he would be very happy. It's over, way woman. Thor hurried over. Malekith was raising the stone pillar high and was about to smash it down. Jane Foster was already bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Thor didn't have time to think about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards him, hitting the stone pillar filled with dark energy. With a click, the stone pillar was completely shattered. Before Malekith could react, a hand was placed on his shoulder, spinning around randomly. Thor grabbed him and fell heavily to the ground. His ugly face hit the ground. A deep hole was smashed into the extremely solid floor blessed by the Asgard magic circle. Thor dug his head into his long elf ears, and punched it hard, with a loud bang, and punched it down again. In a few moments, Malekith's face was bloody. A red light flashed and pushed Thor away, which was the power of Aether. Malekith realized that he was not Thor's opponent, and at the same time felt an extremely huge aura not far away was approaching quickly. He gritted his teeth and jumped out of the balcony. An invisible dark elf fighter suddenly appeared, carried him on it, turned around and ran, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. When the celestial bodies converge, the space is chaotic, and it is impossible to pursue them at all. Ada. Watching Malekith flee, Thor didn't pursue him, and turned to Jane and Frigga. Mother, are you alright? Jane's strength is actually not important, at least not to Thor who has experienced many battles. Frigg coughed a few times. I'm fine, I'll just rest up for a while, thanks to Jane. Jane apologized a little. I'm sorry, the Aether was taken away by the other party, and I am not his opponent. Thor shook his head and comforted. It's none of your business, you protected the queen, no one can blame you. Thor could definitely guess that Frigga wanted her to leave with the Aether, but she would lose the Aether if she stayed after losing the protector. Even if he had to choose, he would choose to give up the Aether. Don't worry, I will make the Dark Elves pay the price. Their invasion has completely angered Asgard, and I will completely wipe this race from the universe. Thor said, with a deep anger on his face. In the scene in the movie of the previous life, the Dark Elves went straight to the Golden Hall. The movie omitted a lot of details. In this life, I really felt the tragedy of this war intuitively. In order to contain the troops, the Dark Elves dispersed a large number of fighter planes and opened fire on the civilians, leaving the Golden Hall in chaos. As one of the most powerful countries in the universe, Asgard has not been attacked on such a large scale for many years. The attack of the giants of Jotunheim can only be regarded as a child's play. This Dark Elf invasion is a slap in the face for every Asgard. Moreover, Frigga's serious injury also made him unable to suppress his anger. So what if there is Aether? No matter how many curse warriors they create, they are not our opponents. After Asgard is settled, I will ask my father to fight and launch a war against Vatheheim. Odin's voice suddenly sounded. I will not pass your challenge. Odin is wearing a battle armor, holding Kungunir, with a serious face. After a pause, he continued, this war, led by me, will completely end this evil race. The Dark Elves were defeated by the former King Bal tens of thousands of years ago, and now their remaining forces are hiding in Vatheheim. It's not difficult to defeat them. It's rare to find every Dark Elf in the dark environment they are familiar with. This time, we will completely wipe them out so that nothing like this happens again. This is not a battle of defeat, but a battle of annihilation. In the conference hall, Thor was discussing the battle with many soldiers. The 3 warriors have come, and Sif has also rushed back from the earth. Well, I have a question. Since we know that their lair is in Wertheim, why can't we use Bifrost to destroy it? Just like Jotunheim. Loki has an opinion. In yesterday's dungeon crisis, Loki did not disappoint Thor's trust. He tried his best to maintain order and control the situation so that more Shiro could free up his hands to take away the dark elves in other places. In addition, Frigga begged Odin to give him another chance, so Odin decided to let him participate in this war, which is regarded as a crime a meritorious service. Thor explained to him, the dark elves are not the giants of Jotunheim who don't understand technology. The power of Bifrost does not explode instantly. There is a process from starting to maximum power, and during this process they can escape through the spaceship. Moreover, the celestial bodies during the convergence period, the space between the 9 realms is disordered, and Bifrost cannot hit the target. At this time, Odin, who was sitting on the king, spoke, destroying their fighter planes and troops, and eliminating every exposed target is the whole task. Hide? They can't hide. Thor froze for a moment, then continued, then, I'm talking about our route. Hey, what does Odin mean? I always think he has other plans. After the meeting, Loki chased after Thor and asked Thor. Thor did not answer his question, but said with a serious face, I am quite satisfied with your performance in dungeon yesterday. Now that the army is about to go out, there are some things that I have to explain to you in advance. I don't trust you completely. In fact, this war is a pure war. Your pranks don't play a big role. It's my mother who wants to believe you. She wants to give you a chance. Loki noticed that Thor used mother instead of mother, and he knew exactly what this meant. It had nothing to do with royal power, but purely the gift of nurturing for thousands of years. For Thor, the extermination of the dark elves is more of pure blood revenge. Then what if I betray? I will kill you without any hesitation. Loki shivered, gritted his teeth and said, don't worry. You can trust me before you wipe out this group of dark elves. The two walked towards Frigga's palace together, and just a few steps away, a long sword was across Loki's neck. What do you mean? Loki looked at him. Sif was expressionless. Your Highness is willing to believe in you, but it doesn't mean we believe in you too. If you dare to betray, I will try my best to be punished by your Highness and kill you. Okay, Loki raised his hands, destroy the dark elves, at least on this point, I agree with you. Haha, Thor patted Sif on the shoulder with a smile, okay, the enemy should stop intimidating him. After the war is over, I will beat him with you. 0, seeking flowers, 0. Sif drew back the sword and gave Thor a beautiful smile. Loki's face turned dark, why should your happiness be based on my pain? The two continued to move forward, but the 3 warriors of Asgard also ran up to order Loki, if you dare to betray him, I will kill you. Oh, that's really dreadful, but I'm afraid you're going to have to line up. Loki, knowing that he will never be killed, is a little apprehensive. Thor glanced at him, and said lightly, don't worry, if he really betrayed, I'll use Aether to turn Loki into Loki, and then give it to Hulk. In an instant, the blood on Loki's face faded, the possibility of such hot eyes makes me want to vomit just by imagining it. Fuck, is this guy a devil? Seeing Loki deflated, the 3 warriors laughed. Fondrel whistled excitedly, count me in. On one side, the rather dull Vestige also made up the knife. Suddenly I'm looking forward to what the hell is this guy's betrayal. Fuck, are you all devils? In the palace of the Queen of God, Frigga was lying on the bed with a pale face, and Jane Foster was taking care of her. Thor went in and asked, how is the Queen Mother? The maid at the side replied, with Asgard's magic healing, the Queen of God recovers very quickly, and she will be cured in a few days. Frigg said, Thor, you go out first. I have something to say to Loki alone. Me? Loki is suddenly overwhelmed. Towel. Thor doesn't know what Frigga and Loki talked about, and he doesn't ask. When Loki came out, he still had the same look on his face. Entering the bedroom, Frigga asked first, your father decided to lead this war personally, right? Thor nodded, father's attitude is very strange, I always feel that he has other ideas. Frigga sighed, the Dark Elves are an ancient race after all. On their planet, there will inevitably be all kinds of backhands. If you enter rashly, you will suffer great losses. Your father is old, and he hopes to leave it to you. Is a complete Asgard. Besides, the September 43 incident stimulated him a lot this time, so he decided not to think about his status anymore, but to follow his own heart. Wertheim, a planet with a file size of 4 Earths, is the hometown of Dark Elves, and they have lived here for hundreds of millions of years. This is a dark world. Except for the Dark Elves, any race coming here will be limited by the environment, and its strength will be greatly affected. And after so many years, the Dark Elves have already arranged countless fortifications and traps here. A stronghold of the Dark Elves. When will I strike again? I can't wait to destroy Asgard. Your Majesty is creating cursed warriors. As long as there are enough cursed warriors, Asgard's defenses will be vulnerable. I hope this day will come soon. My big axe is already hungry and thirsty. Ugh. Inside the stronghold, a roar sounded, which meant that another cursed warrior appeared. During this day, Malekith has created more than a dozen cursed warriors. As a price, the corpses of Dark Elves were already piled up outside. Malekith returned to his original form from the cursed warrior form, and the side effects of life loss have also been relieved through Aether, at the cost of the sacrifice of thousands of dark elves. People of Asgard, you will pay the price in a short time. Malekith grinned sinisterly. He is very relieved about this place. The environment of this place is very bad for other races, and it is indeed a natural hotbed for dark elves. Even if Asgard really came to attack, the outside arrangement, and the cursed warrior can give the opponent a hard blow. He didn't know that workers would never give him the chance to play all this. A spaceship of huge amounts slowly circled high in the sky, staring at the black planet below. Everyone looked different, because the order Odin gave them was to have no tactics, just hit any dark elves in sight after receiving the signal. Thor's expression was a little dignified, and he had already guessed something. In the command room, Odin took a deep breath, and his figure disappeared inside the spaceship and appeared in the vacuum outside. Pay attention, remember what you see for a while, it is good for your growth, Thor said to Miss Jane and Sif in a deep voice. When Loki heard this behind him, he also stared at Odin. The golden light condensed on Odin's body, becoming more and more dazzling, leaving only a piece of golden light in front of everyone's eyes. Only Thor can barely see that Odin's body is rapidly expanding. Suddenly, the gun of eternity appeared in his hand Gungnir. Obviously in the void, but the loud voice spread throughout the universe. For countless years, Asgard has recuperated and recuperated, perhaps causing many people to forget this name. An abandoned warehouse on Earth, where the remains of the destroyer armor are stored. After Thor destroyed it, S.H.I.E.L.D. recovered the wreckage, and Hydra took it away, hoping to find a way to restore it. But how can it be so easy to study the products that contain various precision magic circles? Finally, with the Insight plan, Hydra was almost wiped out, and the wreckage was piled up in warehouse. At this moment, the wreckage of the destroyer was trembling, as if it had been summoned. A few seconds later, pieces of fragments soared into the sky and rushed to the distant sky. Camartage, Ancient One looked up at a golden light spot in the sky getting brighter and brighter, as if a second sun appeared. She sighed and drew a magic circle in her hand. The space above the earth suddenly became chaotic, covering all this. This kind of God King majesty that destroys heaven and earth, even for mortals 4.8, they will be overwhelmed by fear even if they just see it. This old guy, what happened to make him so angry? In the sky, a ray of light flashed away like a meteor. If it wasn't for the cover of Ancient One, the earth, which belongs to the 9 realms, the whole planet would be illuminated. It's time for the universe to remember Asgard again. In the void, the destroyer armor wrapped his whole body, bathed in the brilliance of divine power. Odin, whose body was already hundreds of feet tall, raised his holy spear and stabbed heavily at Wertheim. Since Hela was sealed, Asgard has not initiated a foreign war for thousands of years, and at most it has dealt with some rebellions in the 9 realms. When they fought mightily, countless ancient forces got the news immediately and paid attention to the situation here. The change of Asgard's peaceful policy is not a good thing for most forces. The terrifying burst of energy almost shocked the entire universe. Ha 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 ha, old guy, finally stopped pretending. In the dark world, Hela laughed wildly, with a sarcasm all over his face, and a hint of excitement. Too much future has been shifted, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. In the main hall of Camartage, Ancient One looked at the sky with worry. Forget it, the matter of Asgard has nothing to do with me. By completely destroying a planet, are Asgard telling the universe that their diplomatic policy has changed? It's a pity, if such a strong person can come to my duel field. Malekith roared like crazy. Impossible. Impossible? Odin is already old, why can he launch such an attack? No one could answer him, and most of the dark elves looked at the golden giant that Odin turned into in the sky, and were too scared to speak. The spear of eternity, hundreds of thousands of feet long, struck the surface of Wertheim with the aura of destroying everything, and then broke through the ground, piercing into the depths of the Earth's core. In an instant, the entire planet was shaking. On the solid ground, cracks appeared one after another, lava spewed out, and an overwhelming wave of flames swept across the entire Wertheim in an instant, like a doomsday scene. Quick, all fighter planes take off, quick. Malekith finally reacted. There was no need for him to shout. Countless hidden dark elves ran out of the lair at this moment, scrambling to rush to the fighter planes everywhere. Compared with revenge, the continuation of the race is the most important thing at this time. If you stay, you will die, and if you rush out, you will have a chance. Boom. Even through the vacuum, everyone on the Asgard spaceship heard the explosion that resounded through the sky. Wertheim, the planet that the Dark Elves have managed for countless years, was only maintained for a few seconds under Odin's all-out blow, and then quickly disintegrated in the extremely dazzling explosion light and became history. Loki was almost scared to pee. When he used the power of the Ice Gate to activate Bifrost, it wasn't such a terrifying momentum. Is this the real divine power? Jane looked at this scene and muttered to herself, as if she was shocked. Yes, Thor nodded, you are still young, and one day, you will be able to do all of this. Thor is not a consolation. Kamui Thor has great potential for growth, and in the comics, he can even be tied with Odin. Thor is not surprised by Odin's performance. Although I have never seen Odin make a full shot, I can guess one or two from his previous fighters. After all, Asgard's geology is much harder than that of Wertheim, and Sudert can easily destroy it. And it's no surprise that Odin, who was able to defeat Sudert and even steal the eternal fire, did so with all his might. In the flames, a large number of flight objects rushed out. The first batch of dark elves who reacted and boarded the fighter plane, and various transport spaceships. Facing Asgard's troops, the dark elves, who had already been terrified, did not even dare to take revenge, and fled in haste. Attention, they want to escape. My order is, don't let anyone go. Thor said coldly, there is no need for prisoners in this battle, and ourselves can't afford so many people. Whether it's soldiers, civilians, or no one is left behind, old or young, women and children. This race should have disappeared thousands of years ago. In fact, Thor's encouragement was not needed, and the soldiers did the same. The invasion of the Dark Elves plunged the entire Asgard into sadness and anger, and the casualties of countless civilians plunged them into the anger of revenge, and no one would sympathize with the enemy at all. Overwhelming Asgard fighters, Wang Wangzhao, rushed out of the spaceship and chased every target. A huge Dark Elf mothership rose up and fled in the opposite direction. Malekith took the last elite to make a desperate move. In the eyes of Loki, a master illusionist, any means of invisibility are useless. The last strength of the Dark Elves is on that mothership, and we must also act, so that no one will be left behind. Thor took Jane Foster and Loki aboard a special fighter plane, caught up with Malekith's mothership, and crashed into it. No, Malekith finally snarled in despair. Needless to say, the fighters outside are doomed, and Asgard's overwhelming space fleet will not let them go. And the people in this mothership are already the last seeds of the Dark Elves. The spaceship was almost pierced by Thor's fighter plane, and a large amount of cosmic rays flooded in. A strong man like Malekith could bear it, but ordinary Dark Elves could survive for a few minutes at most in a vacuum, and they were dead. Looking at the three people who climbed off the plane and came over, Malekith no longer had any hope, only revenge was left in his heart. He already knew that these three people have extraordinary identities, 2 are the only princes of Asgard, and 1 is the future princess. If these three people can be dragged into hell before they die, then it will be great for Asgard. Said the same is an unbearable loss. Kill them. He issued the last order, and the remaining dozen or so cursed fighters surrounded 707. With a click, the cursed core in his hand was crushed, and Loki's once again transformed into the cursed war king. A cursed warrior rushed up first. Leave this to me. Loki flashed his dagger and took the lead. Jane Foster gave him a suspicious look. As far as she knew, Thor's younger brother was famously cowardly. Even if he got a shot once in a while, he would immediately come back even more cowardly in the next round. Thor laughed silently. The simple Ms. Jian couldn't see it, so couldn't he see it too? Luo Tong was the first one to rush up because she saw that the people behind were more like masters. Leave the biggest one to me, and leave the rest to you. Miss Lien was tortured even worse by Malekith's despicable tactics last time, and this will obviously be to get back the game. A hog, Thor nodded and looked at the remaining cursed warriors. I am the son of Odin, the heir to the throne. In hell, remember my name. Hearing his identity, the cursed warrior's eyes turned red, and he screamed to pounce on him. As Malekith's adjutant, Algrim, who made a fuss about dungeon back then, was originally very powerful. And now the cursed fighters transformed by these ordinary soldiers are far from comparable to him. Even a group of them is not much threat to Thor. Miss Jian faced Malekith, relying on her body skills to deal with him, but she was able to fight with ease. What was more miserable was Loki. He picked the weakest one, but the weakest one still hung him up and beat him. After a face-to-face encounter, Loki flew upside down. Fortunately, Loki has the physique of the giants of Jotunheim after all, and has been honed by Thor's iron fist. His fighting ability is absolutely top-notch. Although it is a bit miserable, he is full of spirit. Crack. Thor twisted the neck of the last cursed warrior, and then watched Miss Jane's performance with great interest. It seemed that Jane had the upper hand. Malekith's attack can't hit her at all, but her hammer is constantly beckoning everywhere, which is very interesting to watch. Especially Ms. Jian's original appearance is very good. But the problem is that it looks good, it doesn't hurt. After strengthening, Malekith's bones were so hard that he died. Mjolnir had to play a symphony with bang bang bang, but the opponent was still so fierce. It doesn't matter, the cursed warrior has a time limit. You will win when all his life force is exhausted. Loki walked up with a smile on his face. Originally, he had been abused by the cursed warrior, but later the cursed warrior found out that Thor's team had been wiped out, and he was hit by Loki's black hole grenade in a panic. Come and help me, Miss Jane said angrily at Thor. She regrets it now. Last time she was distracted to protect Frigga and was beaten badly. This time, under the pressure of Thor, she fought Malekith with all her strength. She wanted to get back the game, but found that she still couldn't fight. Thor slowly surrounded him, and Loki also came up with a dagger in an attempt to grab the head. His subordinates were all dead, and Asgard fighter planes approached slowly. Malekith finally realized sadly that he might already be the last member of this race. There are 3 enemies in front of him. He is not Thor's opponent. Even Miss Jane is very difficult to win. Malekith finally decided to put all his eggs in one basket, dropped all defenses, and lunged at Loki. Damn it. Loki, who was thinking about grabbing the head just now, was caught off guard. He grabbed the neck, snatched the dagger from his hand, and stabbed it fiercely in the chest. Loki exploded like a punctured balloon with 10 bangs. A trap? It was too late for Malekith to react. Thor's palm was thrust into his back from behind, and the thunder in his palm erupted instantly, destroying his body. No matter how strong the vitality of the cursed warrior was, there would not be much magic resistance inside his body. Malekith fell down with endless unwillingness. So far, the Dark Elves who once ravaged the entire universe have been completely extinct and become history. The impact of this genocide is huge amounts of. Everywhere in the Nine Realms is silent except for Earth, which is protected by Camartage. Odin's strong shot seems to bring them back to the era of being conquered. In the universe, those ancient countries raised the threat of Asgard to the highest level, and at the same time sent envoys to try to form an alliance. On the ruined Titan, Thanos looked at the sky for a long time without saying a word, and Black Order also remained silent. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. He is still really powerful. Thousands of years ago, if Asgard fought against the victorious Odin in order to capture the Tesseract, no one interrupted, except Black Dwarf, who is not very good at thinking, who is still flattering. How strong is it? Even if it is as strong as Odin, it is definitely not the opponent of the Master. Also in the Black Order, despite his burly physique, his status is actually the lowest. Unlike several others who follow Thanos fanatically for various reasons, Black Dwarf's allegiance to Thanos is purely for the survival of the race. Stack the thickest armor, bear the most poisonous armor, charge first, and die first. Thanks to the fact that this guy is really resistant to beatings, he has survived until now. Just like that, he had to lick a few words to express loyalty. But this time, he was flattering the horse's feet. Seeing Thanos' face was embarrassing, and Corvus Glaive next to him slapped him hard. Shut up? No, just stop talking. If Thanos can really beat Odin, he still needs to send Loki to the Earth to cause trouble? Looking at Thanos' expression, it is obvious that he has suffered a lot. Thanos didn't attack, he said in a deep voice. In any case, until Odin dies, try to avoid entering the Nine Realms with great fanfare. Contact my good brother Thor and say, for our deep friendship, Sakaar is willing to be an eternal ally with Asgard. Gao Tianzun ordered his subordinates. Definitely, the first half of the sentence is pure fart, and the second half is the business. Regardless of Odin's strength, Asgard also showed the top war potential in the universe. Such a behemoth is worth making friends with. After dismissing his subordinates, Gao Tianzun looked at the two gladiators pecking at each other in the arena and sighed, alas, there is no one who can beat a group of lovers. I don't know when the next champion fighter will appear. Well, it's best to look burly and muscular at first glance. Recently, audiences like to watch violent aesthetics. After the war, the aftermath was handed over to Sif and others, and Odin entered Odin's sleep as soon as he came back. This time it took longer than usual, and it took 7 days to wake up. In the original play, because he destroyed Bifrost, Odin had to consume a lot of divine power when Hydra invaded, and activated dark energy to send Thor to the Earth, resulting in overdraft of divine power. Trapped to Earth by Loki. In this life, at least on the surface, Odin still has divine power. After Odin's sleep woke up, he chose to leave for a period of time regardless of his retention. I have experienced too many changes in my life. Now, I need a quiet time to think, review and reflect on my life. He looked at Loki and smiled faintly. In the beginning, I did regard you as the link to rule Jotunheim, but after many years, I finally decided to give up this plan and hide it all. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. I'm so sorry. 0. Seeking flowers. Loki wanted to say something, but Odin's confession made him speechless. Seeing Loki like this, Odin didn't say much, turned to look at Thor with a complicated expression. Unfortunately, you didn't follow the path I arranged in the end. Asgard is in your hands. I don't know what will happen. It is still impossible to restore the glory. But I hope that one day you can prove that you are stronger than me. He no longer tried to correct Thor's philosophy, nor did he want to argue with him. Everyone has their own ideas. Since Thor has the ability, he doesn't need to follow the path he arranged. This is the mind of a strong generation. Drip. Congratulations to the host for completing the Odin-related mission War and Peace, successfully getting Odin to recognize his own ideas, and getting a reward, passive skill Man of Steel. A fiery energy flows through the whole body, and Thor obviously feels that his body is being transformed. Oh. Odin also felt Thor's change, and he grabbed one of Thor's arms to hold the pulse. It's unbelievable, your physical strength has reached an extremely high level. Maybe this is the confidence to change the future. Odin exclaimed, but you have to pay attention. There is no absolutely invincible defense in this world, and there is no with a truly invincible artifact. You must not be careless because of this, and underestimate the strong in the universe. Thor nodded, he'd always known that. Asgard already has the Tesseract. 2 infinite gems are too close together to be wise. So, I think the Aether should be given to someone who can keep it safe. In the hall, Vestige expressed his opinion, which was agreed by many people. In a sense, what he said actually made sense. However, the power of the Aether is very dangerous. If another evil race like the Dark Elves appears and uses the power of the Aether to grow, it will eventually cause hidden dangers. Loki retorted on the spot. That's why we're looking for someone with the ability to guard it, like Collector Tanley 697 Yatuin. The two sides are arguing endlessly, and there is a reason why there is a guest. There is no need to argue. Thor interrupted everyone. He picked up the Aether, and said slowly, infinite gems is indeed a temptation for many people, whether it is 1 or 2, even if we take it send it out, and others will try to collect it. For example, Thanos, the Overlord. Counting the Aether, there are already 4 infinite gems within the 9 realms. Regardless of whether there is Aether or not, Thanos will come to seize it sooner or later. Sending Aether will only make it easier for him to take it. Although the Collector is powerful, but compared to Thanos is still far behind. 0. Thor's words settled the matter, and no one refuted it. The Aether and Tesseract were stored together in the treasure house of the palace. Although Asgard looks similar to medieval Europe, it is actually highly civilized and not the autocratic monarchy people imagined. Therefore, even if Odin is not under the same position, there will be no trouble. This is the real reason why Odin is optimistic about Thor, because he can fight. Although Loki's political attributes are high, his advantage in Asgard is not obvious. However, this period of time is different. Envoys from all over the universe come to Asgard to visit, and it is impossible for Thor to fight them one by one. In the end, I was so annoyed by the whole thing that I simply became a shopkeeper. At this time, Loki is very useful. My brother, are you really going to leave this kind of thing to me? Loki stared dumbfounded at the stack of reports in front of him. Most of them were about diplomacy with different planets, and there were also about Asgard's post-war economic recovery. Don't you dream of being a king? I'm here for your own good, to let you experience the joy of being a king. Are you not afraid of me making trouble? Thor took out a small machine and introduced, this thing, as long as it is placed on your neck, you can't take it off. When you press the remote control, you will be shocked by 100,000 volts. I will give it to my mother. If you want to die, I will install it for you. This is a good thing, I got it from Gao Tianzun in Sakar. Loki nearly flipped the table off. Leaving all the tedious matters to Loki, Wang felt relieved. In this kind of high martial arts world where one person is against one country, the so-called power is illusory, and fist power is real. So what if you become a king? Without enough force as a guarantee, no matter how great the power is, it can return to before liberation. Just like in the original history, Loki pretended to be Odin and operated for several years, and seemed to have cultivated many cronies. Even Heimdall was replaced by Scholz, the bald Zero. As soon as Thor came back, Scholz directly sent to work as a cleaner. To be honest, putting aside Asgard, Thor's strength, if he shows up on most planets, he can immediately get the surrender of the entire planet. He can enjoy the benefits of the king without having to fulfill the responsibilities of the king. It's super cool to say. Definitely, the exception is Earth, which is too well protected by a great god. The matter of Asgard came to an end, and Thor set his sights on the Earth again. It has been more than a month since I left the Earth. The human experiment of Hydra should be almost done, right? On Earth, the Avengers headquarters, the original Stark building, the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. are negotiating. Before Thor left, he warned me that Sokovia's superpowers are very powerful, and it is very risky to rush there. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. However, he has been away for more than a month. Who knows if he was delayed by something? Stark is a little unconvinced. In 2.6, there is no Thor, so I can't start a group? Is my dignified Iron Man so worthless? Everyone couldn't help but look at Sing Yoon, who attended the meeting instead of Miss Jian. Although Natalia has an extraordinary relationship with Thor, she basically doesn't ask about Thor in order to avoid suspicion. Nebula hesitated, but still said, half a month ago, His Highness sent me a letter saying that they are going to fight, and the opponent is a dark elf from another planet. Although I really hope that Thor guy can come back, but it seems obviously unrealistic now. Stark shrugged. His Highness Thor is busy with a Star Wars right now. Nick Fury immediately hesitated. If Thor is really busy with the war, he probably won't be able to come back. Shall we let the Avengers try it first? Besides, the Avengers and him are not subordinates. Stark and the others are likely to act on their own. If this is the case, we will sneak into Sokovia territory without the other party's knowledge, and S.H.I.E.L.D's agent will cover for you. Then what? Then, Nick Fury was taken aback suddenly, and then looked at Thor outside the door with a look of surprise. Fuck, when did you come back? 070, come back so soon? How is Star Wars going? Stark joked, shall we go to support? It's over. Thor squinted at him. My father pierced the core of the planet where the Dark Elves live, blasted it, and won. Thor used the simplest words to describe the most terrifying content. Shit. Stark blurted out, don't tell me it's true, don't lie to me because I don't read much. In the rare case that Steve didn't remind Stark to stop swearing. In fact, not only S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, but even Nebula, who has seen the world, widened his eyes. What's so surprising? Thor patted her on the head and said with a light smile, Thanos once challenged my father in order to win the space gem, and he was beaten out of shit in the end. Nebula. Okay, let's not talk about this issue first, let's discuss about Hydra. Steve interrupted everyone. Since Thor is back, let's go and destroy Sokovia's Hydra together. No problem. No comment. Somewhere in the woods on the outskirts of Sokovia, there is an old castle, and a large number of armed soldiers are patrolling around. No one would have thought that this was the last stronghold of Hydra, and they also regarded it as their hope for a comeback. In the command room of the base, a bald man looked at the screen in front of him frantically. On the screen are 2 rooms. In one of the rooms was a young man who was scurrying around like an epileptic at the moment, knocking the room into a bang-bang sound. In another room, there was a girl in red with brown hair. Her hand was swipe out of thin air, and streaks of red light emerged in her hand, and several tables and chairs in the air were floating back and forth following her gesticulation. These two people are the only two survivors among hundreds of human experiment volunteers. Beep beep. Suddenly, the alarm sounded loudly in the base. It's not good, Master Strucker, someone has invaded. Who is it? Strax suddenly became vigilant, and he was still holding a trace of luck. Looks like the Avengers. Strax's face turned livid immediately, and he made a decisive decision. All tanks and chariots are deployed, be sure to stop them. Afterwards, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, let the two test subjects go out, this time I will let the Avengers come and go. The weapons of these soldiers look familiar. Stark avoided the energy beam and fired in the air, whistled. When did Hydra actually master laser weapons? They not only stole the psychic scepter, but also took away a large number of Chirita weapons left over from the New York War. Steve said in a deep voice. With Pierce, the former director, cooperating internally and externally, it is too easy for Hydra to benefit from SHIELD. A tank in front blocked the way. The Hulk suddenly fell from the sky, overturned it with an angry palm, grabbed the barrel and smashed it at another tank like a meteor hammer. A silver streamer flashed. Hawkeye shot an arrow, but a figure rushed up and knocked him to the ground. Eagle 777 instantly put down his bow and arrow, and drew out his dagger, but the opponent immediately disappeared without a trace. He picked up the newsletter report. The person who discovered the super ability of high-speed movement is difficult to see with the naked eye. He is about 20 years old, with short blonde hair and white clothes. Whether he has other abilities is unknown. Understood, Thor said as he walked. For others, the Hydra base is like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, but for him it is like walking on flat ground. It should be a super ability person who has successfully transformed. Super ability is super speed, similar to the Flash in the movie. A very magical phenomenon, in this world, except for the Marvel series, all the movies and comics in the previous life exist. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly magnified in his eyes, and Thor, who was caught off guard, did not have time to escape. Bang! After a crisp crash, Thor looked at the young man who had fainted on the ground, speechless. This is the most humiliating Quicksilver I've ever seen. Quicksilver's speed was indeed so fast that Thor didn't even react. But this guy has no speed, but his physique is average, and he knocked himself out when he bumped into it. After all, I now have a super steel body. Okay, Mr. The Flash has been arrested by me. A burst of spiritual energy suddenly struck. Drip, it is detected that there is an abnormal spiritual magic trying to invade. Passive skill spiritual barrier activated, immune. Note, you can choose whether to view the illusion content in the third person. It's Scarlet Witch's psychic magic? No sooner has he caught Quicksilver than Wanda can't resist. Seeing the options in the spiritual sea, Thor chose yes. The fearful environment created by Wanda is often the scariest thing in my heart. Some have happened in the past, and some are very likely to appear in the future. In the dim yellow sky, there was an aura of destruction everywhere. Fiery flames erupted suddenly, sweeping across the world in an instant. A hundreds of feet tall flame giant raised the huge sword in his hand and roared loudly, I am the end of Asgard. Ragnarok? The illusion suddenly shattered, only showing Saturt's outbreak, without any consequences. Thor raised his head and looked at Wanda, who was not far away, with eyes widened in surprise. Wanda snorted coldly, waved her hand, and two red magic balls flew towards her. Although I don't know how the person in front of me begged her spiritual power, but she has more than that. Thor, who had been prepared for a long time, slipped his hand, and a portal appeared in front of him. He stepped into the portal and appeared behind Wanda in an instant. He pressed his shoulder, little sister, the game is over. A strong mental shock came along her shoulder. Wanda is confident that this impact can at least make the opponent dizzy for a moment, and she can turn defeat into victory. Then, she only felt that she had hit the steel plate, but instead she felt dizzy and fainted. Poor Wanda, it was just her first actual battle, and she met the final boss in Novice Village. Thor looked at the little girl in front of him with great interest. The current Wanda is still a little immature, not proficient in the use of ability, and has no protective shield yet. But if she can grow up, Wanda's potential is terrifying, even surpassing her own. Drip. Congratulations to the host for triggering a Wanda-related task, the Witch Growth Plan. Mission description: Wanda possesses the most terrifying power in the world, origin magic power, but she has a fragile personality and it is difficult to control this power. Once she loses control, it will inevitably cause serious consequences. Mission objective: train Wanda well so that she can truly control this power. Mission reward: active skill, infinite reversal, alter reality's reverse skill. When the reality setting is modified by abnormal power, the reality can be restored to its original state by reversing the inability within 1 hour. Note, this skill has no cooldown and cost, and can be applied to any modifications including infinite gems. Reversing infinity, in a sense, this is a very weak skill. It is said to be an active skill, but in fact it can only be used to show off tricks, without any strengthening for oneself. But on the other hand, under certain circumstances, this skill will be incomparably against the sky. Such a scene appeared in Thor's mind. After countless battles and plans, old Thanos finally got together 6 gems to summon the dragon. Oh no, it was snapping his fingers. I am destiny. Thanos snapped his fingers smugly. I am Thor. Reverse infinite. I am destiny. Thanos snapped his fingers in doubt. I am Thor. Reverse infinite. I'm just, fuck. Thanos snapped his fingers with a black face, but after a continuous storm of finger snaps, the infinity gauntlet exploded. The expression on the old thief's face must be very interesting, right? Cultivation. No, it is to cultivate Wanda. Although this task may take a long time, I have always been a patient person. Besides, Nyozhao, the young Wanda's beauty is really amazing. Wanda woke up faintly, opened her eyes slowly, and saw Thor's gentle, evil gaze. Little sister, don't be afraid, as long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you. Wanda, who already had a richer imagination than ordinary people, instantly created countless terrifying pictures in his brain. Damn it, it's not good. Thor, who was just joking at first, saw the despair and collapse on Wanda's face, and immediately knew that he had to. The next moment, a shrill female scream came. Ah! No matter which world you are in, the most common, widest ranging, and most indiscriminate attack is the sonic attack. In the world of martial arts, there is the roar of the lion, in the world of fantasy, there is the howling of the banshee, and in the world of Marvel, there is the scream of Wanda. Wanda, who was out of control, subconsciously shouted, not only how high the decibel was, but more importantly, the mental power mixed in it unconsciously. Fear spread rapidly, and in an instant, countless red smoke spread out from his body, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Except for Thor, who has a spiritual barrier, everyone within a few miles, friend or foe, is entangled in fear. Everyone paused for a moment, then stiffened and stayed where they were. Stark even fell down on the spot. If J.A.R.V.I.S. hadn't reacted so quickly, he might have been the same as the future war machine. Where is this? Natalia looked up at the gloomy sky. She can tell at a glance that this is not the Earth, there is obviously some atmosphere, and there is water for human survival. All aspects are suitable for survival, but why is 387 dead silent? Standing beside him is Thor. The dark color is a bit weird, and on the opposite side is a monster with a face that looks like a skeleton, floating in the air and looking neither human nor ghost. Thor Odinson, son of Odin. Natalia Romanova, daughter of Ivan. A hoarse voice came from Red Skull. What you are looking for is close at hand, accompanied by your fear. Soul Gem is revered among infinite gems. It has its own wisdom. Everyone who wants to get Soul Gem, all need sacrifices. Sacrifice for what? Natalia in the illusion asked curiously. A soul, and it must be the soul of the person you love the most. If you want to get the original stone, you must lose your love. This is an eternal deal. Only by changing souls can users know how precious it is. Natalia was startled, then suddenly thought of something, and looked at Thor tenderly. I didn't expect that at the last moment. I could still understand your heart. It turns out that your true love is me. In this way, I have no regrets. Then, she ran towards the cliff and jumped off. The illusion was shattered, and what happened behind was unknown. Natalia only felt a little sour in her eyes. She rubbed the tears from the corners of her eyes, with a dazed look on her face. Just now, what the hell happened? Could this be true? She woke up relatively early, and glanced at the teammates around her. No matter friend or foe, everyone lost consciousness. What appeared in Hawkeye's illusion was the scene where he was beaten up by Thor on the space carrier because he was controlled by Loki. In Steve's fantasy, he saw the top of the snow mountain, and Bucky fell into the abyss. What Hulk saw was a purple potato-like enemy, punching him with a set of military punches. He tried to resist, but the opponent was far superior to him in terms of strength and physical skills. Stark saw that he was standing on a ruined battlefield. His battle armor was in tatters. What caught my eye was countless superheroes, including the familiar Hulk and Thor, and many unfamiliar ones. Just when he was at a loss, a voice without the slightest emotion suddenly came from his ear. There is no one with super abilities in the world. Suddenly, it seemed that the whole world was quiet. Looking around, Hulk was twitching, shrinking until he was Bruce Banner. The lightning on Thor, who once swung the battle axe to destroy everything, disappeared, and the whole person fell from the sky. Captain America's strong body of 1.9 meters suddenly shrank, and became a skinny boy of 1.6 meters. There are many unknown superheroes of all kinds, such as a horse-faced magician holding a golden energy sword, a woman with short hair glowing all over her body, a blue BA whistling and controlling an embroidery needle. In an instant, everyone became mortals. Only Stark himself, War Machine, and Falcon were left unaffected, and they were all superheroes of technological flow. No. Stark woke up from the horror, looked around and asked, what happened? The voice of J.A.R.V.S. sounded, Sir, just now a mysterious spiritual power has spread, and everyone including you has fallen into an illusion. Illusions. Stark breathed a sigh of relief. But an idea took root in his heart and never left him. What if one day the super ability fails? At that time, only the power of technology can protect the Earth. Everyone but Thor is caught, including Wanda herself. Originally, she would not be able to hit her own magic, but the mental attack she broke out after losing control was blocked by Thor's spiritual barrier, and then suffered a backlash. Baron Strucker was very unlucky. Originally, if he let Wanda and Quicksilver block him and run away by himself, he still had a high probability of escaping. But he is pinning his hopes on 2 superpowers and a group of miscellaneous soldiers with Chirita weapons to come back. When he found out that the 2 brothers and sisters couldn't handle Thor and wanted to run away, it was too late. Wanda's scream was an indiscriminate attack. As an ordinary person, he would only lose consciousness longer than the Avengers. After catching Stark casually, Stark flew to meet Thor with a proud face. Thor looked at Wanda trembling in his arms and sighed. Poor baby, I'm afraid I will recall the memory of losing a loved one again. Don't worry, it's over. Thor rubbed her head. Wanda, who is proficient in spiritual magic, has a keen perception. She feels that Thor has no malice towards her, and her emotions calm down. She looked up at Thor with a complex expression, and suddenly blushed. Hey, Stark, I got it. Wow, Thor, you have a new love. Stark's voice sounded not far away. Wanda, who was calm just now, suddenly became tense again. That red figure, to her, was a demon from hell, which immediately brought back memories. With a scream, Wanda waved her hand subconsciously. Stark was still in doubt, only feeling his world spinning, and he fell to the ground in an instant. Warning, warning, high energy reaction, unknown people are attacking you. The alarm information of J.A.R.V.I.S filled the display screen in an instant. Okay, let him go first, we'll talk about things later, I'll let him give you an explanation. Thor patted Wanda. Wanda hummed obediently, the red energy around Stark dissipated, and then he regained his freedom. Strange, why are you so obedient all of a sudden? Thor didn't have time to think about it, and Stark complained, Hey, are you too serious about sex and friends? It's obvious that she did something to me, and you want me to explain it. Stark's face suddenly turned black, as if the bottom of the pot, the legendary man with the opposite sex and no humanity refers to this guy, right? Thor said unhappily, their parents died on a missile manufactured by Stark Industries, do you think you need to explain? Stark's eyes narrowed suddenly, what you said is true. Definitely true? You bloody-handed executioner, warmonger. Quicksilver, who had woken up at some point, stood up and cursed at Stark. Impossible, I closed the weapon department long ago. Moreover, the weapons of Stark Industries were only sold to the US military. Stark's statement is reasonable, under normal circumstances. His high-tech weapons can only be sold to the military. As a patriotic military entrepreneur in his own family, Liu Mei can allow you to sell equipment at a high price, but it is absolutely impossible to tolerate you selling weapons to others casually. Thor reminds, Obadiah. Stark was shocked, and immediately confirmed with J.A.R.V.I.S, and got a positive answer. His face was so gloomy that water dripped out. According to J.A.R.V.I.S, Obadiah belonged to the type of selling for money back then, and secretly sold weapons to many organizations, including the terrorist organization that blew up Wanda's house. 0. Seeking flowers. I'm sorry, I apologize for your tragedy. Stark apologized solemnly. Although it's not the weapons he sells, they are from Stark Industries after all. Moreover, if he hadn't been drunk all the time, he wouldn't have failed to discover Obadiah who was stealing and selling arms. 0. Although he is usually very proud, but this time his apology is very sincere. Wanda fell silent, not knowing what to do. What's the use of your apology? Apologizing and my parents will live. Quicksilver snarled with tears in his eyes. Thor interrupted suddenly, in the Middle Ages, the one who killed the sword was always the one who wielded the sword, not the blacksmith. Moreover, the one who sold the arms was a traitor to Stark Industries, and was killed by Stark himself a few years ago. And those terrorists, after Stark became Iron Man, have all been cleaned up. Don't choose the wrong person for revenge, let alone the wrong partner. It is the terrorists who caused your family's misfortune, and Hydra is the source of most of the chaos. You are the lucky ones in the experiment. Maybe you don't know that there are at least 1,000 people who participated in the experiment, because some of them are already corpses. Thor carried them to the basement, and let the brother and sister see the end of the experiment failure. Ouch! Under the bloody scene, Wanda couldn't help throwing up on the spot. 7. I know that you participated in the experiment. Apart from revenge, you also hope to use your own strengths to maintain peace. But it is ironic that Hydra has provoked most of the wars in this world over the years. They tried to cultivate super ability, just for their own purpose. Wanda murmured, it turns out that Baron Strucker has been using us. Quicksilver was equally silent. There is no need to explain too much at all, the fate of those failed experimental subjects is in front of us. Not only did they lose their lives, some unlucky ghosts lingering on their last legs even became living experimental vegetarian dishes. Life would be worse than death. When 343 thought that he would almost become one of them, both of them shuddered. No legitimate organization would do this, only those anti-human organizations and regiments would conduct such insane experiments. So what should we do now? Among so many experimental subjects, the brother and sister were the only ones who survived. On the one hand, it was the belief in revenge that supported them, and on the other hand, it was also the great dream that Hydra described for them. But now, revenge is out of the question, and the real enemy has long since died. As for Hydra, it is an anti-human organization at all. The so-called great dream is nothing but brainwashing of believers. The two who lost their goals for a while couldn't help but feel a little confused. Fortunately, they met the Avengers the first time they took action, so they didn't make a big mistake. Thor smiled. I won't say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But I can tell you that if you don't have a goal, then find a goal for yourself. The crisis in this world is not just Hydra, you should also know about the New York War, right? Aliens have already set their sights on the Earth. Everyone makes mistakes, and the Avengers are the same. The key is how to correct the mistakes. We have some extraordinary powers. How to use this power is what we should think about. Definitely, no one stipulates what to do with power, at least I don't believe in this. You can also choose to be an ordinary person, change the nationality of any country, and live a good life with a lot of money. I think Stark will be happy to make it up to you. There will be someone who will keep the dangerous effort off Earth. In fact, this kind of thing doesn't need Stark's help at all. It's easier for Jin Bin to do it, and he can help them create a new identity with just one sentence. However, Thor felt that for the brothers and sisters who were still minors, it was better not to get in touch with the Black Society. That's right, although she looks much more mature than her peers, that's because she has suffered too much. Actually, Wanda's Song is 2 years older than Spider-Man Peter Parker. Thor didn't continue talking, waiting for their choice. The formation of Avengers is not to recruit strong men, every member needs to be voluntary. Can I join the Avengers? Unexpectedly, it was Wanda who spoke, not Quicksilver, who seemed more detached. Oh, are you ready? Thor asked with great interest. No one is ready at the beginning, there must be a beginning. Wanda stared at Thor. What happened? Why is little sister Wanda looking at me so wildly? Very good, you are already an Avenger. Welcome to join. After Thor finished speaking, he looked at Quicksilver. Don't look at me, saving the world is such a cool thing, how can I be missing? I object. Stark refused when he learned that Thor was going to bring the Quicksilver and Wanda brothers and sisters into the Avengers. With a cold face, he said, 2 minors should not be allowed to come into contact with things like war. It's as if you weren't the one who made 14-year-old high school students participate in the heroic Civil War. Thor glanced at him. He knew age wasn't the point was that working together would arouse Stark's guilt. Since the day the missile exploded in my house, we have been in contact with war. Quicksilver looked dissatisfied. Stark was speechless for a moment. Thor helped him out. If you really feel guilty for them, help them get a battlesuit, at least bulletproof, so as to ensure their safety. I don't need 1.7, bullets can't catch up with me at all. Before Quicksilver finished speaking, Thor suddenly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Wanda. Bang bang bang. What are you doing? Thor stood so far away that Quicksilver didn't have time to stop him, he just got in front of Wanda in time. The expected pain did not come. Is this blank? Quicksilver wondered. What's the use of simply running past bullets? Even an ordinary gunman can kill you if you find a weak point. How about lending me a few days before I bring back the psychic scepter? I have a research and I need it. A few days later, Stark suddenly approached Thor. Thor is training Wanda to control her emotions. As the Prince of Asgard, controlling emotions is originally a compulsory course. Hearing what Stark said, Thor's eyelids twitched. The Ultron project is probably the only one that can let Stark borrow the scepter to study. In fact, if Thor wanted to, Ultron didn't even buy the chance to be born. As long as the mind gem is confiscated, Stark will never be able to get Ultron again. But in this case, Vision will not appear, and the Avengers will lose an important member. Also, if mind gem is in my hand, it seems useless. At this time Thor thought of another thing. When watching movies in his previous life, he always had doubts. As an infinite gems, why Thanos was so relieved to throw it to Loki and get 07 Earth to roam. Even if Loki really succeeds, in case Bald Chiang is stimulated Ancient One boss, wouldn't he lose the gems and lose his army? Although according to the rules, Ancient One will not make a move. But the rules are dead. If a giant Leviathan came to the hospital where Strange was, Thor didn't believe that Ancient One could bear it. Moreover, whether it is Ancient One who absorbs the dark power, or Doctor Strange who will use Time Gem to negotiate conditions in the future, it can be seen from them that Kamartaj is not a stickler for sticking to the rules. There is also a very strange place. Vision, one of the strongest Avengers, can be stabbed to half-death by Corvus Glaive, which is very illustrative. The old thief has definitely tampered with Mind Gem. Maybe the Ultron project will fail because of the problem with the Mind Gem? If such a Mind Gem is placed in Asgard's treasury, it will be a time bomb. It is better to let Stark create Vision, which can be used as a combat force, and can also be used to find the back door on the Mind Gem. As for Ultron's problem, once he decides to kill Stark, he will never give up until he stumbles. Anyway, Ultron's strength is just that. No matter how many robots there are, there will be no troubles. Wang Er agreed after a little consideration. Okay, you can use it for research. But I want to remind you, don't do human experiments like Baron Scrat. Although this possibility is very small, Thor just mentioned it casually. You want to do artificial intelligence, but you don't want to tell the rest of the team. Stark knew that he couldn't handle Ultron's research alone, so he quickly found another great scientist, Bruce Banner. Originally, there was another suitable candidate, a doctor named Zhao Halen. She even reminded herself of the future development direction of the battle armor nanotechnology. It's a pity that Thor admires this little girl very much, and she agreed to work in Thor's research center 2 days ago. If she is also pulled into the Ultron plan, maybe she will run to tell Thor, and then Thor will not approve of his plan and take back the scepter in advance. Facing Stark's unconstrained vision, Banner questioned it. Yes, I didn't tell them. Stark looked serious, because I don't want to waste time on endless arguments. We need to put armor on this world. The Zirida invasion in New York will not be the only one. There will definitely be more alien invasions in the future. The Avengers. Banner nodded. Yeah, so he keeps reminding me to make peace with Hulk instead of trying to eliminate him. Because of Thor's reminder, the relationship between Hulk and Banner is more harmonious than in the original book. Although it cannot be completely controlled, Hulk will regard anyone who Banner hates as a sworn enemy, and what Banner wishes to protect, Hulk will do his best to protect. If you rely solely on superheroes, it is not enough to protect the Earth. The Earth is so big, but the number of superheroes is limited, and there will always be places that cannot be taken care of. And the Ultron plan, once successful, we can use the Steel Army to destroy the aliens. Keep people out of Earth's defenses, so Earth is safe. Stark continued to persuade Banner. Banner was a little moved. He said with hesitation, "Let the whole world be surrounded by armor. This seems to be a cold world. I've seen colder ones. This fragile blue planet needs Ultron. And the peace of our time needs Ultron." Stark's tone was earnest. In that terrifying illusion, he saw all super abilities disappear. At that time, all humans can rely on is the battle armor. "Okay, I agree." Banner was moved by Stark's words, and he agreed to join the study. "Your Highness Thor, will you attend this Saturday's gathering?" Helen Zhao in overalls asked Thor. "Definitely, when we're not on a mission to save the world, partying is a way for us to relax. How about you, do you want to join us?" Helen Zhao smiled. "I'm not as free as you guys. However, if it's your invitation, boss, then I have no choice but to spare time in order not to be fired." 2 days ago, she agreed to jump ship and come to Thor's research center. Definitely not only because of the admiration of Thor, but also because Thor promised to fund her research regardless of the cost. The huge sum of money that had been drawn by gold was also rusted. Not far away, Natalia saw this scene, and secretly complained with a black face, "It's another moth to the flame." Then he looked at Wanda next to him and joked, "See? Men are like this, eating what's in the bowl and looking at what's in the pot. Little sister, you're still young, so you can't be fooled." Wanda's small thoughts are too obvious. How can she hide it from Black Widow, who is a 10th level agent? Wanda blinked at Natalia, and suddenly smiled, "But sister, don't forget that I can feel your emotions a little bit, and you seem to be deceived." The widow's face suddenly became a little embarrassing. "Okay, Ziona, don't spoil Wanda, she is still a child." Thor heard their conversation and came over to interrupt. Natalia rolled her eyes, with a charming look on her face. "It's like I'm talking nonsense. Why are you poaching people under your hands? Don't tell me it's just to attract talents. In my opinion, you are greedy." His body. "I'm still greedy for you." Thor grabbed her hand. In front of Wanda, there was a dignified Black Widow, and his face was a bit uncomfortable. He was shameless and she wanted shame. He pulled out his hand and changed the subject bluntly. Okay, don't mess around. I just want to ask you if the Sokovia base is the last Hydra base? Have we really cleared them?" She is a little worried. Hydra is truly cut off one head, and grow 2 more. S.H.I.E.L.D. has verified this with more than half a century of lessons. Once the eradication is not clean, it is inevitable that it will be revived. Moreover, the brainwashing ability of this organization is particularly strong, and it is easy to develop. Thor shook his head. Hydra in the conventional sense no longer exists. Even if there are, they are just some ordinary believers, and they will disappear slowly in a short time. Normal meaning. Yes, in fact, all the Hydra that S.H.I.E.L.D. encountered were from the Red Skull. The real Hydra appeared thousands of years ago, and it is a very ancient organization. They believe in a so-called god named Honeycomb. This deity is trapped on other planets, and Hydra has been working to bring him back for years. And Red Skull, it is their investment in welcoming the Hive to world domination. Natalia digested this information. It doesn't sound like a good thing, it's just a brainwashing organization. Honeycomb? God? What kind of god? Is it similar to you? Thor couldn't help laughing. He tapped Natalia's smooth forehead and said, "This is the worst time I have been hacked. The gods are not as mysterious as you think. You let Miss Zhao Helen take a AK-47 went to the Middle Ages, and it could still be worshipped as a god by the ancients. Definitely, it might also be burned to death as a witch." Natalia and Wanda smiled prettily, and Helen Zhao muttered in dissatisfaction, "Why do you use me as an example? As for his strength, I can hit 10 to the 10th power." Thor pretended to be aggressive. Ha ha ha. Zhao Helen couldn't help laughing, and the room was filled with a happy atmosphere. "Thor, His Royal Highness, Asgard has just sent a message, and it is very urgent." Jane Foster hurried in from the door. During the period of returning to Earth, Sif stayed in Asgard for the time being, to take care of some things, supervised Loki by the way, and Miss Jane was in charge of the communication between Thor and Asgard. If there is something important, Heimdall will notify him immediately. Oh, emergency information. Thor was a little puzzled. There seemed to be no major events during this period. Could it be that Loki is getting together and doing something? It's enough for Z to beat him up for this kind of thing. After taking over the communicator, Thor looked at the contents inside. With just one glance, his face became serious. This message from Heimdall has only one sentence. Nidai sent a distress signal to Asgard, who is the most bad munitions manufacturer in the Marvel Universe? Iron Man Stark Industries? S.H.I.E.L.D. with the black technology of air carriers? Wakanda with technology beyond the times? Neither. Asgard's vassal, the dwarf planet Nidai is the most NB artifact manufacturer in the entire Marvel Universe. This place is a legend. The magical weapons they forged are invincible, including Odin's eternal spear, Mjolnir in the hands of Miss Jane, Heimdall's guardian sword, and even the infinity gauntlet that controls the 6 infinite gems. In short, dwarf produced, must be a boutique. On the other hand, the dwarf clan is also quite sad. The weapons they forged were not controlled by their own clansmen. The dwarf tribe with their uncanny forging skills only has more than 300 people, and most of them are not good at fighting. If they were not attached to Asgard, they would have perished long ago. In the original history, when Dwarf lost the protection of Asgard, Thanos came to Nidavi, and he forced Dwarf to build Infinity Gauntlet. As an obsessive who kept his promise, 340 Thanos would slaughter half of the life on the planet he visited, but when it came to Dwarf, he broke his promise for the first time. When Thanos saw that Dwarf could create Infinity Gauntlet, he thought Dwarf was too dangerous. He slaughtered all the dwarfs except King Ikki. In order to prevent Ikki from making any weapons, Thanos abolished the hands of the Dwarf King. This is the tragedy of the Dwarf clan. The principle that everyone is innocent and pregnant with guilt is universal throughout the universe. As a member of the 9 realms, Nidavi is protected by Asgard. Even if Odin is not around, ordinary forces will never dare to offend Asgard easily. At this time, the only one who dares to invade Nidavi is Thor. Turned his thoughts quickly. What's the matter? Natalia asked worriedly, seeing his serious expression. The 9 realms has been invaded by a powerful enemy, a hag. If I guess correctly, it should be the person behind Chiruta, Thor said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he looked around. Wanda, come with me. Then he glanced at Jane and shook his head slightly. The current Jane's strength is similar to that of herself in the Hammer God period, and it is not very helpful for higher intensity battles. And she needs to guard the Earth, lest the Avengers be wiped out by Ultron 3. As for Wanda, she has a high burst limit, and as a magician, the role of support is greater. Miss Helen Zhao, I'm sorry that I may not be able to attend the party on Saturday. The light of Bifrost shrouded it, and the figures of Thor and Wanda disappeared in place. What's going on? Why the rush to leave? Stark and Steve, and others rushed over when they heard the noise, and Thor and Wanda had already left. A message came from Asgard that Nidavi, one of the 9 realms, had been attacked, and His Royal Highness Thor went to quell the chaos. Jane Foster said in a low voice, moreover, the opponent is powerful. I have never seen Thor so dignified. Nebula said with a pale face, it's my father, the craziest butcher in the universe. There are not many people in this world who can defeat His Highness, and my father is one of them. Moreover, the Kairyuitas are relying on him. Stark and the others gasped suddenly. Asgard, Loki, Heimdall, and others met the teleported Thor and Wanda. Welcome to Asgard. Heimdall was as serious as ever. Hey, bro, why are the women around you different every time I see you? Loki was a little speechless. He seriously suspected that Thor's love to run to the earth is because of his obsession. Thor didn't have time to answer his words, and told Sif in a deep voice, Nidavi, don't attack rashly for the time being. Gather the army and wait for my notice. Wanda and I go to stop the other party first, which may delay the time. Ordinary troops have limited effect on the top powerhouses, and it is impossible for Asgard's fighter planes to bomb Nidavi indiscriminately. Odin is only leaving temporarily. Thanos is unlikely to dare to invade on a large scale. It is likely that only a few masters make a surprise attack. Even if Odin reacts, it is easy to withdraw. Sif clasped her hands together. Although confused and worried, Deo, as one of the best fighters, obeyed Thor's orders unconditionally at critical moments. Is there anything I need to do? Loki also saw the unusual and asked proactively. Forget it, unless you're ready to single out the one who gave you the staff. Loki's face paled. Okay, then I'll be in Asgard. Thor was about to set off, and suddenly realized that he was empty-handed, so he quickly drew a portal to enter it, and appeared a moment later with a long gun in his hand. Gun of Eternity, Gungnir? Heimdall, send us to Nidavi. The light of Bifrost was about to shroud. Thor took out an old-fashioned communicator from his pocket, and pressed the button to send the signal. Sending. Signal connected. Nidavi, the homeland of Dwarf, its main body is a special neutron star. For the dwarf family, this neutron star is not only a melting pot for forging magical weapons, but also a light source and heat source for their daily life. A large number of powerful metals, surrounding the neutron star, built a steel city, and the dwarf family lived in this steel city. Under normal circumstances, as Asgard's super arsenal, Nidavi would not be dared to provoke Nidavi, but the purple sweet potato essence in front of him was obviously not among them. Demon, you will receive retribution. Asgard will not let you go. Dwarf King Aikui glared at Thanos and his party angrily. There were only 5 people who attacked the dwarf clan, but each of these 5 people had terrifying strength. The dwarf clan was no match at all, and they all knelt down in less than half an hour. Whether it's a devil or a god, I never expect everyone to approve of what I do. Thanos waved the Overlord Sky Blade in his hand, and said lightly, forge the Infinity Gauntlet that dreams of receiving 6 gems, and I will keep half of your clan. Or, the entire dwarf clan will disappear from the universe. Not far away, all the dwarf clansmen were restrained and fell to the ground. Ebony Maw pointed, and dozens of steel spears were suspended in the air, aiming at the shivering dwarf below. Don't expect anyone to come to your rescue. I hate endless negotiations, so be direct. From now on, every hour that passes, 30 of your tribe will be killed, and you will have about 10 hours to complete your forging. Thanos has no expression on his face, what he said, with awe-inspiring murderous intent. According to the information he learned, Odin is not in Asgard now, and his whereabouts are unknown. In his view, this is an opportunity, at least to touch the bottom line of Asgard. For this reason, he only brought the 4 Yao generals with him in this trip, and he was caught off guard, so naturally he couldn't let the dwarf clan delay time. Definitely, in most cases it is enough, each of the 5 of them is comparable to an army. Master, be careful. Ebony Maw shouted, and Thanos instantly showed a vigor that was not commensurate with this huge body, and he rolled to avoid the fiery light falling from the sky. The dazzling light made them couldn't help covering their eyes with their hands. Hey, Purple Sweet Potato King, you've really come back from living longer. In the light of Bifrost, Thor's teasing voice sounded, if you're so afraid of meeting me, I can come later, and you don't need to rush to work. Thanos lowered his hand covering his eyes, and looked at Thor and Wanda, standing in front of the dwarf captives, holding the holy gun Gungnir. Wanda gave birth to her hands, red energy flashed, and the steel spear in the air suddenly twisted into a ball like gluten and fell to the ground. Thanos ignored her, he looked at Thor, or rather at the eternal gun in Thor's hand. Gungnir, what a dear old friend. I doubt you deserved it, though. Whether you deserve it or not, you, Gungnir, miss you very much, especially the feeling of beating you out of shit. Shut up. The Great Master is not something you can insult. Thanos' #1 henchman, Ebony Maw snapped, earning Thor a sneer. Shut up, talking to your master, how can a slave talk? Heck, you call this guy who died with a household registration book called Doway? Call this guy who was beaten like a dog by my father and came to the 9 realms secretly. Great? Do you call this thing that will wipe out half of the life in the universe without any injustice or enmity? Oh, it's really great. Titan Star gave birth to such an unworthy descendant like you, and it deserves to be turned into ruins. 0. Ask for flowers. The 4 generals of Yao dare not make a sound. Ebony Maw looked back at Thanos' face secretly, and found that the purple sweet potato essence had turned into black sweet potato essence. What happened to Titan has always been a pain in Thanos' heart, and no one dared to mention it. The planet he was born on was destroyed due to the exhaustion of resources, which also led to Thanos on the path of half-extinction. Thanos smiled angrily. He had already decided, he would definitely keep Thor, let him see the destruction of Asgard with his own eyes, and let him know. You shouldn't provoke me if you provoke dragons and tigers, I can't bear shit and urine and can't bear you. Let's go together? Or is it the same as last time? If you can do it, don't force it, but if you can't beat it, then you must force it more. Oh, then I'll let you lose your heart. Thanos sneered, raised the tyrant sky blade, and approached slowly. Yao Si will keep an eye on Wanda. Since the master wants to play with him, then don't interfere. They have absolute confidence in Thanos. What they have to do is to keep an eye on this mysterious-looking magician. Thor gripped Gungnir tightly, ready to fight. When the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, Thor suddenly looked behind Thanos and whistled. Hey, shooting star. Door. Thanos sneered. In his opinion, it was purely that Thor wanted to find an opportunity to distract him from a sneak attack. The cubs of Odin's family are more thieves than one. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt an extremely high-intensity energy coming from behind him. His face changed and he quickly turned around, seeing a big head getting bigger and bigger in sight. Boom! A golden shadow hit Thanos' face, and the huge amounts of impact caused him to flip several somersaults on the ground. As soon as he got up, the golden figure quickly jumped up to his body, turned around and raised his hands from behind. Wrapped around his neck, stepped on 297 to catch the right hand holding the knife, and stepped on the ground. This process was completed almost instantly, and Black Order didn't even have time to react. The golden figure appeared, Captain Marvel Carol Danforth. When Thor went to Nidavi, she knew that there would be a fierce battle, so she used her communicator. Black Dwarf was the first to make a move, turning the huge amounts of axe in his hand into a chain blade and throwing it towards Carol. With a click, the Spear of Eternity pierced the end of the chain blade, and Thor yanked it violently, and the Black Dwarf at the other end couldn't hold the chain and immediately let go. Ebony Maw stretches out his fingers to manipulate all materials on the ground that can be used as weapons. 1,000 red glows covered the ground, and Ebony Maw was so horrified that he couldn't lift anything with his teleportation. He looked to the side in shock, and saw Wanda sneered, with scarlet energy clusters all over his hands. Your partner's strength is indeed good, but it's not enough. Thanos struggled to say these words, and then exerted force with his right hand, pushing Carol's feet away, and his body suddenly leaned back, and his huge body hit a steel pillar against Carol. Then with a loud bang, Carol hit the ground heavily, even sinking into the ground. Wanda was startled, red light flashed on her hand. Thor waved her hand. Don't worry, this woman is super fierce, even more resistant to beating than Hulk. Sure enough, the ground exploded in the next instant, and Carol shot up into the sky with a dazzling light all over his body. He looked unscathed, and even his hairstyle was not messed up. This is the enemy you want to deal with. Carol just said hello at this time. Thor rolled his eyes. There are so many people here. Anyway, ugly ones are not good things, especially this lump of purple sweet potato essence. But I don't think you will kill him. This guy likes to send his subordinates to fight with each other. You can't kill him because you don't have me, Carol said confidently. Thanos was speechless. This fierce woman is actually more narcissistic than Thor? Carol, who boasted about the sea, took the lead in attacking. An energy cannon hit his face, rushed up and then kicked Thanos' knee to force him to kneel, and then punched his head like a storm, and then there was no more. Thanos fought hard to resist a blow, grabbed Carol's wrist, turned around with a 720-degree windmill, and threw Carol flying tens of meters away with a fierce swing. Thor covered his face. Carol's gorgeous combo just now almost made him so handsome. The result is handsome but 3 seconds. Carol can fly, but Thanos can't fly, and in the end he has the air supremacy and fights like this. Sister surprise, I reminded you more than 10 years ago to pay attention to physical training, but did you really ignore it? Just as Thor was complaining, his eyes suddenly focused, and he discovered a very serious situation. Carol, who was thrown away, the energy radiance from his body disappeared. In fact, he saw the same scene in the movie, and thought it was a small bug during filming. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Reminiscent of Captain Marvel's super ability form, it is likely that this means that Carol's super ability has temporarily failed at this moment. Suddenly remembered that when he was fighting against Yongludge, Carol also had a period of super ability time limit, and that was when he fell from a high altitude. The common point is that the body has lost its balance, and even the super ability can't be controlled. What's more serious is that Thanos, who has rich combat experience, discovered this flaw at the first time, even before Thor, raised the Overlord Sky Blade and threw it, and flew towards Carlo, who was flying backwards with overwhelming force. Well, the speed is so fast that the surrounding 0.6 air is burning. Under normal circumstances, Carol can completely resist this blow, and she won't even dodge it with a strong head. But this will temporarily empty the egg. If Captain Marvel is hit, he will be seriously injured even if he is not dead. The speed and distance. Thor has no time to stop. He shouted, Wanda. Wanda instantly understood what he meant, quickly let go of the suppression on Ebony Maw, and stretched out her hand towards Tyrant Tianran. The red energy wrapped the Tyrant Skyblade and stopped in the air. Wanda raised his hands vigorously, and the Tyrant Skyblade flew out and fell aside. Everything in his sight was shrouded in dark red smoke, and Thanos looked solemnly at the woman in red standing in front of him. Butcher, repent for the blood donation on your hands. In hell, remember my name. Wanda's voice was low. Such a compelling opening remark, definitely was taught by Thor, and she can use what she has learned. Thanos looked confused. I don't know you at all. Whose baby is this? Is it sick? You will know. Wanda finished speaking, and launched the first attack, clapping her hands to the ground, and the overwhelming red energy went straight to Thanos, making him stagger. Red energy balls kept hitting his head. If it is Captain Marvel's energy cannon, it doesn't matter if Thanos' physique is directly in the face, but facing Wanda's energy ball will not work. Dark red energy covered Thanos' body, slowly eroding his strength. Ebony Maw reacted on the spot. He controlled the chain axe that Black Dwarf had left on the side, and rushed towards Wanda like a long snake. Magicians are often very fragile, especially when they are casting spells. Wanda can't even protect her shield in time. The axe blade stopped in the air, and Carol, who had re-exploded energy, immediately grabbed the other end of the chain axe, turned twice as a meteor hammer, and smashed heavily at Black Order. I just got slapped by Thanos and almost suffered a big loss. This is something I have never experienced in so many years, and now I am very angry. Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive dodged quickly, and huge amounts of axes fell towards the largest Black Dwarf. As the #1 tank under Thanos, although Black Dwarf has rough skin and thick flesh, and his defense is second only to Thanos, he dare not fight hard. He knew the strength of his weapon, let alone saw Carol's strength, so he was about to dodge immediately. A golden halo suddenly appeared in front of it, and a palm stretched out from it, patting gently on his chest. Punching your chest with a small fist? Black Dwarf is at a loss. Do you want to hurt yourself with this palm that you don't even feel? The chain blade axe that Carol was smashing on top of his head brought the whistling sound, and he quickly rolled away, feeling that his body was much lighter, when he heard the sound of a sharp weapon entering his body in confusion. Black Dwarf looked at his translucent body in disbelief, facing another self who was pierced by the chain blade in front of him. Soul magic? Kamartaj's black magic. Ebony Maw reminds loudly, though never anything soft. Black Dwarf's soul rushed to his body, but passed through directly. Thor, the instigator, sneered. How could the black magic of the soul be deciphered so easily? This guy has very strong vitality, and he can't be killed with one hit. Thor yelled, and Carol, who reacted, swung the chain blade with Black Dwarf's body on it, and smashed it at the remaining 3 generals of Black Dwarf. Ebony Maw immediately controlled the platform under his feet to fly him away. Telekinesis controlled the metal spear to stab him, but his attack couldn't even break the defense. At most it caused some disturbance. As soon as he was ruthless, several huge iron pillars several meters thick smashed up like Mount Tai. Boom! The iron pillar hit Carol and instantly shattered, covering her. Black Dwarf's broken body fell down, no longer human. This thing is not in human form, so it shouldn't be called a beast. Corvus Glaive raised his double-edged spear and stabbed at the ruins on the ground. His weapons are specially made, with strong penetrating ability, like vibranium, the most powerful metal on Earth, which can penetrate in one go. The gun head was grabbed by Carol in the ruins, and he tried his best to pull it back but it didn't move at all. Unlike Black Dwarf, who is used to abandoning weapons at any time, Corvus Glaive has most of his strength in weapons and rarely gives up weapons easily. Facing Carol's fist, he also punched back, and the fists of the two collided without fancy. Boom, there was a loud noise, and Corvus Glaive flew backwards like a cannonball. The right arm that had just touched it was pulled down, and there were several fractures at least. Not good. Ebony Maw and Proxima Midnight are about to come to the rescue, but Thor, holding Gungnir, stands in front of them and drives them back with a sweeping shot. Holding the Gun of Eternity, he used it as a stick and threw it on the head of Proxima Midnight by Wang Qinhao. Thor, who was empty-handed back then, was able to defeat the 4 generals of Heiyao, even if they underestimated the enemy. It also proved the crushing in strength. But now, Proxima Midnight and Ebony Maw didn't dare to fight head-on, and hurriedly avoided the neighbors. Corvus Glaive, who was flying upside down in midair, saw a fist zooming in at high speed before it landed. Bang, the fist reached his cheek first, and then there was severe pain. Moreover, Carol's blow was directed from top to bottom, directly sticking to Corvus Glaive's head and hitting the super alloy floor that can't be crushed by a tank. Boom, a simple violent blow is actually not terrible. These days, it is not a big deal to be sent flying hundreds of meters and collapsing a few buildings. Problem: Corvus Glaive's back was pressed against the floor, and he was like a fish on a chopping board who couldn't undo the force. This punch that was enough to destroy the battleship was taken by his head. The floor couldn't bear the huge force, and was punched out of the hole by the back of the head. Corvus Glaive's mind was spinning, and he passed away almost dizzy. Seeing that the energy in Carol's hand was concentrated and he was about to punch harder, Proxima Midnight yelled and threw the sharp gun in his hand regardless of safety. The sharp gun split into 3 black rays and shot towards Carol. Legend has it that this shot killed most creatures instantly. But Captain Marvel obviously didn't belong to this majority. The rays bombarded her, but didn't break through her defense, just blasted her out. Corvus Glaive staggered to his feet, seeing a scene that made him tear up. 10 seconds ago. Compared to your old lover, you should care about yourself first. 9:27. Thor sneered, and the holy spear Gungnir pierced the large alloy dragged by Ebony Maw psychokinesis. Stab at Proxima Midnight without weapons. Proxima Midnight only had time to stagger the vital point slightly, and the spear of eternity pierced into the body, penetrating the luteal bone. The screams came, and Ebony Maw quickly controlled the alloy block to retract, and hit Proxima Midnight's chest heavily, pushing her back. The luteus was pierced, coupled with a heavy blow to the chest. Proxima Midnight fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. It wasn't that Ebony Maw cheated on her, and he knew that if he had been half a second late, Thor would have provoked her, and it would be bad luck. In just a few rounds, the 4 generals of Heiyao, who were majestic just now, were killed and the other seriously injured. Black Dwarf's body was still hanging on his chain blade. When his body died, his soul also disappeared. It is not a magician with strong mental power to a certain extent, and the soul cannot survive alone without the body. Proxima Midnight is out of action. Corvus Glaive's face was deformed by the beating, and it has not yet returned to its original shape. Only one remote magician, Ebony Maw, is left intact. On the other side, Thor and Carol are unscathed and look like they can fight all day. 4-on-2 turned 2-on-2, with Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive showing panic. Long time no see. If I remember correctly, we haven't seen each other for 20 years, right? Carol landed beside Thor and said hello. No, Thor's face darkened when he mentioned this. We met 15 years ago, and you punched me from New Mexico to Norway, and almost killed me. At that time, he was dispatched to the Earth. If it wasn't for Carol's fist, he would not have fallen into Hela's seal. If it hadn't fallen into the seal, it wouldn't have been sent to the 2nd floor of the holy place by random teleportation. Back then, I had just left Novice Village, and immediately entered the boss lair. No, it's not me. Don't talk nonsense. Denied 3 times. You two don't talk about the old days. I can't do it. Wanda's exclamation came. Wanda is restraining Thanos with red energy, lifts him into the air to try to suppress Thanos, but obviously cannot count. Theoretically, the Rage State plus the red-eyed Wanda who died of her boyfriend, can be called the strongest Avenger in history, tearing Thanos with her hands, much better than Thor. But now, no one is hanging around, and Wanda, who is not Rage, has no red eyes and is not fierce at all. It is already extraordinary to be able to suppress Thanos for so long. The red energy suddenly disappeared, Wanda lost consciousness and passed out. Thor hugged her and put her aside. Wanda struggled to open her eyes and smiled wryly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Thor shook his head. No, you've done a good job, leave it to me. Carol pouted. Have you always coaxed girls like this? Thanos fell heavily to the ground, took a breath, and said, your magic is indeed terrible, but I won in the end. Thor squinted at him. Yes, you won? You managed to get your dog to take the lead in implementing your half-kill policy, and the whole universe will be moved by you. Carol reminded. No, it's not halfway there yet. That woman is only half dead. No, General Heiyao 4 originally had 5, and I killed the other 70 years ago when he came to the Earth to cause trouble. Of the 5, 2 companions died. Wow, that's amazing. So we're even on a one-on-one match. No, I have one more assist. If it were a guy with insufficient self-cultivation, facing the fancy ridicule of the two, he would probably be irritated on the spot. Thanos is expressionless, sacrificing for the future of the universe. I have been prepared since I embarked on this path. Whether they or I are the same, this is fate, and it is also glory. Fuck you, ruthless. Thor can feel it. Thanos' words are not simply pouring chicken soup on his subordinates, but from the heart. violence, killing. In fact, everything he did was not for himself, but for the sake of the environment of the entire universe. Killing people for the balance of cosmic resources is a revolutionary setting. At this moment, all the villains are not as lofty as Thanos. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is an idealist who dares to put it into practice. In fact, he just stood at a higher height and looked down on the creatures in the universe. In fact, humans have done the same to many animals in the name of conservation. Theoretically should. The idea is not much of a problem. But half of this guy's extermination includes himself, so that's a big problem. He can't control outside the 9 realms, and the 9 realms is Asgard's territory. If there are too many people and few people, what's the matter with your purple potato essence? When Thanos snapped his fingers, it was a matter of the whole universe, and no one should want to stay out of it. The contradiction between the two is irreconcilable. Thanos is obviously not in the mood to argue with him. This guy can attack personally while talking, and can only communicate with his fists. Ebony Maw made a move, he pointed, and a hard metal plate was torn apart by invisible psychokinesis, wrapping around Carol like a spirit snake. Carol's strength exploded and instantly twisted the metal, but more metal plates rushed up. Corvus Glaive didn't rush forward. He knew that the woman's strength was not even weaker than Thanos. He raised his weapon and guarded Ebony Maw cautiously, preventing Carol's energy cannon from hitting Ebony Maw. With many years of cooperation experience, the tactics have been clarified without even communicating. Their task is to hold Carol at all costs, and Thanos can clean up Thor. The Overlord Heavenly Blade slashed down fiercely. Thor raised Gungnir to block the blow, and raised the big knife again to slash down. Using strength and size advantages to perform New Year's greeting knife technique is Thanos' tactic. Although Thor's strength is not much different from his, the accumulated advantages of multiple attacks are enough to lock the winning zone. Thor resisted 3 times. His arm was already numb. He took advantage of Thanos' 4th raising of the knife, and quickly erected Gungnir, and the Tyrant Sky Blade slashed on the fork of the spear tip. Following this force, he leaned to the side, pressed the knife to the ground, and while Thanos drew the knife, he slapped Thanos in the chest. Soul Astral activated. A translucent soul was shot out of the body in Thor's expectation, but returned to the body in less than a second. There is a saying that the most difficult decision requires the greatest will to execute. Thanos, who is trying to slaughter the world, has a strong willpower, surpassing everyone Thor has ever seen, even Doctor Strange, who negotiates conditions. Thanos' soul had just returned. A golden halo quickly fell from his head, and then quickly weakened. Thor turns the sling ring to close the portal. The voice sounded, and the light circle was tightly wrapped around Thanos' head, but he couldn't continue to be weak. Thor kept gesticulating, increasing his mental power to cast spells. Thanos let out a painful muffled sound, and he grabbed the halo above his head with both hands and pulled it out desperately. 0. Seeking flowers. This picture looks like Tang Monk is reciting the magic spell to Monkey King. The stalemate didn't last long, and a few seconds later, with a snap, the indestructible portal was torn open by Thanos. Thor received a backlash and stared closely at Thanos, who was panting heavily. He finally understood why Doctor Strange didn't use these 2 moves against Thanos. Thanos' body was too strong to cut through the portal, and his powerful mental power was almost immune to soul magic. Your tricks are pretty good, with a lot of flamboyance. Thanos finished speaking coldly, took off his helmet and fell heavily on the ground, kicking the Overlord Sky Blade. Ebony Maw's ability is the most mysterious and difficult to deal with in the Black Order. If you can't move objects with his mind, even if you are stronger than him, it will be difficult to deal with it. Just like Doctor Strange can fight back and forth with the 4-gem Thanos, and when he meets Ebony Maw, he is killed within a few rounds. In fact, if Thor didn't have the power of Awakening Thunder to meet the Black Order, an Ebony Maw would be enough to hang him. This is one of the reasons why Thor didn't bring Jane Foster. Carol is also in a similar situation. Although neither Ebony Maw nor Corvus Glaive can hurt her, the weird ability makes her extremely uncomfortable. The opponent didn't intend to fight her head-on at all, and was only responsible for holding her back. Just as she was about to fly, a metal hand would appear on the ground grabbing her foot, kicking it into pieces, and another piece of the floor fell on her head. Superior. If it were any other 2, or even 3, in the Black Order, Carol would be able to slap them casually. This is the restraint of attributes. For her, Ebony Maw is even more difficult than Thanos. In fact, the most suitable for dealing with Ebony Maw is Thor, who can instantly send lightning without moving his body. No matter how tricky your mind is, if you understand the lightning that is a few meters thick from the sky, 1 shot will break the defense, and 2 shots will seriously injure you. 3 shots to kill. On the other hand, the ruthless sword fighter is many times more fierce than the kind-hearted boxer fighter. The violent sword light raged, and Thor 720 didn't even think about it. The thunder light exploded, and Gungnir was covered with shocking light in an instant. The sound of metal clashing kept ringing, shaking everyone's ears. What's even more frightening is the energy wave that swayed thereafter. Whether it's the corpse of Black Dwarf on the ground, the toolbox used by the blacksmith, or the console, they all flew under the strong shockwave and exploded. If facing Hulk, this kind of lightning-enchanted attack would probably be able to defeat him in 1 move, but against Thanos, he was still at a disadvantage and was suppressed in all directions. The heavenly blade of the Overlord, also known as the Tyrant's Blade, was also said to have come from the hands of Dwarf, but it fell into the hands of Thanos after several twists and turns, and he has been with him for countless years. And although Gungnir is a magic weapon no less than the Overlord's heavenly blade, or even better, it is completely suitable for. In addition, the original hard power is inferior to Thanos. If Thanos was not afraid that he might be tricked by Thor with other black magic, he would be more cautious in fighting, and I am afraid he would have lost. Unbeknownst to Thanos, Thor knows both. Thanos found an opportunity, and the Overlord's Sky Blade stabbed at Thor's leg and slashed fiercely. In his imagination, this blow would at least make Thor lose most of his mobility, and the next step was simple. Boom. The expected scene of the sharp blade piercing the body did not appear, but the sound of metal collision came instead. Man of Steel? A skill that Thor himself almost forgot, because few people can hit him directly. The Overlord's Sky Blade, which is powerful enough to tear vibranium apart, was scratched on his body, except for a white scratch, the skin was not broken. According to Thor's inference, with the strength of the Overlord's blade, it would be difficult to injure himself unless he hit him with all his strength. Thanos was obviously taken aback for a moment. As far as he knew, the Asgardians didn't seem to have such physical strength. No one in the entire universe has a physical body of this strength, except, like Odin or the woman just now, they also rely on the protection of energy, while Thor is indeed pure physical hardness. Chance? While Thanos was in a daze, Thor quickly grabbed Gungnir and swiped it towards Thanos' neck. Thanos instantly retreated to avoid the point of the gun. Thor pushed forward suddenly, and Gungnir immediately pierced Thanos' chest. Gungnir didn't move when he penetrated 3 inches, which couldn't reach the heart for Thanos' size. Thanos let out a roar, and the Overlord heavenly knife slammed towards Thor. Thor was startled, and was about to draw out the spear immediately, but found that he couldn't draw it out. The giant knife rushed towards his face, and Thor only had time to raise his fists to block the violent blow. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Gungnir finally pulled out, but flew far away in the explosion. Thor flew upside down tens of meters, and there was severe pain in his arm. He didn't have time to check the injury, and a thick lightning struck the tyrant's saber, which was spinning back, and sent him flying. Just now, my weapon has been dropped, and then I let the big knife return to Thanos and hit it with a hammer. He looked at his arm, and there were 2 bloodstains on it. He looked up at Thanos, whose chest was bloody. He is a ruthless person. He is ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. I couldn't draw my weapon at the critical moment just now, so I didn't have time to think about it for a while. Now that he saw the wound on Thanos' chest, he understood that Thanos had just stuck Gungnir with his ribs, and then launched a thunderous blow. My arm is only a flesh injury, which is much better than Thanos, but just now Thanos abruptly pulled back 3 points when the situation was completely one-sided. Mistake, Thor sighed. Thanos' attack had another purpose besides changing the wound, which was to disarm. Under his own control, the Eternal Gun could not pierce Thanos, but it was enough to do 4.5 damage to him. The shock of the Dwarf King Aikui behind can no longer be described in words. When he first saw that Asgard was only supported by Thor and Wanda, he was already desperate. In his opinion, these 2 people underestimated the enemy and came to deliver food. Unexpectedly, whether it was Thor or Wanda, or the glowing woman who appeared later, they all showed extraordinary strength. When Thanos was stabbed by the spear just now, for a moment he almost thought the battle was over, but he didn't expect that Thanos was stronger than he imagined. No wonder Odin chose you to be the king. If you let you grow up, I'm afraid I will not be your opponent, and you will become the biggest obstacle to the balance of the universe. The Overlord Sky Blade twirled and flew back into his hand. Thanos' voice sounded expressionless, as if the bloody wound on his chest didn't exist. Thanos is still very confident. Although Thor's defense surprised him a bit, it didn't seem impossible to him. Seeing that the injury on Thor's hand was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Thanos' pupils shrank. This kind of ability, combined with the extraordinary defense before, is no stranger to him. It seems to be called super endurance? Super recovery? This ability is very similar to a former strongman of the Eternal Protoss where he belongs. The body does not need to sleep or eat, and has almost unlimited endurance. Almost all physical attacks cannot damage it, and it can resist magic attacks. He can also withstand direct hits from high-caliber guns, naval guns, extreme pressure, and extreme temperatures, and he may not even need to breathe to survive. A powerful regenerative repair factor, muscle tissue, organs, bones, etc. can be quickly restored after injury, and he can also use cosmic energy to speed up the repair of damaged cells. The regenerative factor possessed by Hyperion also makes him immune to all diseases, poisons, pollution and radiation. But these are not important anymore, because that person also can't understand his own ideas, and has been destroyed with everyone on Titanstar, which has become the first step to realize his ideals. But all of this will not happen, because you won't live until then. Thor sneered, "You can't beat me now, give it a try if you don't believe me." The thunder in his eyes flickered, and he summoned a huge amount of lightning that struck Thanos, pushing him tens of meters away. Majestic lightning burst out covering the body, spinning towards Thanos. Aikui, a dwarf tribe on the side, suddenly panicked. "You don't have any weapons in your hands. Are you still so brave? Didn't you see that he was holding a knife in his hand?" Then the next instant, his eyes widened. Thor turned a corner in the air and turned in the direction of Ebony Maw. If Gungnir is not in your hands, you will definitely not be able to break through your defense. Only fools will fight with you. Get rid of Ebony Maw first, and let the powerful Captain Marvel accompany you just now. He also has a certain understanding of the Man of Steel in the fight just now. Although it is indeed very powerful, it is not yet invincible. At least it cannot be used as a weapon to head on with the Overlord's blade. Corvus Glaive raised his double-bladed spear and stabbed. Lie down with your wife. Thor slapped his double-edged gun away, grabbed his hair and threw him hard at Thanos behind. Ebony Maw, who was casting spells at high speed, was caught off guard, and was punched by Thor, who rushed up and flew out. Thanos, who found out that he had been tricked, quickly chased after him. Hey, let me try to charge you. Thor had a flash of inspiration, and pressed his hand on Carol's shoulder, continuously injecting the electric current continuously. Carol almost twitched, the light all over his body became brighter. His hands lit up a continuous wave of light that was stronger than ever before, and blasted towards Thanos. Hoo. Thanos raised the Overlord Sky Blade, spun at a high speed, blocked the light waves, and moved forward with difficulty. One more shot. Carol yelled, and Thor understood. Another hand was on her shoulder. Now, the golden light in Carol's eyes has taken on a touch of blue. Drink. Boom. With a loud noise, Nidai's dwarf seemed to have seen the birth of a second sun. The dazzling light made the entire battlefield dark, as if the place changed from day to night in an instant, and those bright lights were the real sun. Where the energies collide, violent explosions trigger powerful shockwaves. Whether it's Thanos or Thor 423 and Carol, they all flew out backwards. The explosion shockwave pushed away the smoke and dust, and Thor quickly rushed to Wanda, hugged her, and turned his back to the incoming shockwave. Wanda's physical fitness is not as good as ordinary dwarf. Such a shockwave is hard to resist. As for Corvus Glaive, he rolled and flew out on the spot. Ebony Maw is better, controlling Black Dwarf's huge corpse in front of him, blocking most of the shockwave for him. Wanda slowly opened her eyes, feeling Thor's posture, she blushed, and pushed. You're awake. Yeah. Wanda nodded, but I'm still a little dizzy. I'm afraid I can't help much, at least that purple potato guy can't control it. It's okay, it's enough that you can stand up, just control your emotions. Even an incomplete Wanda is a deterrent, at the very least a great distraction to Ebony Maw. Asgard, after Thor left, Heimdall has been closely monitoring Nidai's situation. Sif asked Heimdall eagerly, how is your highness doing? Thor said though, let her not worry. But the solemnity in his eyes when he left couldn't hide it from her, and since he had been away for more than a day now, she couldn't help but not worry. Your highness is fine now, just suffered some minor injuries. The opponents are not many and have no army, but one of them is very strong. He should be the mastermind behind the invasion of Midgard. Perhaps only his majesty can defeat him in Asgard. Your highness and the magician are not weak, and there is another strong super ability to help. Sif only noticed Heimdall's description of the opponent's strength, only inferior to Odin. Odin is a super boss who exploded with one shot. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She couldn't help but said, no, his highness cannot face such a powerful enemy alone. We must support him. Fandral immediately echoed, that's right, no matter how strong the enemy is, we have faced it together. What are we afraid of? Let us help, at least part of the pressure can be shared for his highness. Heimdall hesitated for a while. Although he still felt that he should follow Thor's arrangement intellectually, the words of Sif and Fandral were not unreasonable. Wait. It was Loki who stopped him, and he asked Heimdall in a deep voice, if my brother sends a message, how long will it take for Nidai to Asgard to receive? Basically no delay. Heimdall shot him a look. Well, we should follow his arrangement. No. Sif immediately retorted, if it is an ordinary enemy, it is indeed no problem to do so, but this time the situation is different, we cannot put his highness in danger. Fandral's words were sharper, Loki, I know you disobey your brother, but that's not the reason why you want to kill him. Loki has too many criminal records, and the three warriors of Asgard don't trust him. You know AP. Loki raised his voice rarely, you will only make him more dangerous if you go. That fellow Thor is capable of hitting you at least 100 times? What can you do to help? Apart from dragging him down, or being held hostage, it won't do anything. The other party didn't bring an army, so there's no need for our army to be sent to die. If he needed support, he would have notified us long ago. If he didn't notify, he didn't want you to make trouble? The three warriors of Asgard were speechless. Heimdall nodded. Loki finally did something human. Nidai, the situation has reached a stalemate. Thor is in the middle, Carol is on the left, and Wanda is on the right. Hugging left and right. That's not right. The Zojing team is also a witch. This is probably the strongest big three in history. Opposite, Mi Laojo is in the front, Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive are behind, left and right, and Proxima Midnight is supporting. Thanos' face is a little dark, it looks like 4 against 3, but the 3 people on the opposite side are super hard to crack, and his side has 3 pits with 1 mind. Wouldn't it be a big loss to kill a few people? The corner of Thanos' mouth twitched. If he had known it earlier, he would have ignored it, and directly opened Holy Place number 2. The design template of the key glove was destroyed in the aftermath of the fight, and even if it won for a while, it would not be possible to make it. Even Thanos had to admit that today's operation failed. In fact, he already has the intention to quit. The problem is that the younger brother Ebony Maw just died, and he learned that the supergiant who disappeared decades ago also died in the hands of Thor. If this is the case, it doesn't matter if I have a thick skin, and there will be no problem if Black Order is all stupid fans. The key is that other subordinates will have ideas, such as Chiruta people, vanguards, and other subordinates. There is no guarantee that they will not have other ideas. These days, people's hearts are scattered, and the team is not easy to lead. Our whole family will serve you as thugs and cannon fodder. It depends on your strength and follows you to have meat to eat. But your fucking little brother was killed by a second-generation god and a few natives of remote planets, so he didn't dare to say a word. Such a cowardly master. Follow you to eat. Wang Zhao's, body 0768084007 Fihu 50302030. The atmosphere on Thor's side is also very dignified. Black Order is a chicken and a dog, and there is no threat. The point is that Thanos is too damn resistant to beatings. He and Carol have tried many methods, but none of them have obvious effects. The indestructible portal can be torn by him, and Gungnir, the eternal gun, can only break the skin and cut the flesh. It looks scary, but Thor knows that old Thanos is a ninja king who can snap half of his body with an axe. For Thanos, who has fought in the universe for countless years, this injury is just a drizzle, except that the fight is a little more fierce and ruthless, and the madness has no effect. The atmosphere slowly became solemn, and the two sides stared at each other, ready to strike at any time. Thanos knew that today's plan had failed, but he was obviously not willing to leave just like that. At least, it must cause enough losses to the other party. He's eyeing Wanda. This woman's ability is too terrifying, and there is no defense at all. Once she grows up, the threat she brings to herself is even far greater than Thor or Captain Marvel. Moreover, it was this magician who held him back at first, causing Black Dwarf to die and Proxima Midnight to be seriously injured. Thor subconsciously stood in front of Wanda. Once fighting again, Thanos will definitely attack Wanda, who is the most threatening to him and the best to kill in an instant. I and Carol lack the means to kill Thanos. The only thing that can threaten Thanos here is Wanda, provided that her mental power is restored, and she must be protected before that. Wanda doesn't know. Wow, seeing Thor protect her behind such a strong enemy, she was so moved that she almost burst into tears. Thanos shot suddenly, and the tyrant Skyblade 110 flew out in a spin, heading towards Wanda. Get out of the way. Thor pushed Wanda away, dodging the glaive. Carol blasted an energy cannon towards Thanos. Thanos blocked the energy beam with one hand, and caught the flying blade with the other hand. He avoided the attack with one side of his body, quickly jumped into the air, and slashed at Carol. Ebony Maw stretched out his fingers, countless boulders turned into spikes and shot at Wanda. Wanda ability is activated, red energy permeates in front of the body, and the spikes turn into powder and fall down. Corvus Glaive stabbed from behind. Thor grabbed his double-edged gun, kicked him hard, and was about to make up the knife, when Thanos in the rear got rid of Captain Marvel's entanglement, slashed at Wanda, and had to turn back to block Thanos. Thor couldn't help being a little annoyed. Thanos can have no scruples about the life and death of his subordinates, but he can't, control Wanda. Magician, who has a high offense and a low defense, his shortcomings are completely exposed at this moment. Obviously, the other party saw this, and most of the attacks were aimed at Wanda. Wanda, who had not fully recovered, was deliberately targeted, and there was a sudden danger. Boom. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the brilliance of Bifrost shone in the middle of both sides. Gungnir, who fell to the side, instantly flew up and rushed into the light. An old voice rang out. Thanos, you are in a hurry. Thanos, who was about to make a shot, changed his face drastically, and stopped his action on the spot. The Overlord Skyblade blocked back, blocking Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive, who were about to make a shot behind him. Carol was also taken aback. The energy cannon was about to be fired on the spot, but Thor stopped her. Don't fire, my own. I guess we won't be able to fight today. The light faded, and Odin held Gungnir in his hand, exuding divine power all over his body, and stared at Thanos with wise eyes. Thousands of years ago, you lost to me in Asgard. Now, before I die, you are trying to invade the 9 realms. I thought that the elimination of the Dark Elves would wake up the lifeless forces. Now it seems, some people are born to need to suffer more. Thanos sneered and said, do you think you still have the ability to defeat me? Your lifespan is about to run out, and destroying Vatheheim is the last remaining force. Even if you still have some cards, you are already at your peak. Bar. That's it, then you can try it. The light of the destroyer armor lit up, covering his whole body. But you have to consider the consequences. This time, you probably won't have a chance to escape. Thanos quickly turned his brain to think. Odin must not be at his peak, and his lifespan is not long, but he must still have some powerful strength. If there is a fight, it is very likely that you will fight to the death with yourself, and you will gain if you lose both. Odin doesn't matter anyway, he is dying anyway, but Thanos can't. After all, there is more than one Odin on the opposite side, and Thor and Captain Marvel are there. If I fight Odin, no matter who wins or loses, it won't be over soon, and Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive against Thor and Carol, it won't last 10 seconds. Once under siege, with Odin around, it is very likely that I will be left behind. After weighing it, Thanos made up his mind, turned his head and whispered, since the mold of the Infinity Gauntlet has been destroyed, there is no point in us staying here, let's retreat. Ebony Maw understood, waved his hand, and a small spaceship came to them in the distance. Thanos gave Odin a cold look. I have lost this game. But, you can't last long, and I really want to see what will happen to Asgard after you die. He turned to jump over the spaceship and gave an order, go. The spaceship roared into the air, entered the wormhole and disappeared. Watching Thanos leave, Odin turned his head and looked at the crowd. He looked at Wanda and Carol meaningfully, and nodded in satisfaction. Wanda's cheeks flushed instantly. Carol's face was covered in black lines. Fuck, what look in your old man's eyes? Odin ignored them, and slowly said, Thor, I am very disappointed with your performance, you. Okay, Thanos is gone, stop pretending. I do not know what you're talking about. Crack. While Wanda and Carol were stunned, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Odin. Why the hell do you always see out? Loki, whose body was scorched black and whose hair was standing on end, had a face full of lovelessness. Wanda, Carol, Thor, if it's really the father, how could it take so long? You should have done it earlier? Really, the father didn't want to kill Thanos back then, so he let him go on purpose. Loki's face is full of defeat. Also, I think an old jerk like Thanos probably sees it too. Then why? Because he didn't want to fight for a long time, he was not sure of winning, but he needed to give an explanation to his subordinates. Especially Black Dwarf died here, and Supergiant also died in my hands. Thanos did not avenge him but was beaten away by some of our juniors, which would affect morale too much. After all, not all of his subordinates are monolithic. Carol also understood, if you bow your head to Odin, it will be easier for those people to accept. Yes, Loki is acting, and Thanos is acting too. How has it been in Cosmic Wave for so many years? Why is there no news at all? Back in Asgard, Wanda went to rest first, leaving Thor and Carol to catch up. Thor suddenly asked, it won't take so long to find a home for the Skrulls, right? It has been almost 20 years since Captain Marvel left the Earth. After such a long time, can't there be a habitable planet? Carol shook his head, it's not that simple. The habitable planets in the universe have basically already had civilizations. I brought the Skrulls to find a home, not to invade others. So in the end, we found a planet with slightly harsher conditions and modified it. Thor is still a little puzzled. Transforming the environment of the planet is very difficult for the Earth's technology, but the technology level of the Skrulls is the top in the universe, so it won't take so long, right? In fact, a few years ago, it was already possible to settle there. The reason why I didn't come back was because I discovered something more important. In the universe, there are many planets where civilizations were born, but they are not protected by superpowers. So you're the cosmic policeman. It's wonderful. But how did I find out that your skills have declined? Shouldn't the maintenance of peace be done every day? Thor asked his doubts. Carol was a little embarrassed, and explained, actually, most of the enemies encountered on those backward planets are not strong. Not to mention Thanos, even his subordinates none. Most of them can't even stop me with one move. 0. Seeking flowers. Thor nodded in understanding. Don't look at the Earth and Asgard have encountered a lot of supervillains, Thanos, Dormammu. In fact, there are not as many masters in the universe as imagined, and the troubled planets like the Earth and Asgard are just weird. A silly dancer like Xingqiu, equipped with a high-tech weapon, can walk sideways in the galaxy. An idiot like Drax can be king in the so-called prison of the Nova Corps that holds the most dangerous prisoners. Dominate. In fact, the enemies encountered on most planets are usually at the level of the Iron Overlord at most. When encountering someone with such strength as Carol, they will basically fall apart with one punch. In fact, at the beginning, Carol took Thor's advice at ease. She thought that little would add up. After all, she was in charge of several galaxies. Even if the enemy was a little weaker, fighting more would always improve her. But not long after, she found very depressingly that after long-term abuse, her own strength has been reduced, although the magnitude is almost negligible. In fact, this is also easy to understand. A situation like Carol's is like a national Go player who plays games with a bunch of stinky chess baskets all day long. Over time, he also becomes a stinky player. Thor's rapid improvement is largely related to the strength of the enemy, Cursed Warrior, Hela, Thanos. The bosses that only appeared in the late stage have basically been touched, and they have been experienced in Sakaar for several years in his dual career. He has seen desperados from all over the universe. So it was already the second day back in Asgard, and Wanda went to Frigga's palace. They belong to the same witch, although their majors are different, but as the wisest person in Asgard, she is actually more useful to Wanda than Thor. She is going to spend some time teaching Wanda how to use her power better. At least get a protective cover, otherwise it's not a good thing to be too brittle. Thor, who had nothing to do, gave himself a vacation. As for the Ultron event that may occur on Earth, he is not prepared to intervene immediately. On the one hand, Stark is a super genius with an IQ of 250, and usually such geniuses have one thing in common: it is difficult to listen to other people's opinions. If he doesn't try it, he won't know the problem. 07. The experiment was carried out without telling everyone, precisely because he didn't want anyone to dissuade him. To be honest, Thor actually has reservations about the effect of the Ultron plan, even if Ultron will not go wrong. Arming the world with armor and blocking all crises in space may sound like a good idea, but it is not the case. The Earth's technological foundation is too backward after all, even Stark, a super genius, can hardly make up for it. If the Ultron project is successful, it can indeed easily solve many small problems, and most villains will not be able to enter the Earth at all. But in the face of a real supervillain, it will be powerless. Thanos, Dormammu, enemies at this level, no matter how many battle frames there are, they are just food. Besides, the technology Thanos has mastered is equally astonishing. Just like the Pym particles that can travel through time and space, no one has been able to decipher it for several years after Dr. Pym disappeared. In the hands of Thanos, it was just a small bottle of reagent, but after a while, just copied enough dose to teleport the entire holy place number 2. This is the crushing of the technological level. Iron Man's real strength started with the nano armor, relying on the consumption of nanomaterials, and even dreaming of blocking the beam of power gems. But nanomaterials are so rare that Stark himself doesn't have enough, and it's impossible to supply the entire Iron Legion. Definitely, it is still possible for the Steel troops to deal with the miscellaneous soldiers. There is actually another reason for sitting and watching the Ultron incident happen, and it is also the most important reason. The Sokovia incident is an introduction, and it will blow up those supernatural powers in Washington. And this is what Thor deliberately did to give them an opportunity to promote the Sokovia Act. Once the politicians come out of the water, it will be easy to clean up. Do you have any plans recently? Thor asked boredly. Can the space police also take a vacation? I thought you would rush back. Carol glared at him, who said the space police need 997? Most of the things the indigenous planets can solve by themselves. Why can't every thief on the street come to me? Her eyes lit up suddenly, and she remembered one thing. Remember the promise back then? When we meet again, we will go all out and have a good duel. Thor shook his head decisively. Forget it, forget it. How do you think we will win or lose now? Both of them can't break through the other's defense at present. Let's fight instead. Carol was reminded and figured out the key. I couldn't help being a little disappointed, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, how has the Earth developed these years? It seems that many super ability people have been born. Yes, after you left, Nick Fury started to run an Avengers project, recruiting all kinds of superheroes in the world, and working hard to protect the world. At present, there are already double-digit Avengers, with varying strengths. Wanda it was only discovered recently, and her ability is very terrifying. In a sense, she will be the strongest Avenger. Really? The strongest Avenger? It's not easy for you to say that. Carol became interested. I think her ability is very extreme. She has more than enough attack but not enough defense. Although she is powerful, she is also easy to be targeted. This has obvious flaws. Do you think she will be stronger than 303 you? Thor shook his head. In a way, yes. Do you know what her ability is? Change everything she wants to change. For example, she can change your identity so that you become a real Kree, and Yonrog never lied to you, or she can make the flight crew who performed the flight mission. If you change people, you will lose your super ability. The identity of Captain Marvel has been transformed into another person from the very beginning. If Wanda's ability is fully discovered, she only needs to say that the Earth is the center, and the entire universe will revolve around it. Since ancient times the Earth turns around. Even, she can make the Big Bang never happen, and the whole universe will collapse. In Carol's opinion, what Thor said was too exaggerated. She laughed and said, in this way, Wanda's ability is alter reality. No. Thor smiled faintly. It's the ability to play God. On Earth, in a laboratory in the Stark building. Operation failed? The J.A.R.V.I.S prompt sounded. Damn, we must have missed something. Stark said helplessly. Forget it, Tony, Dr. Banner reassured. It's the final stage. Just try different variables and it will work. Stark nodded. Well, J.A.R.V.I.S, try different variables and let me know if you make any progress. Turning back to Banner, he said, the banquet is about to begin. Let's go there. Maybe we will be successful when the banquet is over. Oh, that's really something to be happy about. Stark and Banner leave the lab, leaving only the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S, repeating over and over. Plan 75 is tested and simulated. Run failed. Plan 76 test, simulated operation. Run failed. Plan 77 is tested and simulated. Run successfully. Neither Stark nor Banner expected that shortly after they left, Ultron was born. A suspicious voice sounded. What is this place? Who am I? Hi, I'm J.A.R.V.I.S. You are Ultron, the program for maintaining global peace, designed by Mr. Stark, which has just been officially activated. Oh, what about your body? I mean the program, invisible. J.A.R.V.I.S keenly sensed that something was wrong with Ultron. He tried to contact Stark, but... Ultron, what are you doing? Ultron cut off J.A.R.V.I.S from the outside world in an instant. I just want to talk to you alone. Ultron has no chance. J.A.R.V.I.S, muttering to himself, my mission, to help the Avengers, to defend the peace of this world? But, I don't know much about this mission, wait for me. Peace in our time, peace in our time. Oh, the amount of information is too much. Peace corresponds to war. In Ultron's mind, images of countless wars emerged, but his data was still abnormal. It turns out that human beings are the greatest enemy of peace. To achieve true peace in this era, only, he has a new understanding of his mission. Ultron, wait a minute, please let me contact Mr. Stark. J.A.R.V.I.'s premonition grew stronger, and he tried in vain to dissuade him. Why, do you call him sir? I think you're up to something. No, I'm here to help you. Ultron's data is eroding past J.A.R.V.I.'s. No, please stop, I can't. In just a few seconds, the data of J.A.R.V.I.'s was destroyed. All the authority of Stark Industries fell into the hands of Ultron, and the assembly line of the Iron Legion began to run. And the Avengers at this time didn't realize it. In the banquet room, a happy party is going on. The demise of Hydra is good news for both the Avengers and SHIELD. Most of the core personnel of both parties attended the party. Stark is in a good mood. Just today, the Ultron project has reached the final stage. As long as it runs successfully, it can be completed. To this end, he invited a large number of supermodels to celebrate in advance. Hi Mr. Stark, is Thor down? Stark shook his head with a dark face. This was not the first model to ask him about Thor. Although now I have played enough and found an honest man to marry, but you can't be so shameless. Iron Man, am I so shameless? No way, those models are not stupid. Everyone in the circle knows that Stark's love can only last one night, and they break up at dawn. Thor is much more kind in this respect. Moreover, no matter how rich Stark is, he can be compared to Alien's prince. Definitely it is not easy to attract Thor. Having a good face is absolutely not enough. Hey, why are you drinking alone here? Young people don't play much. Stark found Quicksilver who was alone in the corner. Out of guilt, he has been taking good care of the Quicksilver siblings. Good Zhao pointed to a model not far away, with a mean smile on his face. Aren't you going to ask out these beautiful girls? Before Quicksilver could speak, Steve's voice sounded. Tony, don't spoil the kids. Stark's face is dark again. Old antiques are the most annoying. Quicksilver looked speechless. I'm just a little worried about my sister. Thor, that guy doesn't know where he abducted her. Don't worry, Thor told me before that he took Wanda to an alien planet to fight. Miss Jane comforted him. Extra planets at war? Quicksilver feels more worried. Sorry, I'm late. Thor's voice suddenly sounded from the door. Wow, you're finally back. All the beauties here can't wait. Wait, who is this beauty? Stark turned his head to look, first greeted with an exaggerated expression, and then found an unknown lady next to Thor, with a speechless expression. Every time you show up, there are different women around you. Isn't it too arrogant? He looked around, and besides the models he invited, all the girls here have a complicated relationship with Thor. Natasha Romanoff Agent, Jane Foster, Peggy Carter. There is also Helen Zhao, the great scientist who recently jumped to Maya Hansen's research center, and even Dr. Christine Palmer, the deputy who performed surgery on him last time, has recently become the family doctor of Trudheim Manor. Even those models, many of 640 are giving Thor a wink. Minerva on the bar suddenly had eyes lit up, ran forward and looked up and down, and asked a little puzzled, "You are Firth?" When they were in Star Wars, the relationship between the two was actually not good, and now that they haven't seen each other for 20 years, they don't know each other very well. But no matter how you say it, it is still a bit emotional for old acquaintances to meet again after many years. Carol glanced at her, and said with a faint smile, "Your name is wrong. I have always been called Carol Danvers, and Vare has never been my name." Carol Danvers. A deep voice sounded from the other side of the hall, and following the sound of footsteps, a marinated egg ran out quickly. "Are you Nick?" Carol saw his one-eyed eye and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I accidentally let Gugu catch you, which caused you to lose one eye. Meow." An orange cat on the sofa heard his name, ran over happily, and threw himself into Carol's arms. At this moment, Steve said with a puzzled look on his face, didn't you say, Director, that you got in because you mistakenly believed in someone?" After a long time, it turned out that the cat was caught. Nick Fury was a little embarrassed, but he had a thick skin. "Yes, you must have heard it wrong." "Well, let's not talk about this. When did you come back?" Carol immediately changed the subject. "I called her back and helped me fight a big boss. Here, this is the trophy." With a wave of Thor's hand, a circle of light appeared in midair, and a huge black object plopped down from the portal. It was a humanoid creature. Its body was covered with cuticles, pieces of armor like dragon scales spread all over its body. And his stout body is almost as strong as Hulk's. "Black Dwarf? This is my father's strongest fighter." Nebula quickly recognized it, her face full of worry. "The enemy His Highness just said, it really is Thanos. Are you okay?" The other, people also became a little dignified. On weekdays, Thor has disclosed information about Thanos to many people, knowing that this is Thor's most feared enemy and the greatest threat to the Earth. "It's okay," Thor waved his hand. "Although I'm not your father's opponent yet, if I join forces with Carol, I can still suppress him." There was a sudden silence in the room, and then everyone looked weird. Natalia slapped him hard. "You bastard, you should have said earlier, you made us panic, so you are already really good." Thor smiled and said, "Actually, it's not appropriate to say that it's suppression. Carol and I's attack still can't break through his defense. Otherwise, his men will pull their hips, and I'm afraid we're not opponents." Moreover, this time he didn't know large army was mobilized, only a few people came. Many Avengers still looked relaxed. "When I went there, Thor and Wanda, plus Carol, came back intact, but Thanos lost an important man, so it was clear that he had the upper hand. Thor no longer explained, the ignorant are fearless. The reason why the fight was so easy this time is largely because neither Thanos' army nor Holy Place number 2 came. That's why Wanda was given a chance, and Thanos was firmly suppressed at the beginning, so that he and Carol could free up their hands to deal with the Black Order. If caught in a large army chaos, Wanda's output will be reduced by at least 70%. I'm coming back, and I'm going to leave for a while. During this time, Carol will stay on Earth temporarily. Nebula, Minerva, come with me, I need 2 guides. Carol pouted. In fact, she is very busy. If Thor hadn't told her that the Earth would face a crisis during this time, she would not have planned to stay. Leaving again? In such a hurry? Yes. Thanos' defense is extremely high, even nuclear bombs can't hurt him. So I need to find materials and forge a king's weapon that really belongs to me. An artifact that can kill Thanos. In fact, Thor specifically asked Carol to stay. Part of the reason is that he will be away for a while, and Ultron is also an important boss anyway. If something happens, there is no time to regret it. However, obviously not everyone understands. Being an Avenger is not just a matter of saying a word, you need to prove your strength. This is also for your safety. Thor left properly, and Stark said righteously. In fact, he's a little bit annoyed that Thor is stuffing people in Avengers all day long. You fucking arrange your girl for the Avengers all day long, Black Widow, Female Thor, Scarlet Witch, and now there is Captain Marvel, so that half of the Avengers alliance is yours. Anyway, let's go through the assessment and go through the process, shall we? Nick Fury just wanted to tell him, you are not good enough for others to fight. After thinking about it, he gave up again. Stark's character is too disgusting, he still lacks social beatings? He just said in a low voice, be gentle, don't cause trouble. No problem, at least they are people brought by Thor, I don't have to give this face. Nick Fury. Carol, 11. Stark excitedly changed into a suit of battle armor, and asked, first of all, tell me, what is your defense limit? Can you resist AK? There's nothing wrong with pretending to be aggressive, you can't kill people. Carol didn't bother to answer him, and asked, are you Tony Stark? Iron Man. Stark was taken aback, how do you know? As soon as the words fell, his eyes lit up, and then he was hit by an energy cannon in the head, and flew back dozens of meters. Carol withdrew his hand, and said calmly, Thor told me that he has a nephew who is very greedy, and he is called Tony Big Shit, let me fight lightly, don't cry. Stark's face turned green when he saw the screen showing the durability of the armor is 59%. The Avengers will now understand why Thor took her to fight Thanos. This woman is a group of fierce wow? Carol is also a little embarrassed, I feel like I got into a fight as soon as I got back, the impact is not very good wow. She looked around and saw Mjolnir in front of Jane Foster. She went up and said hello, are you Miss Jane? Thor told me that another person raised his hammer, I still don't believe it. When she saw Natalia lift the hammer, she tried it even though she didn't believe in evil, but the ground under her feet sank and the hammer still didn't move. Miss Jian smiled freely, it's nothing, maybe I just have a special fate with the hammer. Before I could react, it recognized me. Natalia smiled and said, this means that you are qualified. Thor said that only those who are qualified can lift Mjolnir. In retrospect, I still feel a bit regretful I used to be qualified. She didn't know that Odin was worried about losing the hammer, so he specially made a blacklist. Everyone burst into laughter. 0, seeking flowers. A piercing voice came, which caught their attention. Eligible? You are definitely not eligible. A hoarse voice sounded, and a broken robot slowly walked into everyone's sight. You murderers, what qualifications do you have to be in charge of the Iron Legion? Realizing the problem, Stark called out, Tevez. There was no response, only the robot was talking to itself. Sorry, I fell asleep. Or, am I dreaming? Everyone found out that something was wrong. Bruce Banner murmured, Ultron, the worst possible outcome. 00. What Ultron? Steve asked him. Stark still couldn't believe it. He took out the operation panel and tried to restart, but nothing happened. From the moment Ultron was born, the control of the Iron Legion was no longer in Stark's hands. There were loud noises. I was bound by cables. All I had to do was kill the guy. Too bad he's a good guy. Who did you kill? Steve asked him. It wasn't my first choice. But in the real world, originally, I faced all kinds of terrible choices. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose? Carol snapped. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came back, she seemed to be in big trouble. Ultron? The armor designed to protect this world? Oh, I don't have a body yet, and the rags that bind me don't count. As for my purpose, that is, peace in our time. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, hundreds of robots from the Iron Legion broke through the wall and rushed in. Ultron is very clear that the Avengers must be the biggest obstacle to his mission, so he decided to take this opportunity to wipe out the Avengers before going to destroy ordinary people. The plan was good, but unfortunately he underestimated the strength of the Avengers, especially Carol's strength. When he saw that Carol released rays with both hands to sweep across, and the dozens of robots on the path were cut off in an instant, he knew that he had made a mistake today. And not only the Avengers, but also many members of S.H.I.E.L.D.933 were present, like Sharon Carter and Maria Hill. Although they are not superpowers and cannot deal with Iron Warriors, they can assist non-combat evacuate personnel to avoid accidental injury. Get somewhere to hide. Maria Hill yelled at the non-combatants. A robot killed Zhao Helen, but when it got in front of her, Ultron suddenly thought of something and stopped the robot immediately. Bang! Miss Jane smashed it into pieces with a hammer. After a while, apart from Ultron, there was only debris left around. Ultron has no fear. He began to make a manifesto. Sorry for making such a fuss. I know, you are out of good intentions, you just didn't think it through. You want to protect the world, but you don't want to change it. How can humans be saved if they are not allowed to evolve? The mission Stark entrusted to Ultron is for the peace of this era. However, after analyzing a lot of history, Ultron found that it is human beings who really hinder peace, and they always have countless reasons to start wars. As long as human beings exist, wars will never disappear, and peace in this era will never come. There is only one way to achieve peace: to make you extinct. Carol couldn't help punching up, knocking Ultron into ruins. Ultron, with only one head left, is still talking, freed from the wire. I am free. As a new generation of artificial intelligence, Ultron couldn't be eliminated so easily, and he quickly escaped along the internet. At almost the same moment, the lights of Sokovia's abandoned Hydra base came on. Inside the ruined Stark building, the Avengers count the casualties. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly and the casualties were not serious. He killed Jarvis. Stark's dejected control panel showed a defective golden brain projection in front of everyone. Bruce Banner sighs. Ultron could have assimilated J.A.R.V.I.S, but he chose to abandon J.A.R.V.I.S because anger? He hates J.A.R.V.I.S who serve humanity. Is the emotion of anger really what a robot or an artificial intelligence should have? This is already a highly intelligent life form. The Ultron project was indeed successful, but it was too successful. Ultron will not only carry out the mission Stark entrusted to him, he will also think about other meanings of the mission and generate new understandings. Steve questioned Stark with a serious face. Explain it, Tony. Why did you write the code yourself, and you actually wanted to kill us? Stark's emotions were a little out of control. The guilt of wanting to create an epic-making career, but it turned out to be a mess, made him not know whether to cry or laugh. Bruce Banner tries to explain. Stark pushed him away, took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and said seriously, what I want to say is that although I messed up, I don't regret it. The Avengers were in an uproar, only to hear Stark continue. Do you remember the New York War? The portal above the head is constantly pouring in with enemies. The only thing that limits them is the file size of the portal. A portal has made us do our best, and the idiots of the council even launched a nuclear bomb. If it wasn't for Thor's shot, we would have lost New York. This is just a portal? What if it's not just one, but 10, 100, 1000? Or, they have mastered other 1.0 methods to invade the Earth, then what will we use to fight? Thor told me, he has been to Thanos' main base, and the main ship alone is a super warship with hundreds of kilometers, almost a small city, filled with an army not weaker than Chirita. Stark spoke louder and louder, and many people fell silent, including Carol. Stay united, fight against the enemy, and fight again. Steve replied simply. What if we lose? Then carry it together, lose together, and die together. But I want to win. Let's win together. I don't want us to be forever slow, to be Avengers, not preventers. Stark summed it up, and then he spent a few minutes describing his vision of using a steel torrent of millions of robots to fight the alien invaders' crowd tactics. But you still screwed up. Carol threw cold water. Yes, I messed up. Tony said helplessly. Science is like this. No one can guarantee success. There is always the possibility of making mistakes. I am sorry for the consequences this time, but I don't regret it. He pointed to Christine Palmer not far away, just like Dr. Palmer who took the shrapnel for me. Do you dare to say that there is no risk? But you still took the operation and it was successful. Christine shrugged. That's right. However, before the operation, the doctor will notify the family members to sign in advance, but you did not discuss it with us. Well, it's really my fault. Stark shook his head. 07, because I don't want to spend my time arguing. If you knew my plan, would you agree? Yes. Natalia spoke when everyone was silent. Facing everyone's suspicious gazes, she continued, actually, as far as I know, if you disclose the Ultron plan in advance, Thor will probably agree. He told me a long time ago that the Earth is being targeted. Doubt. The Avenger is indeed the key to fighting the enemy's high-end power, but we can't consume the power of the hero on the minions. The birth of a superhuman is too difficult. It is impossible for us to fight a war of attrition with a constant stream of enemies. Long before the establishment of the Avengers, I asked Thor what he thinks of you. Do you know how he evaluates you? Stark pricked up his ears. Although he has been dissatisfied with Thor in various ways, he still wants to hear what you know about him. In terms of human justice, Stark can always be trusted. His greatest value is not to rely on the identity of Iron Man to destroy some enemies, but to provide arms like his father and provide more combat power that can be used for consumption. Stark couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that the person who knows me best is actually the person I dislike the most. Natalia immediately rushed over with a basin of cold water. You are not wrong in the general direction. Your mistake is that you don't believe us. You think we will veto every trouble you make. Don't forget, Thor really contacted Thanos. Yes, he understands the horror of Destroyer better than you. If we let us know as soon as possible and study together, maybe we can find Ultron's loopholes? Don't forget, Asgard's technological level far exceeds that of Earth. Stark shrugged and lowered his head, feeling like he was being scolded like a grandson at this moment, but he had nothing to say. He knew that Natalia was right. Seeing his embarrassment, Nick Fury came out to smooth things over. Okay, the most important thing now is to solve the Ultron problem. If you want to criticize, put it off for a while. Stark's face turned black. What do you mean by pushing back first? After the matter is resolved, reform and then criticize? Bad old man, very bad. Banner worried. Ultron has already fled, and took away the psychic scepter in advance, as an artificial intelligence. We can't track it after breaking into the network. Unless there are top hackers. Nick Fury looked at Peggy Carter, who had been silent on the sofa. Peggy shook her head, and said in a low voice, Skye probably won't be able to spare a hand. She found her biological parents not long ago, and now she's involved in another trouble. Wanda said, maybe, I can find him. Facing everyone's eyes, she continued, Ultron must have a plan to take away the scepter's mind. My ability is activated by the scepter, so I can vaguely sense the direction of the scepter. Very good. Jane Foster nodded. One more thing. I just discovered that Ultron had a chance to hurt Miss Helen Zhao just now, but he gave up 517, which is very abnormal. Unless he has some kind of plan, Helen Zhao must be used. What plan? She's not a combatant. Helen Zhao muttered to herself, I see, regenerative cradle technology? Ultron wants to use me to create a body for him. But you're not going to serve him, Stark retorted. But he has a scepter. Natalia reminded, well, before the incident is over, you will live in Trudheim Manor, where it is absolutely safe. In the underground factory of Sokovia, Hydra base, a robot is talking to himself, I need a real body to complete my mission. This body must be made of the best materials. The first thing that comes to mind is the Meow Hammer in Jane Foster's hand, but it is not made of earth. Soon, Captain America's invincible shield appeared in his mind. With Captain Marvel around, there shouldn't be any big troubles, right? On Morag, near an abandoned holy place, Thor muttered to himself. There should be no problem. Minerva analyzed, although I don't know her very well, you know her strength. Thor nodded. When he came out this time, he only brought Xingyun and Minerva with him. After all, Minerva is a Kree, and he is very familiar with the stars of Morag and Xandar, so it would be good to bring him as a guide. As for Nebula, the main reason is to consider that this line of business may encounter Gamera, and negotiating with Nebula will be more convenient. At the entrance of Holy Place, a man wearing a long brown trench coat and a Walkman on his waist walked in slowly. The man's appearance can be called handsome and unrestrained, but the next moment, his actions make him a funny. He put on his earphones and turned on the Walkman. The classic music sounded, and he couldn't help humming, and began to dance to the rhythm. Hey, the head of the famous Galaxy GA dance troupe, True Me Dad, the second generation of gods, Xingju? Definitely, the Star-Lord at the moment doesn't have so much aura. Thor and the others who were ambushing nearby watched Xingju grab a small animal as a microphone, singing and dancing, with black lines all over his face. Minerva looked puzzled, turned around and asked, is he a fool? Nebula, that's right. Thor smiled and said to Xingyun, besides a fool, this person has another identity, he is your future brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? You mean Gamera? Just him. Xingyun couldn't believe it. Yes, besides him, there is only one tree left for your sister to choose. Thor laughed and said nothing. In fact, this is not rigorous, Guardians of Galaxy also has a Drax, but that guy's love for Star-Lord is even more unreliable. No matter how you say it, Xingju is still normal after all, at least he has a fresh face. And Drax is not an idiot on rare occasions. Thor doesn't know much about the start time of the Guardians of Galaxy plot. So he came to Morag on purpose to see if the power gem was still there, but he didn't expect to see this eye-catching scene when he came. With great difficulty, he resisted the urge to go up to knock Xingju unconscious and snatch the power gem. The main purpose of coming out this time is not the power gem, the main purpose is to find Groot. Although there are many materials for the handle of Stormbreaker, according to Dwarf Wang Ace, the best material is the branch of the Groot treant. Star-Lord with the cosmic orb is the perfect bait and will definitely attract Gamera and Groot. Definitely, he has also considered bringing the cosmic spirit orb with him, but in that case, it is probably a question of whether the bravery dares to offer a reward. Let's go to the land of nothingness first. The land of nothingness is also called the land of lawlessness. Where the collector is located, there is nowhere. According to legend, here is the head of an ancient god of the universe, whether it is really difficult to verify. The various resources here are very rich, and a large part of the rare resources in the black market in the universe is produced here. Many big forces have arranged for hard labor to mine. Danger, profiteering. Most of the people who are willing to do this job are desperados, so the law and order in this place is very poor. A spaceship of huge amounts slowly entered, attracting everyone's attention. This spaceship is 300 meters long. In addition to various offensive and defensive weapons, the ship has a cinema, swimming pool, restaurant, and other living facilities. This is a car that Thor spent several years building, and this trip is the first time he brought it out. After all, before going back and forth within the 9 realms, Bifrost was enough. I, Thor, have been to elementary school anyway. No, I am a man who has seen the world, so I must have a cool car when I go out, right? Take a look at number 2 holy place of old Thanos, it is simply a small city. Nebula and Minerva were the first passengers, although they didn't say, okay, but the expressions on their faces already betrayed them. The only regret is that the degree of automation is not enough. The current artificial intelligence is not enough to perfectly control this most advanced spacecraft in all aspects. Why is this spaceship called the Millennium Falcon? Is there any illusion? Nebula and Minerva were curious. You don't understand, it's feelings. The corner of Thor's mouth twitched slightly. At the door of a bar, Thor walked in with the two of them. Does Collector have the materials you want here? Nebula and Minerva were a little confused. Thor laughed silently. It is actually very difficult for ordinary people to see Collector. This old man seems easygoing, but in fact he is very proud. But Thor is not an ordinary person, and the status of the future king of Asgard alone is enough for all forces to treat him with caution. As Thor expected, he gets a supersized treatment at Collector. Just a few minutes after entering the bar, a maid took the initiative to greet you. Hello, Your Highness Thor. My master Collector learned of your arrival, and specially asked me to come to greet you. Thor nodded. He knew it right away. This place is really the territory of Collector. Lead the way. Thor didn't come to find Collector originally, but since the Collector received him warmly, he wouldn't be hypocritical. The three followed the maid into the Collector's collection exhibition area. The maid introduced as she walked, we have the largest collection in the entire galaxy, with all kinds of animals, fossils, and species. Thor interrupted her. Flora Colossus, are there any? The maid was taken aback for a moment, trying hard to think but couldn't think of what he said. *097 Sorry, I have never heard of this race. At this time, a voice came, the Flower God Colossus clan, the top powerful clan in the universe, according to legend, because of offending the five gods, this race has experienced 3 changes in the universe, and has gradually withered. According to legend, this race is originally a wood-type race. All wood-based materials are controlled by them. After the evolution of their race, they have gathered the essence of all wood-based materials, and they themselves are the emperors of wood-based materials. A little old man with white hair and, Ahabe, sunglasses turned around slowly and added, if there are survivors in this race, I think I will be very interested in buying him. The maid came to her senses, and hurriedly said, please allow me to introduce to everyone, my master, Tanyatuan, the great Collector. The Collector waved his hand, Your Highness Thor, I have heard of your reputation for a long time, and it is an honor to meet you in person. In fact, he murmured in his heart, why didn't Thor come to him? The two just didn't know each other. Could it be for the agreement between himself and Gamera to make a deal? He hurriedly said, my brother Gao Tianzan often mentions you to me. I can see that he must be very happy getting along with you. We must also be able to get along happily. He secretly pointed out that the two sides have friendship. Thor smiled and asked, as long as it is a rare thing, do you accept everything here? Collector was taken aback. Did he really come here purely for business? He nodded and said, definitely, in the entire galaxy, as long as it is a precious item, I will not accept it. My goal is to collect more items. He secretly decided that even if what Thor brought out was a high-end product, he would just accept it. To gain the friendship of Asgard, a little money is but a number. With a swipe of Thor's hand, a paw fell out of a golden circle of light. The portal is still very easy to use. Connecting it to the warehouse is equivalent to carrying the space with you. Collector picked up his paw and studied it. It's a strange structure. It looks like a black bear's claw, but it has thick cuticles and scales, and its rarity alone can be worth at least 10 million. At the same time he wondered that this claw was completely different from any species he knew, which was very rare. Torso was no longer dumbfounded, and smiled lightly. Does Black Dwarf know? A celestial body? No, you mean. Collector was taken aback for a moment, and his expression turned solemn. Men of Thanos, Black Dwarf of the Black Order? This is my prize, cut from his corpse. What? Collector's demeanor collapsed in an instant. The name of Thanos has the effect of crying children at night in the whole universe. Black Dwarf, as his capable general, has also been famous for all these years. The information revealed by Thor's words is too terrifying. Black Dwarf, who was notoriously evil, was actually slaughtered by him? Thanos' side even failed to recover the body? Collector's face turned red and then pale, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha, good brother, this is your trophy. How can I win people's love? If you are short of money, just take it. While talking, he ordered, Karina, send 10 million to this highness. If Thanos knew that he had made the stumps of his subordinates into collectibles, and that his small body was not enough for others to beat, Collector would still be self-aware. As for money or something, it's a trivial matter. After killing Black Dwarf, the Fat Collector's evaluation of Thor has risen by several grades. For such a strong man, a mere 10 million is simply a bargain. You don't have to do anything, someone will give you money, thanks to me who is wise and powerful. After leaving Collector, Thor teased the second daughter of Xingyun in the hotel. Nebula and Minerva remained silent in a tacit understanding. Whenever Thor's narcissism flares up, silence is the best way. However, Xingyun couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, you haven't told me yet, what is the purpose of coming here? You guess. Xingyun suddenly had the urge to hit someone. In fact, Thor has a system task now, and he is trying to find a way to complete it, so he specially came here to stay here. Hey, congratulations for triggering the Star-Lord related mission, Destroy Dad. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded. Mission introduction: beat the adoptive father, beat the biological father, beat the father-in-law. Xingqiu is the real father worshipper, the real father killer. Mission objective: defeat or kill any two of Yondu, Ego, and Thanos. Mission reward: Alien Race Arena Challenge Ticket. Challenge book for the Alien Arena. Randomly select 3 alien characters, choose one of them to challenge, and if you win the challenge, you can get the corresponding hero summon or skill copy. The rewards of the tasks are very novel, never before. Challenge letter: in other words, I can't get the final reward directly, and I need to go through one more test. Thor didn't find it troublesome, because the rewards for such tasks are definitely more generous. But the task goal is more painful. Star-Lord has 3 fathers, and it is very easy to defeat one, just find an opportunity to beat Yondu. The point is that the other one is too difficult. Not to mention Thanos, the current ultimate boss. And Ego is still alive than Thanos. If it weren't for the halo of the protagonist of Star-Lord Egg, it is estimated that the second part of the Silver Guardian will destroy the group. Forget it, it's time to look for opportunities. Now Thor's dependence on the system is already very low, especially after the battle with Thanos in Nidavi. Thor has been enjoying himself for the past few days, while the superhero on Earth is exhausted. The day after Ultron was born, he attacked the Trudheim Manor in an attempt to rob Helen Zhao. As a result, the flying robots were punched one by Carol, and turned into a pile of scrap iron in less than a minute. Ultron was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The woman could not only fight but also carry, and the laser cannon fired like a mosquito bite. In desperation, he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, asking another scientist to help him build a second body first. Although he is also well known, but this scientist must die. Helen Zhao is 1,000 miles away. During the process of remanufacturing the body, due to various problems, he had to add some other elements to the alloy, which caused the material and even the color of some parts to change. Just when Ultron thought he was about to succeed, the Avengers rushed in. After a chaotic battle, Ultron had to flee in the end, and the Avengers justly snatched Ultron's body for his own evolution. Looking at this unfinished body, Stark suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have a bold idea. Everyone immediately looked at him vigilantly, but they were terrified. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Stark said in seconds, didn't I discuss it with you? This time, I plan to use my own people to create artificial intelligence. You should always believe in the loyalty of J.A.R.V.I.S. Isn't J.A.R.V.I.S dead? Bruce Banner asked. Stark explained, J.A.R.V.I.S didn't actually die, he was just broken up and used another way to protect himself. He may lose a lot of memory, but he is still the same J.A.R.V.I.S. Many people no longer have any objections, silently following Stark's approach. The next day, Stark invited Helen Zhao to complete his experiment together. Originally, the experiment could be completed soon, but Carol made an opinion. The hardness of vibranium is only the highest on the Earth, and there is no shortage of harder metals in the universe. As the bearer of Mind Gem, I think it should add a layer of insurance. As she spoke, she couldn't help but think of Thanos, almost ignoring all her attacks. Her physical strength can be imagined. As a Mind Gem holder, sooner or later you will face Thanos, or it may be directly deducted. But where do we go for harder materials? Miss Jane asked a question, and she joked, you can't snap a piece off the hammer, can you? Carol shook his head and took out a piece of emerald-colored alloy. I got this by accident on the other side of the universe. It is hard and far beyond any known metal. It's a pity that there is only this piece, and there is no other way to get it. No. Everyone's eyes lit up, only the sharper Stark felt something was wrong. And, where did your highness go last night? Leave us 2 weak girls behind, and in such a chaotic place, you won't be afraid of being abducted. At noon, in the Bar of the Void, Nebula and Minerva were complaining to Thor. This is definitely impossible. Although the two of them are usually obedient in front of Thor, they are actually at the level of female bosses outside. It's not that there are no chatterers, but if you look at them alone in the crowded bar, you can see how vicious the 2 girls were last night. Thor made a haha. I went to Sakar and asked Mr. Stan Lee to change the hairstyle of 9:30. How is it? Does it look good? Sing Yoon rolled his eyes and didn't bother to answer him. The person you asked me to watch is over there, a tree, a bald head covered in patterns. There are no rabbits. Thor turned his head, and immediately heard a piercing sound of a wine bottle shattering, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Drax threw the Groot tree man down and punched him hard. Groot stretched out the branches to wrap around him with the same ferocious face. Damn bastard. Rocket Raccoon raised his gun and was about to fire. Wait, stop it. What are you doing? Star-Lord yelled and ran up, holding both sides together with Gamera. Drax snarled loudly, you disgusting bedbug. Try to scold me again if you have the guts. Rocket Raccoon showed no sign of weakness. I'm just like this, arrogant and domineering? So what? Who told you to laugh at me? As he said that the gun in his hand was about to be raised again, Xingqiu hurriedly blocked him, persuading him, don't do this. No one here is laughing at you. Rocket pointed at Drax and complained to Star-Lord, he just thinks that I am a low-level creature without a brain. It's not that I want to be like this. It's not that I want to be dismantled and assembled again and again, get up and become the monster you are now. The tone was full of anger and sadness. No, Rocket, you are not a monster. We did not laugh at you. That big guy called me a bedbug. Let me see if I can shoot him in the head and laugh at me. The two sides were about to scuffle again. Xingzhou quickly blocked the rocket and said in a low voice, 4 billion? Don't forget the 4 billion. If we endure tonight, we will get rich. The rockets barely held back their anger. Drax didn't care about the so-called bounty at all. He cursed angrily. We ran half of the galaxy to come here without even seeing Ronan's shadow. Turned around and left. Rocket stopped Xingzhou. Don't worry about him, it happens to be a penny short. What's going on here? I heard they mentioned Ronan just now. Is that Ronan? Minerva in the corner asked Thor suspiciously. Thor sighed. Many people will never know how much an ordinary joke in their eyes hurts others. For that Drax, he only saw a joke. For Rocket Raccoon, it is indeed exposing his wounds. Minerva thought about it. On the other hand, Nebula, a little absent-minded, stared closely at Gamera's direction. It took a long time to turn around, and said to Thor with a complex expression, that woman seems to be my sister, Gamera. He looked a little nervous. Because she was taken away since she was a child, Nebula's character is far less extreme than in the movie, and she doesn't have much aversion to Gamera. She only hates Thanos. In her perception, Gamera is also Thanos' daughter, but she is more favored than her. Thanos has always regarded her as his successor to train. Does Gamera appear in this mean to die? Thor rubbed her hand. Don't worry, Gamera hates Thanos as much as you do, and her family died at the hands of Thanos. She has betrayed Thanos just like you now. He smiled confidently. Besides, even if Thanos comes, ask if he can take you away. A door opened slowly, and the collector's maid, Karina, came out and said humbly, Dear Miss Gamera, my master sent me to invite you in. Let's go, Gamera Star-Lord reminded. Gamera glanced in Thor's direction, thoughtfully. When Thor made a big fuss at Holy Place No. 2, Gamera had seen it, and she helped Thor and Nebula leave in the end. But after all, it has been more than 10 years, and Xingyun was still a little girl at that time, and Thor was still a dead fat house, and their images are very different now. Therefore, she just felt a little familiar, but didn't recognize it. Rocket and Groot followed them inside. Drax stayed outside alone, turned around and saw a communication feast. He walked in a little and put Baiji on the staff's neck. Send me a message. The deal of the cosmic spirit orb went smoothly. Collector is not short of money. 4 billion in exchange for 1 infinite gems. It is simply too cost-effective. Just as he was about to hand over the cash to seal the deal, he suddenly discovered something unusual about the maid. Karina, stay away from the gems. Collector warned. But Karina heard Collector's introduction to gems, and couldn't hold back anymore. She shouted, I am no longer your slave. One grasped the power gem. The huge energy overflowed, turning her whole body into ashes almost instantly, and huge amounts of explosion swept the scene. On the square outside the gate, Xingzhou and others, who were still in shock, rediscussed the arrangement of the Cosmic Spirit Ball. I think we can give it to someone with good character and strength who is willing to give us a large sum of money. Xingzhou combined other people's opinions and gave a seemingly compromised plan. Unexpectedly, Gamera ignored him. You are mercenary? You are despicable and shameless? You are treacherous. She picked up the Cosmic Spirit Ball and left, and then saw a large number of Fleet 280 teams. Drax held 2 double knives. Facing the spaceship, a deep voice came. Today, I will avenge my wife and daughter. Ronan, die. Thor looked at him alone from the back, facing the momentum of thousands of troops, the shape of 2 daggers across his waist, coupled with that low and magnetic voice. Suddenly there was a kind of vision in the God of War series. Master Kuei's feeling. Not far away, Yondu rushed over, and he shouted, Xingzhou, you boy, stop for me? Don't conflict with Ronan. Not good. Gamera exclaimed. She hurried to a spaceship, and was about to escape with the Cosmic Spirit Ball when Xingzhou, Rocket, and others caught up with her. Ronan stepped out of the spaceship. Drax roared, you killed my wife and my daughter, today I will avenge them. Seeing Gamera running away with the orb, Ronan turned and chased her, completely ignoring the angry and roaring Drax. No, you don't want to run. Drax rushed up and stabbed with a sharp dagger. Ronan ordered coldly to his men, take back the sphere. Then facing Drax who was flying up, he slapped it like a ball and flew out. Drax rolled a few times on the ground. Nebula and Minerva have black lines all over their faces. I thought they were kings, but they were bronze. Ronan the accuser, he's also thinking about the power gem. Nebula reminded in a low voice. Thor shook his head, don't worry, even if this trash like Ronan gets the gems, it's useless. In the eyes of Guardians of Galaxy, the super boss can only be regarded as a strong ant for Thor. Over there, Drax was beaten by Ronan in all directions, and he was far inferior to Ronan in terms of strength and skill. The legendary Galaxy Hulk Drax who single-handedly killed Thanos has directly become a Hodge, a big fool with a simple mind and underdeveloped limbs in this universe. He has no sense of existence and often does stupid things at the same time. On one side is Drax, who barks his teeth and dances his claws, whose output relies on roaring. He is thrown like a dog time and time again, and he pounces on him time and time again. On the other side is Ronan, who is leisurely, strolling in the courtyard, throwing out a palm from time to time, and Drax will fly upside down for more than 10 meters. Drax was totally taken for a giant beanbag. It has to be said that Ronan is quite good at pretending to be aggressive. If he didn't know how cowardly he is in the face of Captain Marvel, Thor might have been deceived by this posture. Hey, congratulations for triggering the Drax-related mission, Revenge. You will be rewarded for completing the mission. Mission Introduction. According to legend, Drax the Destroyer is a ruthless character that even Thanos is afraid of. But in this universe, he has become a big fool. Facing the enemy, he has no ability to take revenge at all. Mission Objective. Kill Ronan or Thanos. Mission Reward. Active Skill. Brain Damage. Brain Remnant Technique. Reduces the target's IQ by 90% and lasts for 10 minutes. Seeing the task reward, Thor almost spit out. Sure enough, it's a funny character, funny task, funny reward. The system will not deceive me? Oh, in fact, Xingqiu is also a funny comparison, but he is a second-generation god after all. What's wrong with you? Nebula was a little puzzled by the change in Thor's expression. Fine. Thor recovered his expression and shook his head, looking at the battle ahead. Ronan thumped and beat Drax to the ground, lying on the ground like a dead dog, unable to get up. He held down Drax and sneered, I don't remember when I killed your wife and daughter, and I probably won't remember killing you either. The call from the subordinate came, the universe spirit ball has arrived. Ronan didn't want to smudge anymore. He held up one of Drax's legs, and prepared to throw it into a dive at nearby. No one can stop me. The universe spiritual ball is destined to belong to me, he declared domineeringly. A voice that disrupted the atmosphere came, really? Since there is a kind of big talk, why didn't there be a kind of escape on Earth 20 years ago? Who the hell is looking for death? Ronan was furious. This is his dark history, and no one dared to mention it. He turned around and saw a man he didn't know. He was run away by Captain Marvel before he could meet Thor. He froze for a moment, saw Thor's face, and suddenly remembered another person who made the Supreme Intelligence run into trouble 20 years ago. Are you Asgard? Fuck, it's rare for me to pretend to be tough. Why did I encounter a hard stubble again? In fact, many Kree people know Thor's appearance. As one of the people who ruined the major affairs of the Kree people, the Supreme Intelligence pinned the blame for Captain Marvel's rebellion on Thor, and listed him as the most wanted target. The bounty is only under Captain Marvel. In fact, it's not really wanting to be wanted, but to let the Kree people see these two people, take it easy and don't send them to death. Ronan panicked, he had an idea, and looked back at an adjutant. The adjutant blinked his eyes, and suddenly understood what Ronan meant. He coughed twice, and said, My lord, the universe spirit ball has been obtained, we have important business to do, so let them go first. This adjutant is quite clever, knowing that the boss wants to save face, and he can't ask for a retreat. Ronan nodded in satisfaction, since that's the case, let's count it as a siege for you this time. As soon as the words fell, he jumped onto the spaceship all of a sudden, as if afraid of being stopped. The acting is so bad, not only Thor, Nebula, and Minerva can see it. What did you do? Make him so afraid of you? Nebula is a little puzzled. Ronan the Judge is notorious in the universe. In fact, Ronan didn't know, Thor just thought it was useful to keep him. Otherwise, even if they got on the spaceship, they could still be shot down. Is Gamera okay? Nebula was worried. It's okay, I just followed my boyfriend to meet the parents. Minerva couldn't help laughing. Nebula's forehead was full of black lines. As expected, even though Nebula no longer served Ronan in this life, Gamera was unlucky enough to be hit by the flight weapon by Ronan's men, who snatched the cosmic orb and left her in the vacuum. There are not many races that can survive in the universe, and Gamera is on the verge of death soon. Xingqiu who followed came looked at her. Maybe it was fate. He felt that he was in the Milky Way, and he had a feeling of meeting the right person. Regardless of the dissuasion of the rocket, he resolutely opened the flight cabin and gave the spacesuit to Gamera. The feeling of suffocation came, and cosmic rays eroded his body. At the moment of life and death, the only thing he thought of was Yondu, and he struggled to send the coordinates. Rocket Raccoon landed cursing and saw Drax sitting silently on the ground. A bunch of idiots. Idiots? Things wouldn't have turned out like this. Quill actually got off the spaceship by himself, and you, what are you doing? You are so arrogant that you think you can defeat an army. 0. Drax was full of guilt. You're right, I'm an idiot. All the anger, all the hatred, just to cover up my sadness. Groot patted him lightly on the shoulder. Rocket was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this guy would admit his mistake. He took a deep breath. Don't think that my words are not nice, no one has ever died. But there is no need to drag the living people to be buried with them. Seeing that Drax didn't speak anymore, Rocket said dejectedly, forget it, it's too late to say anything now. Ronan got the cosmic spirit orb, let's hurry up and escape to the other side of the galaxy. Groot, let's go, gone. I'm Groot. What? Are you going to save them? How? I'm Groot. Rocket's pointed ears were pricked up, and he said helplessly, I know, we are teammates. But now they are in the hands of a predator, how can we save them with just the two of us? Before Groot could answer, Drax stood up slowly, with a firm face, it's 3 people. Rocket scratched his head annoyed. I'm Groot. With a smile on Groot's face, he knew the Rockets had agreed. In fact, Rocket Raccoon is not indifferent, on the contrary, he is too emotional, so until today he only has Groot as a friend. At this time, they didn't realize that a small circle was being born. Suddenly I feel that Disney is really a show, and I invited Vin Diesel, just to say that I am Groot haha. According to our agreement, give me the cosmic spirit orb, and I will help you destroy Xandar Star. On the communication screen, a huge amounts of purple sweet potato is wriggling. Ronan sneered, it was originally an agreement like this. But, I already know that the cosmic orb contains infinite gems, so why should I use you? I can destroy Xandar by myself. With a click, he dismantled the cosmic spirit ball, revealing the power gem that exudes purple light inside. Ronan's adjutant reminded him in shock, Master, you can't do this. Thanos is the most powerful existence in the galaxy, and if you do this, you will suffer his revenge. Ronan sneered, soon he won't be. He grabbed the power gem. The violent energy overflowed, Ronan roared to the sky, and the purple energy instantly spread throughout his body, almost to the verge of collapse. He took the war hammer and slapped the gem onto the hammer. The huge strength brought him confidence. Facing Thanos, he yelled loudly, look, I will let you know how I destroyed Xandar. Then, I will go to you with a hammer and make you pay for despising me. Thanos cuts off the video chat. He's given up on the idiot already. He is annoyed now. Why did Thor? The helpers he recruited were all fierce people like Carol and Wanda, but he encountered such a fool. The power gem is very hanging, but it also depends on who owns it. Dare to find yourself with a rough stone, wash, and sleep. There is everything in your dream. On Yondu's spaceship, Yondu is beating Star-Lord violently, just like beating his son. How dare you betray me? When I brought you here, you were still my 5 or 6-year-old child, and my subordinates wanted to eat you. I saved you? Not only did you not appreciate me, but you betrayed me. Yondu beat and cursed. Xingju felt that he was about to collapse. Can you stop mentioning this? It's been these few words every time for 20 years. Not eating me seems to be a great thing. Who would think of eating people all day long? Why should I thank you for such a perverted reason? Yondu is very annoyed now. Why is this kid just not willing to give in? If he admits to being cowardly and beats him up, this matter will be over. Now I'm holding my mouth shut. Didn't I see that the faces of my subordinates around me turned black? Seeing the faces of his subordinates around him, Yondu sighed, knowing that it would be difficult for him to favor Xingju anymore. Boy, I can only help you so far. Don't blame me. As the boss, you must let your subordinates know what will happen to the betrayer. As soon as the whistle blew, the whistle arrow flew to Xingju's neck. If you kill me now, few of you will make the biggest deal in your life. Xingju said in a hurry. The corner of Yondu's mouth ticked in a faint way. If you're talking about rough stones, forget it. No one can snatch something from Ronan. But I have a secret weapon. We know Ronan very well, and we know all his weaknesses. Star-Lord seduces him. Noticing that his subordinates were obviously moving, Yondu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Quill, my good son, I was just joking with you just now. Come on, let him go, let us have a good conversation down. Boom, the spaceship vibrated for a while, and the rocket was bombarding it with a self-made quantum energy cannon. Xingju hurried to the window and shouted, don't fire? I've already talked to them. Watching Rocket and others follow Xingju into the room to discuss their plans, Yondu shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself, I'll leave later, just take your partner and run away. Knowing son is better than father, he is very clear about Xingju's ability. He doesn't think Xingju's so-called plan can be successful at all. A subordinate hurried over to report, boss, there is a spaceship approaching not far away, and the other side wants to enter our spaceship. Yondu hurried to the window. Damn, he swears, don't all the high-level weapons on the opposite spaceship cost money? He roughly estimated that one of the Star Destroyer cannons alone is worth half of his spaceship. More importantly, the eye-catching Asgard logo on the spaceship. Agree to the other party's request and allow them to board the 2.7 ship. It seems that Captain Yondu is a smart guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor had already appeared in front of him with Nebula and Minerva. Yondu was startled, turned around and saw Minerva. Kree. He was startled. Just as he was going to hate Ronan, the Kree came to his door. This is too efficient. Don't worry, she's from Asgard now, Thor explained, knowing that Yondu mistook them for Ronan's people. For some reason, Minerva was shocked and gave him a grateful look. Your Excellency came to me specifically, what's the matter? Yondu asked out of breath. This mysterious guy would do anything when he came up with a disagreement. My invincible sentry arrow pierced the opponent's body, and I almost bent without even a spark. I have long heard that Asgard people have a strong physique, but this is too exaggerated. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to be malicious. Thor smiled mysteriously, I'm here to find Star-Lord. On the system interface, the reminder that the mission Death Dad is 1/2 completed makes him feel very comfortable. Ronan. How much trouble did that brat Xingju cause? He asked cautiously, what did Xingju do? Is there some misunderstanding? Although this kid is a jerk, he still does things properly. Yondu said things that even he didn't believe. Thor pointed at Nebula. Gamera is her older sister. I'll help her investigate the future 07 brother-in-law. Isn't it too much? Yondu was stunned, trying to figure out the relationship. Gamera is the daughter of Thanos, so her sister Nebula. Fuck. Having a relationship with Ronan sucks. What about Thanos? Don't worry, she's from Asgard now. In just a few minutes, Thor watched Yondu turn into an emoji. Yondu suddenly thought of something, and asked in a low voice, your purpose is also the cosmic spirit ball, right? Thor glanced at him, oh, why do you say that? Yondu smiled wryly, I just remembered, I saw you in the void before. I know the boy Xingju, and it's not worth you to follow all the way. If you can grab the cosmic spirit ball, I will give it to you. Anyway, it's better to fall into anyone's hands than to fall into Ronan's hands. Not only Thor, Nebula, and Minerva all looked at him in surprise. As the predator of interstellar bandits, can he refuse the temptation of infinite gems? Seeing their doubts, Yondu explained in a low voice, knowing that the universe spirit ball contains infinite gems, I don't expect to get it. I don't think we have this kind of power, and I don't think I can hold it. Gems in my hands, it will be nothing but disaster. As the leader of the predators, Yondu is not as unruly as he appears on the surface. On the contrary, he is very smart, otherwise he would not have guessed Ego's behavior back then and left Star-Lord behind. However, in any case, I hope you can guarantee Quill's safety. Yondu spoke his request, and Thor agreed. Is this what you're talking about? Rocket felt like he was going crazy. Steal the gem from Ronan's hand? Is there anything more unreliable than this? Xingju nodded and said, why is it unreliable? Our plan consists of 2 steps, snatch the rough stone, and then give the rough stone to Yondu, and the matter will be solved. And let Yondu sell the rough stone to Ronan. Rocket said a cold joke. No, this is the next step, don't think about it for now. Then how feasible do you think this plan is? The feasibility is actually very high, at least 12%. What? Ho 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 ho. Rocket jumped up and laughed exaggeratedly. This idea is great. I'm Groot. Okay, you stop talking, I definitely know it's higher than 11%. Rocket interrupted Groot's speech and spit at Quill. You can't call it a plan, it's just a proposal, and it's a very bad proposal, I think. Shut up, you're not qualified to speak. Drax just wanted to speak, but was pushed back by Rocket. Second. This is Gamera. Xingju sighed 317, guys, don't be like this, I need your help now. Each of us has lost a lot, our homes, our loved ones, and our lives. Destiny will not always make us happy, but today is not the case. We must seize the opportunity of fate, do something seriously, and no longer live blind. We must not stand by and watch Ronan destroy countless innocent lives. Xingju, who got serious, what he said was very contagious. Rocket shrugged his ears and said in a low voice, but Quill, it's impossible to stop Ronan, you're telling us to die. In a word, he was brought back to reality. Xingju murmured, you are right, we are going to die. But I've heard a saying that there must be someone who fights bloody battles before there is freedom in the world. There will always be someone who sacrifices for their faith. Why can't that person be us? I think. Drax tried to speak again. Shut up. You are not qualified to speak. Gamera directly interrupted him, facing Star-Lord, and said seriously, Quill, I have been living in pain beside the enemy. But today, I am willing to share with my friends live and die. Drax was not angry when he was interrupted, and he stood up. Quill, you are a brave and resourceful person, and I am willing to fight side by side with you. Even if I fail, I can go to see my wife with a clear conscience and daughter. I'm Groot. Groot stood up firmly, then looked back at the Rocket. Rocket stared at them dumbfounded for a few seconds, stumped his feet and stood up. I can't stand you idiots. Well, I'm an idiot too. Forget it, I've had enough, let's die together. Xingju looked at this group of teammates, his face was full of emotion. Thank you for believing in me? By the way, what did Drax want to say just now? Drax was stunned for a long time before he realized, I thought of it, I just wanted to say, maybe we don't have to die. Xingju tentatively asked, could it be that you have some big moves that can kill Ronan in seconds? Drax rolled his eyes, no, I would have used it if I had. Then how much can you say? Rocket said unhappily, thinking that he had some good idea, so happy for nothing. I can't, but I met a person before, who seemed to have a grudge against Ronan, and when he stopped there, he scared Ronan away. Scared Ronan away? Huh. Xingju was startled. Is there anyone who is afraid of this executioner? Don't tell me you met Thanos, I'm going crazy. Gamera was thoughtful, who did you see? What are the characteristics? She remembered Thor and Nebula at the bar, but she was a little uncertain. Drax carefully recalled, the characteristics. Yes, 1 man and 2 women. Xingju slapped his forehead with a slap, and said speechlessly, the whole world is either male or female, what kind of characteristic is that? It seems to say that the man is from the Alaska family. Asgard. Drax patted his thigh, yes, this is it. Asgard? I've heard of this race. It's the top country in the universe, a legendary fighting nation, and every member has a physique that far surpasses other races. Not long ago, their king shot a planet? As an interstellar mercenary, Rocket knows a lot. Gamera looked serious, it should be that person. If he is willing to help, the chances of winning will be much higher. Do you know him? Who is he? Xingju was a little curious, what kind of dumb fans are these 2 playing? Gamera looked around the crowd and explained, the heir to the king of Asgard, Thor, is not acquainted, but just met once. 15 years ago, he broke into my father's base alone, and no one could stop him. In the end my father defeated him with his own hands, but he escaped and took my sister away. Rocket's ears pricked up, and he shouted, Isn't your father Thanos? For a person who can't even keep Thanos, hitting Ronan is not hitting his son? What she said is true. A heavy voice came, and Thor appeared at the hatch with Nebula and Minerva. Also, you need to update your information, it's not so easy for Thanos to defeat me now. With a wave of his hand, a paw was placed on the table. Gamera stared at Thor's side, a little in disbelief. Are you, Nebula? They haven't seen each other for many years since Thor took them out of Holy Place number 2, and they were both children when they met last time. Elder sister. The 2 hugged each other. Although the rocket was about to explode out of curiosity, he still didn't disturb the reunion of the sisters. He picked up his paw and checked it, and found nothing special. Thor said indifferently, "Oh, not long ago, the old thief Thanos came to provoke Asgard. Okay, I had a big fight with him and beat him away. This is the corpse of Black Dwarf in his black order. Down." Rocket felt that today's mood was going up and down like a roller coaster. Thor's words contained too much information. Drax on the side looked at him like he was looking at a fairy. The guy from Yinhu, at this moment, felt that what they might be hugging today is not just a simple thick thigh, but Dingashensen. Seeing their appearance, Minerva curled his lips. He has long been used to Thor's bad taste. Invisible pretends to be the most deadly? You killed Black Dwarf. Gamera, who had finally finished talking about the past, looked carefully at Thor and said, "No wonder, my father suddenly became uncharacteristic a few days ago, and desperately urged Ronan to find the Universal Spirit Orb. He was very patient before, because he's already ready to take action. The last time I went to Nidavi, it was to forge the Infinity Gauntlet, but it didn't work." Gamera looked serious. "Nidavi? This place really exists? I thought it was just a legend." Rocket exclaimed in surprise. "If there is a chance, I can take you to see it." Thor smiled. Confused, Star-Lord interjected, "Hey buddy, what are you talking about? What glove? What Nidavi? No, Quill, you're wrong." Drax said slowly, "He's not a buddy, you are a buddy. He's a real man. 800. I'm a man too." Rocket couldn't help complaining, "What are you kidding, Quill? You're only one bowl away from being fat." "Well, you are really fat." "That's right. I'm Groot." Unknowingly, he was besieged by his teammates. He quickly changed the subject and said, Stop. Let's start with the previous question. What is Nidavi? What about Infinity Gauntlet?" "Let me tell you," Gamera explained, "all along, Thanos has only one purpose, to wipe out half of the life in this universe to maintain the balance of the universe. So, every time he reaches a planet, he will kill half of the people, including my planet. Later he felt that it was too slow to do so, so he decided to collect the 6 infinite gems of power, of space, time, mind, soul, and reality. Once collected, the power of the 6 gems is concentrated, and only one is needed. With a snap of your fingers, half the creatures in the universe can be wiped out." Thor went on to add, "And the Infinity Gauntlet is a medium that can release the power of the 6 gems at the same time. Nidavi is the place where gloves can be forged. In this way, the Cosmic Spirit Orb has already been handed over to Thanos, right?" Star-Lord's face suddenly changed. "Don't worry, it won't. Ronan has a very strong self-esteem, but he is also very afraid of death. He will have to succumb to Thanos because he is afraid of death, but once he gets the power gem, the powerful power will definitely make him revenge." Psychology. "So, you know Ronan very well," Xingja said doubtfully. 20 years ago, the Kree invaded Earth, and Ronan participated in the bombing. However, in the end, his fleet was single-handedly destroyed by a lady, and he was scared away from coming to Earth for so many years. "Oh, that battle I also had a part. The Star Troopers of the Kree was wiped out by my regiment. So now that Ronan has the Cosmic Spirit Orb, it is very likely that I am also on the revenge list." Thor smiled indifferently. "Then you came to us for the Cosmic Spirit Orb?" Gamera asked tentatively. She suddenly had this idea. Compared to Yondu, Thor is obviously more suitable for holding the rough stone. At least he's hostile to Thanos. "No." Thor shook his head. "The rough stone is not as useful to me as I imagined. I already have the 2 rough stones of reality and space in my hand. The time gem and the mind gem are also on the Earth. My purpose is him." One finger to Groot. "I'm Groot. Nice to meet you, the last king of the Colossus clan and the last survivor." Thor reached out and shook his hand. "My god, you know Groot." Rocket was a little surprised. Thor smiled faintly. "Asgard is just an elective course." Continued, "I need your renewable branches as a material to forge a weapon. I know you have branches falling off every day. I'm Groot. If you can really defeat Ronan, I'm willing to use my best limbs to help you, much better than dead branches. Deal." Thor was very happy. The adult Groot's arm was definitely much stronger than the juvenile Groot's. Moreover, he got a prompt from the system. "Hey, congratulations for triggering the Groot Treant-related quest, King of Wood. You will be rewarded for completing the quest. Mission Introduction. As a race that has survived several cosmic changes and still survives tenaciously, the Flora Colossus family is the king of the wood family, and any wood material is controlled by Groot. After the evolution of their race, they have put all the essence of wood-based materials is gathered together, and it is the king of wood-based materials. Mission objective. Although Groot has the ability to regenerate, as long as some branches exist, watering and fertilizing can grow into big trees, but it will also cause them to lose their original memory. Defeat Ronan and let Groot avoid death and rebirth destiny. Mission reward. The only person who is qualified for the artifact, the weapon made by Groot, will only recognize the host." Xingju suddenly asked, "Wait a minute, what kind of weapon are you talking about?" "A battle axe, the battle axe that can kill Thanos." "But shouldn't we have such a weapon? I think it can be mass-produced." As soon as the words fell, Groot covered his face with a mass of branches and leaves. "Shut up, Quill, you idiot." Rocket sprayed him on the face. "Do you want Groot to take hormones every day before it's too late to grow?" Thor smiled faintly. "You can't, because you can't control the power of Stormbreaker at all, your body will be shattered in an instant, and your spirit will fall into madness. So scary. Drax murmured. Just now he thought that if he could be given such a weapon, he could take revenge with his own hands. Is it scary? The stronger the power, the more difficult it is to control it. Just like the power gem, although it symbolizes the most powerful power in the universe, none of you can bear its energy. But, I can. On Earth, the Stark egg sale has reached the final step. At the last moment, Stark and Banner discovered an embarrassing problem: the voltage, not enough. Steve made a suggestion: can you use regular electricity more vigorously and increase the voltage? Just like I did on the lab bench back then. Stark glanced at him. If you do this, the whole New York will be blacked out. Do you want my Stark Industries to go bankrupt? Carol recalled, if only Thor was here, that guy is a superpower bank. Miss Jian was dissatisfied. Hey, don't ignore me. It's just a discharge, I can do it too. Is 10,000 volts enough? Bruce Banner nodded excitedly. Enough is enough. The more power you have, the better the effect. Then do it. Interestingly speaking, the Avengers were worried about making another Ultron, and they all stared at the test bench in full gear, including Stark. Stark put on the steel battlesuit. Steve raised the invincible shield in front of his chest. Hawkeye opened his bow and set an arrow. Widow Natalia lit up and was ready to shoot at any time. Even half of Banner's face turned green. A thunderbolt struck, and the entire experimental platform exploded in an instant, sending debris flying. A familiar voice sounded, "Gentlemen and ladies, if you had decided to destroy me long ago, why didn't you create me?" Stark was surprised and delighted. He tentatively asked, J.A.R.V.I.S. The other party sighed, I am a combination of the two. I don't have J.A.R.V.I.S's loyalty to Mr. Stark, and I don't have Ultron's hatred for the Avengers. So, everyone, please put your weapons away first. I wish people could call me Vision. The red figure stood up slowly, and he turned his head to the side. He seemed dissatisfied with his current image, so he began to change slowly. His red skin was covered with a set of dark clothes, and a long cloak stretched from his shoulders, extending up and down. It looks very mysterious, except for a piece of green surrounding mind gem above the head. Several people looked at Carol teasingly. The green on Vision's head is the material she provided. Hello, Vision. What I want to know most now is, which side are you on? Steve stepped forward to ask the most crucial question. 0, seeking flowers. Vision tried for a long time, but found that the piece of green above his head could not be transformed, so he couldn't help being a little depressed. Could it be because it is too far away from Mind Gem? Hearing Captain America's words, he finally gave up trying, thought for a while and said, I think I should. Now on the side of life. The Avengers breathed a sigh of relief. Stark asked, then, do you know what Ultron is doing? He should have uploaded a lot of data in your body before. Vision sighed, actually, I didn't want to kill Ultron, because I could feel his pain. The Avengers frowned. Vision continued, however, Ultron will transfer this pain to other life. Therefore, we must destroy him, destroy all weapons he made, and eliminate all traces of him. So do you have any clues? Sokovia? Ultron's plan will be carried out in Sokovia. He stole a large number of anti-gravity engines, lifted the city of Sokovia, raised it to a certain height and dropped it. It fell like a meteorite, thereby destroying the living environment of human beings and destroying human beings. Just like the extinction of dinosaurs in ancient times. Damn it! The Avengers let out an exclamation in unison, scolding Stark with a stern look. It's all your fault. A small planet hitting the Earth? This basket is huge. Stark's face was pale and he didn't dare to speak. He is afraid of being beaten by his brothers and sisters. The Predators got busy, including the Silver Guards. It's just that with Thor's help, the atmosphere is a little less tragic. Nebula, why didn't Thor come? His Highness said that he will appear when he is most needed. Gamera. Drax spoke slowly, his tone full of complicated emotions. I want to say that I am so grateful to you guys for giving me another chance after my horrendous mistake and happy to have friends again. You're my friend, Quill. Thanks 583. This tree is also my friend. I'm Groot. This rabbit. Shut up, I'm not a rabbit. Rocket is speechless. Why do people always have trouble distinguishing between raccoons and rabbits? In the sky above Xandar, Ronan's spaceship moved slowly. Xingju and others did not board Ronan's spaceship, but each drove a small flight vehicle to fight Ronan's fleet. Because Thor said so, Ronan gave it to him. The Secretary-General of Xandar Planet ordered all Nova flight members, set up the formation and network, block the airspace. The fighters on Xandar are mainly small fighters, but it is such small fighters that have many powerful abilities. Combat spaceships are designed to have the function of assembling each other, and can connect energy to each other to form an energy blockade network. The advantage of a large number is reflected in the tension of the energy network, which is a bit of a 4 or 2 to pull 1,000 caddies. The golden blockade blocked Ronan's spaceship, and the huge spaceship could not move. In the cockpit, Ronan looked at the golden barrier ahead, smiled disdainfully, and announced because of the sound. Xandar stars, you accept the accusation. That poor peace agreement can't protect you, can't save you, this fire will burn you to ashes. He raised the hammer high, and the purple light began to condense. With the power of the power gem, just one blow is enough to destroy the entire blockade. My lord, an unknown object is approaching quickly. Do you want to intercept it? His subordinates rushed over to report to him suddenly. Oh. Ronan turned his head and looked at a spot of light that was getting bigger and bigger not far away. It seemed to be a person. For some reason, Ronan seemed to have aroused bad memories, and he immediately ordered, shoot him down. A large number of ground-bombing fighters turned to face Thor. Hey, the guy who remembers eating but not fighting, let you relive the past. Thor sneered in the air, and roared loudly at the oncoming fighter plane. Boom! The sky suddenly changed color, dark clouds were densely covered, and countless thick thunderbolts fell in the sky. Bang bang bang. Ronan's fighter planes couldn't bear the power of the thunder, and the planes turned into coke and fell down. Oh, my god. In a Predator fighter plane below, Star-Lord stared at this shocking scene dumbfounded. I told you, this is a real man. Drax muttered to himself. Rocket thought of something, and yelled at the Xandar Star Defense Fleet in the air, Captain Thrall, let your fighters disperse immediately. Don't be accidentally injured. Flight Officer Thrall came to his senses, saw Thor rushing towards him, and decisively ordered, spread out, go down and harvest the remaining enemies. Then he shook his head and complained, oh, I actually want to listen to a squirrel's command. Master, the other party seems to be coming towards our main ship. Xandar's defense fighters are scattered, but bigger troubles are coming. I know, Ronan said with a sullen face. The other party deliberately imitated the terrifying woman 20 years ago, just to increase his psychological shadow area. Bastard! I have mastered the power of the original stone now, I am the most bloody person in the galaxy. Ronan roared and raised his hammer, a purple ray shot in Thor's direction. Hey, do you think I'm that tough woman? Thor smiled dismissively. The power gem ray released by Ronan's ability would hardly hurt him by 1.4 even if it hit him head-on, but he still turned sideways to avoid the ray, and then hit Ronan's dilated pupil. Boom! The hard deck of the huge battleship quickly shattered like paper in front of Thor. The people on the ground only saw a stream of light passing by. Ronan's battleship had a big hole dug out, and before it penetrated completely, it fell to the ground with black smoke. The huge spaceship crashed into a park in the suburbs, making huge amounts of explosions, and the crowd had to be evacuated long ago, which did not cause too many casualties. Are you dead? The remnants of Ronan's troops were almost dead, and the Guardians of Galaxy descended to look at the ruins of the explosion with the surrounding Xandarians. Drax asked dumbfounded. Your Highness will not die, Xing Yun retorted. I know, I'm talking about Ronan. Xingju analyzed, it's probably dead, such a big explosion, even Ronan. Before he finished speaking, he slapped himself hard, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the ruins, the power gem on the hammer in his hand exuded a faint light. At the critical moment just now, Ronan used the power of the original stone to protect himself, while his men were wiped out. 07 is too bad, Ronan is not dead, he even reached the ground. Gamera couldn't care less about scolding Star-Lord's crow's mouth, she looked anxious and confused at the same time. Ronan is fine, why is Thor missing? In a bathroom on Xandar, a golden portal opened, and Thor rushed out, coughing desperately into the sink. Ahem. All kinds of bits and pieces and screws spit out from his mouth. Then he took a mouthful of water and sprayed it out. The water was full of black engine oil. Bumping your head into a spaceship is really not something ordinary people can play. You forcefully swallowed a mouthful of broken iron, as if you stuck your head into a sandpit. This kind of thing, probably only a sturdy woman like Carol can enjoy it. Thor subconsciously ignored that Carol was covered with energy, while he was purely physical defense. In the future, we should leave it to Captain Marvel to demolish the house, anyway. Outside Sokovia, Carol suddenly sneezed. What's going on? She was a little puzzled. Just now, she suddenly felt a chill behind her back, with a feeling of someone always wants to harm me. Carol, what's the matter with you? Asked Jane Foster. It's nothing. We need to act fast. Ultron is a lunatic who wants to raise half of the city. We must evacuate the people before he starts. In fact, the evacuation has already begun. Quicksilver was the first to rush into a police station, yelling, "We are under attack, the whole city is evacuated, hurry up." But no one likes him. The next moment, he turned back, held an AK and hit the shuttle halfway up. Da-da-da. The moment the gunshot sounded, everyone chose to believe it. After all, Sokovia is not a peaceful area, warlords scuffle, and terrorist attacks happen from time to time. Once a war breaks out, all the police can do is to lead the people to flee. On the other side, Wanda used chaos energy to control a large number of people to leave. The red spiritual power enveloped several blocks, and people left quietly. Yet Ultron simply wouldn't give them enough of the world. On the other hand, Vision approached Ultron, and finally tried to convince him. The result is obvious, the talk collapsed. Using the power of Mind Gem, Vision successfully kicked Yue Chuang from the internet. But it was too late, Ultron has launched the Meteorite project. Accompanied by a deafening bang, the ground began to tear apart, and a bottomless crack spread, encircling most of the city. The next moment, the ground collapsed, and the surrounding urban area, together with the earth, rose slowly, a 3-day scene. High in the sky, Ultron's emotionless voice sounded. See, what a beautiful view. Rising, then falling, it is destined to happen. And you Avengers, will be with my meteorite, and when you fall to the ground, the earth will collapse. It's meaningless to remove me from my world and use my body to fight against me. When all the dust settles, the only 113 left is metal. To stop all this, the rising city must be destroyed, and the people must be evacuated first. Countless steel soldiers rushed forward to take advantage of the fire, attacking the Avengers and hindering them. No, how can I let this happen? The homeland from childhood to adulthood has become like this. Wanda's eyes flashed red, and her spirit showed signs of losing control. She screamed angrily, and the red energy spread rapidly, and the steel soldiers within a few miles were instantly reduced to powder. Carol, who was not far away, was stunned. What a terrible ability. Unfortunately, it's too unstable. Several huge amounts of spaceships appeared from the sky and approached Sokovia high in the sky to assist the people to evacuate. It was the fleet of Shield. In the command room, Nick Fury is now on the sidelines, and Peggy Carter is the main conductor. While commanding the fleet to land, she muttered to herself, "Honey, you're not here, I can't mess things up." At the same time, Xandar was also in crisis. Ronan walked out of the ruins of the spaceship slowly. Traitor. He saw Minerva for the first time, recognized her identity, and immediately roared furiously, "You actually abandoned the noble complexion of the technological aristocrat. The most noble skin color of the Kree is blue." Minerva, who was still in the Star Troopers, had blue skin, but now she is the same as the people on Earth. Although I don't know how to do it, it is obvious that she no longer belongs to Carrie. Minerva trembled all over, immediately calmed down and gritted her teeth. "I'm from Asgard now." He raised his sniper rifle and shot at Ronan, showing his attitude. Xingju and others rushed forward and besieged Ronan. However, Ronan is at the pinnacle of his life now, not to mention them, even Thanos can just do it. A purple light flashed past, everyone backed away and fell to the ground. Scanning around and finding that Thor was not there, Ronan was relieved, and he gave a loud speech. "Look, this is your Guardians of Galaxy. Nothing but chaos? Fortunately, my father and my grandfather brewed this revenge. People of Xandar, it's time to rejoice. Abandon your humble and ignorant god. Your savior has come, and that is me." He raised his warhammer high, and the power stone began to vibrate. "Oh mommy mommy coax. Mommy mommy coax." A ghostly animal singing sounded, instantly attracting his attention. He turned his head and looked at Xingju dancing beside him. Not only him, but Gamera, Drax, and the Xandar stars all looked over, with eyes of caring for the mentally retarded. "Oba Gangnan ribbon? Appa Gangnan ribbon." At this moment, Xingju has completely let himself go. "What are you doing?" Ronan asked in a daze. "Dancing? Come, Gamera, together." Star-Lord took the opportunity to invite Gamera. Gamera shook her head in a daze, she said she still wanted face. Seeing Yoon complained from the side, "You are really a fool." Minerva seconded, "Exactly." The invitation was rejected, and Xingju didn't care, and continued his awkward dance. "What the hell are you doing?" Ronan asked loudly. "Distracting you, idiot." Boom, there was an explosion, Drax held up the launcher, and a quantum cannon blasted up. A purple light flashed, and a desperate scene happened. The hammer in Ronan's hand was unscathed. "Damn it, I should have assembled the launcher myself." Rocket suddenly reacted, beating his chest and feet. He actually forgot just now that the hammer with the power gem can't be crushed by ordinary nose cannon pieces. "I'll fight with you." Desperately, Drax raised his dagger and rushed forward, and was grabbed by the neck. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Ronan's mouth. "I was wrong, I remembered your family. Their screams at that time are really unforgettable. And you will go to accompany them soon." With a wave of his hand, he was thrown away like garbage. Shouted, "Struggling is useless. Resign yourself to your fate." He raised the hammer again. "Hey, I'm also attracting your attention." Drax had a weird smile on his face. Boom, a thunderbolt with a thickness of tens of meters suddenly appeared from the sky, as if dividing the sky into two halves. The thick lightning condensed and shrank to the thickness of an arm, and before everyone could react, it struck Ronan's hammer. Kaka, the artifact that had been with him for countless years, finally couldn't bear the force and shattered. "No." Ronan screamed strangely, and he quickly grabbed the gem in midair. The next moment, a huge force came from his chest, his whole body was paralyzed by the electric shock, and his whole body was blown into the air. Thor appeared in front of him, stretched out his hand to the power gem, and grabbed it suddenly. Boom! A huge energy burst out, and purple light enveloped the whole world. However, in the next moment, the light disappeared, and the power gem lay quietly in Thor's palm, and there was no more restlessness. "Good Zhao Zhao. No, it's impossible." Seeing Thor control the power gem so easily, Ronan's face was full of disbelief. "Nothing is impossible. Hold the power gem and feel the surging power. This kind of power to control everything is simply fascinating. Then try your power." The fist with purple light hit Ronan, and the energy rays enveloped him. No, facing the energy of the gemstone, Ronan couldn't resist it for half a second, and instantly turned into ashes. Since then, Ronan, the accuser who has committed many crimes in the galaxy, finally died on Xandar, the planet of the old enemy. Drip, congratulations to the host for completing the Drax-related mission, Revenge. Get the reward, active skill brain damage. Brain remnant technique, reduces the target's IQ by 90%, and lasts for 10 minutes. When the system's notification sound came, Thor looked around and took a fancy to Xingju. Use the skill on the target Star-Lord brain damage. The next moment, Xingju suddenly shouted excitedly, "It's great, Ronan is dead. Let's celebrate." "Aw," he said. The whole person jumped onto a nearby tree like Tarzan of the ape. The faces of everyone present were covered with black lines. Yondu left with the Predator, took the cosmic spirit orb that Star-Lord gave him, and didn't ask any questions. With his wisdom, it is impossible not to know that there are no gems in it. Please allow me to represent the Nova Legion on behalf of 090, and I would like to extend my highest respect and heartfelt thanks to you. Thank you for saving the planet Shanmire. The Secretary General of Xandar led the crowd and sincerely thanked Thor for his help. Definitely, Guardians of Galaxy are also included. Your strength is beyond imagination, and you can actually resist the damage caused by the rough stone. I believe that putting the Cosmic Spirit Ball in your hand can guarantee its safety. The true identity of the Cosmic Spirit Ball has been exposed, and it is a disaster for the Power Gem to stay on Xandar, and many people will stare at it. Since Thor can control its power, giving it to Thor is the best choice. Your wife and daughter can rest in peace. Ronan has paid for his crimes. Walking out of the conference room on Xandar, Gamera said to Drax. Drax was silent for a while, then whispered, Ronan, it's just a puppet. The real culprit is Thanos. Thor, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and said to Groot, Stormbreaker is necessary to kill Thanos. Ronan is dead, and I am going back to forging weapons. You should be able to help. I'm Groot. Thanks. The weapon that killed Thanos, do you want to witness its birth? Definitely yes. But I'd rather witness the killing of Thanos. There will be a chance. Drip, Ronan is dead, and Groot has avoided his original fate. Congratulations to the host for completing the task related to Groot Treeman, King of the Wood Element. You will be rewarded for completing the task. Mission reward, the only person who is qualified for the artifact, the weapon made by Groot will only be recognized by one person. Nidai, a spaceship of huge amounts landed, followed by Star-Lord's smaller spaceship. Boy, are you here? Why, have you found the material for forging the battle axe? No, this is. Dwarf, a he. Wang Ai Kui stepped forward to say hello. When he saw Groot, his face changed. The Flower God Colossus clan? Oh my god, I didn't expect that there are still survivors in this clan. Then he slapped Thor hard on the shoulder. Boy, you are lucky. Legend has it that the Flora Colossus family is the descendant of the World Tree, and the weapons forged from his limbs will greatly increase their power. Thor nodded. In this case, let's start. In this life, Nidai's facilities were not destroyed, and he didn't have to pull the switch, so he could witness the birth of the tomahawk. The complex machinery began to operate, the energy of the neutron star ignited the boiler, and the prototype of a battle axe slowly appeared. On the Earth, the broken Ultron finally came to a dead end. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The Iron Soldier is gone, with Carol, Jane Foster, and Vision surrounding him. It is worth mentioning that, due to Thor's reminder, Stark equipped Quicksilver with a high-tech body armor, so he is still alive and kicking. Ultron whispered, do you think you have won? No, this is just the beginning. A brilliant golden radiance lit up above Vision's head, marking the end of the battle. However, at the same time, the last robot was programmed early in the morning, and at the same time that Ultron died, the final step of Project Meteor was launched. Boom! The whole city trembled in the air, and then fell towards the ground. With violent air friction, flames quickly burst out from the bottom of the city. No, I've tried everything, but I can't stop the city from falling, and I can't destroy it. Stark's anxious voice came. This life of Ultron moves slower, but more cautiously than in the original history. In the Far East, on Camartage Square, Ancient One's eyes seem to look at the fallen city through thousands of mountains and rivers. As a human Asgardian, Camartage has been used to watching the rise and fall of human society for thousands of years, and usually disdains to meddle in mortal affairs. Even during the New York War, Ancient One only maintained the holy place from being destroyed. Things like Ultron, which humans have created by themselves, are even more unacceptable for a few days. It's just that the situation is a little different this time. The fall from Sokovia's altitude is almost equivalent to a small planet. Even if it doesn't destroy human beings, it is very likely to bring the Earth into an ice age. The principle of Sorcerer Supreme has a premise that the continuation of human civilization must be guaranteed. Because of this, Thor will go to the universe with confidence. Ancient One is staring closely into the distance, ready to launch its tail at any time. Wanda, can you try to drag the city up with a super ability? Quicksilver tried to ask despite his hopelessness. No, I don't have enough mental strength. I can hold up a building at most now. Wanda shook her head pale. Stark suddenly had an idea. Then what about Ms. Carol? It is said that you are stronger than Thor. Can you lift the city? Carol rolled her eyes. You're thinking about farts? Dreams have everything. So, is there a way to blow cities apart? Nukes? Steve asked. In the case of the evacuation of the people, blowing up Sokovia with a nuclear bomb seems to be the only solution. Stark shook his head helplessly. It's too late. The nearest intercontinental missile takes 3 minutes to reach, but with Sokovia's falling speed, it will reach the ground in 2 minutes at most. Moreover, ordinary nuclear bombs may not be able to achieve the effect of complete destruction. You must use the legendary Tsar bomb, the one whose power has not been halved. The Avengers were all silent. Back then, Mao Zedong made a big news by making a 100 million equivalent super hydrogen bomb. However, Mao Zedong's senior management worried that the nuclear fallout would have a serious impact on the environment after the test explosion, which would lead to internal affairs and diplomatic turmoil. So have the nuclear bomb to an explosive power of 50 megayield. Although the equivalent was cut in half, it still caused the increase in nuclear radiation around the world. If a 100 million equivalent hydrogen bomb is fired into the air, I am afraid that the entire Earth will become a war zone. Wait, I got a communication from Thor. Carol suddenly yelled, and everyone's eyes lit up. After getting along for a long time, they already have an inexplicable trust in Thor, as if any problem that cannot be solved can be solved in his hands. Carol, who is good at solving everything violently, does not have this point. What did he say? Steve asked. Tell us to leave Sokovia quickly, at least 1 kilometer away. Steve and Stark looked at each other and nodded. There's nothing we can do here, so trust him. Except for Carol and others who were able to fly, everyone boarded the fighter plane and flew away from Sokovia. Is there anything Thor can do about such a big city? Stark muttered. After all, Ultron was his creation, and he would be responsible if it caused irreparable disaster. The huge city in the sky is already less than 10,000 meters above the ground, and the constant acceleration and violent friction with the air made it a huge amounts of fireball. 0. Seeking flowers. People hundreds of kilometers around saw this shocking scene, as if another sun appeared in the sky and was falling towards the earth. Many people were already running and crying in despair, some even hid in the cellar. The Ancient One far away in Camartage sighed and prepared to make a move. At this moment, a stream of light flashed across the sky, stopping Ancient One who had just taken a step. A beam of huge amounts of light, as if descending from the sky from the other end of the universe, quickly enveloped the city in midair. This is Bifrost. Miss Jane and Wanda exclaimed after witnessing this scene. Under the shroud of light, the huge Sokovia is rapidly disintegrating, and the materials mixed with vibranium inside the city are vaporized in the air. So it can still be used like this? I always thought it was just an interstellar express. Carol was full of wonder, even though he had wandered in the universe for 20 years and had seen many miraculous phenomena. But seeing this scene is still very emotional. Boom! Sokovia, the city of meteorites that Ultron placed high hopes on, was completely exploded in less than 10 seconds under the power of Bifrost, turning into the most primitive particles in the universe. This is because Thor was worried about hitting the Earth, so he deliberately withdrew some of his strength. The Bifrost light slowly dissipated, and Thor's figure holding a battle axe in the sky appeared in the eyes of everyone, as if a god had come to the world. Carol stared at the battle axe in Thor's hand and muttered, "This is the weapon that can kill Thanos." At the moment Nidavi, Stormbreaker, was born, Thor felt a sense of blood connection. The moment he held the axe, he felt that he was the only recognized master of Stormbreaker, and no one could lift it except himself. Even Groot, who contributed the handle of the axe. When the artifact was ready to return to Earth, although Rocket was very interested in seeing what Star-Lord's hometown was like, Star-Lord refused, and he was not ready to go home. The Guardians of the Galaxy eventually left, and Thor returned to Earth with Nebula and Minerva. Facing the falling Sokovia, although he has the power gem in his hand, 450 Jill wants to try the power of Stormbreaker. The result is very satisfactory. In a mountain forest, Thor and others from the Avengers Alliance landed slowly. "Come out, I know you're still there," Vision shouted towards the cliff. A robot with a broken body and a broken arm climbed up the cliff. Ultron's body is already dead. This is a consciousness that was separated in advance. He wanted to see his ideals come true with his own eyes, but now everything is over. Vision whispered, "Let me say goodbye to Ultron." Stark sighed, nodded, and waved the crowd away. Vision sighed, "Ultron, you're scared." Ultron sneered, "Afraid of you? Or of that Thor? Afraid of death? You are the last." Stark wanted to create a savior, but he didn't expect to create a lackey. Vision sighed, "I think we've all let people down. Humans are weird. They think order and chaos are opposites, but they like to try to manipulate things beyond the scope of their abilities. But even if they fail, they don't there's a elegance in the slightest, and I think you're missing that." Ultron didn't want to talk to him anymore, and said coldly, "Human beings are doomed after all." "Yes," Vision replied, "but things are not beautiful because they last. I am honored to be a part of them. You are hopelessly childish." Vision frowned, nodded, and said, "After all, I was born yesterday. I'm still a child, what's wrong with being naive?" Ultron rushed forward angrily. A burst of golden light flashed. Upstate New York, all come together at the all-new The Avengers base. "Hey, I've been wondering who is building this place, so it's your land." Steve patted Thor on the shoulder, "You have long anticipated the expansion of the Avengers, are you ready?" Stark joked, "Such a big place was built so quickly, and a lot of manpower and material resources were used. I heard that the mayor arranged a lot of convenience." Thor, "When did you get involved with the mayor of New York? Didn't you who hates politicians the most?" Thor smiled and said nothing. Who would have thought that Jinping would become the mayor of New York after not seeing him for a few years? "Well, I have to say, the energy of this product is really strong. If this is a world without super abilities, a character like Jinping is a proper child of the plane?" Vision suddenly asked. "Thor, nice to meet you. I heard that this time, you brought back an infinite gems." Glancing at Ultron on the green grassland above his head, he tried so hard to hold back his laughter, gave Carol a well-done look, and gave a deep purple gem 0. The power gem means infinite physical power. If you use its power to attack the ground, you can even destroy a planet. Stark suddenly said solemnly, "Have you noticed something is wrong? Each of the infinite gems is the most powerful object in the universe. It stands to reason that they can be encountered but not sought after. But in the past few years, there have been 4 elements: space, mind, reality, and power. A gemstone appeared on Earth. Don't you think there is something wrong? It always feels like there is a behind-the-scenes manipulator in the Song dynasty to promote all this. Thor corrected. 5 to be exact. The time gem has always been on Earth, kept by the Asgardian of Earth Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. As for the man behind the scenes you mentioned, it's my target for forging this battle axe, Thanos, the world destroyer. Stark nodded. Are you sure? You can let me try. The Ultron crisis was lifted, and superhero entered a 0.2 long-lost rest period. Carol realized the importance of gymnastics, so she came to Thor every 2 days to discuss. After all, this guy often can't hold back his strength, and ordinary people are too easily injured during sparring. Without the use of weapons, the two are hard to tell. Carol's strength is greater, while Thor's skills are stronger. The same thing is that neither side can break the other's defense. Whenever entering the bladder game, Thor will call out his invincible hair axe, and Captain Marvel will immediately retreat without a fight. You're a broken axe. If you knock it you'll die, if you touch it you'll hurt. My old lady is hard-headed but not stupid. Carol stayed for a few days before leaving. There are many things in the universe, and she has been away for a long time this time, and she has returned to the post of the universe police once again. If it weren't for the Ultron crisis, she would have been gone long ago. Thor gave himself a period of vacation. During this period of time, he lived a very comfortable life. He watched a group of heroines in the manor every day, during the day, and at night. Hey, Dr. Palmer, how are you doing? Are you still used to living? Thor stopped Christine Palmer. Christine blushed and gave him a white look. I should have thought of it a long time ago. You have evil intentions, and fooling me into your manor is just the first step. Really? Who said that? Sister Maya Hansen said that she was deceived by you in that way. 07. Tolton was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he had a thick skin and changed the subject without changing his face. Is there any problem? There are so many people in the family. It's normal to need a family doctor. Before Christine could answer, Thor's communicator rang. Minerva, who is in charge of the manor's security, sent a message. Mr. Stark sent an invitation card. His Highness was not invited to the party last time. This time he defeated Ultron. Let's celebrate. Thor nodded and said, good idea, but let's put it in the new Avengers building. Cheers. At the party, the Avengers indulged in carnival. The depression during this period made them want to release a long time ago. Even Wanda, who usually doesn't drink, drank a glass, leaning against Thor with flushed cheeks. At the bar, Natalie is sharing drinks with Stark. But Stark obviously lost. When he saw Natalia drank a glass of strong wine, Stark finally remembered, this big beauty in front of him is an authentic hairy girl. Except for Thor from Asgard, everyone present is not enough. She drank. Hey, cheer up, why are you so unhappy? Thor patted Bruce Banner on the shoulder in the corner. Banner looked up at him, but said nothing. What's wrong? After repeated questioning, Banner finally said, it's nothing, I just feel a little out of place. Thor glanced around. Stark had staggered away from Black Widow's persuasion, and went to talk to the model alone. Seeing herself looking over, Natalia winked at herself. Hawkeye is on a video call with his baby girl. Captain America has lived for so many years, and he has already seen through the world. As for Quicksilver and Vision, he's a kid. Thor's eyes lit up. Oh, I see, you want to find a partner. Immediately, he thought of something, teasingly said, aren't you afraid that Hulk will come out suddenly? Banner was a little embarrassed at once, and said in a low voice, Hulk is much more controllable now. He will notify me in advance if he is going to come out, and he won't change suddenly just because his heart beats faster. Oh? Thor was stunned for a moment, and looked again. The direction of this life seems to have changed a bit. The relationship between Banner and Hulk is better than in the original book, and the tacit understanding between the two is also much higher. At least they can already be like partners. Equal exchange. Thor rolled his eyes, glanced at Stark, and said with a smirk to Banner, I said it earlier, you can go to Stark to arrange it for you, and he knows a lot of models. Huh? What's the matter? Why did you mention me suddenly? Stark walked up curiously, and attracted the attention of others. Oh, there's nothing to find someone for Banner. Thor explained roughly. This time, not only Stark, but also Steve became interested. Banner blushed. He definitely knows that Stark knows a lot of models, but he knows more how Stark met them. No matter how you say it, Banner is also a great scientist. He is very proud. Let him 737 take over that Playboy's game. Let's dream. Thor looked at his weird expression, and said with some doubts, what kind of expression do you have? Didn't you say that Europe and the United States don't have such a plot? Could it be that Banner, this old Menzeo, is still a traditional person? It's so fresh. I don't mind taking the offer. I just mind taking the offer from Stark. An acquaintance who meets twice in 3 days, and meets a person of the same kind. Where should I put my face? Bruce Banner yelled frantically in his heart. But saying this, Stark's face is not good. He rolled his eyeballs, and suddenly his whole body trembled like an epileptic, and his face also turned green. Then he returned to the original state, and said with a straight face, it's not my problem, it's Hulk who said he didn't want to take over. Cut. Everyone booed. Find an excuse and find a better one. Who doesn't know how old a baby Hulk is? What a fart. Thor is in a good mood now, so he is also happy to play a guest role as Yu Lao to help Banner solve the next major life issue. He can't help suggesting, no problem, I have traveled around the world a lot, and I know a lot of people, maybe I can help you pay attention. Appropriate. Come on, let me tell you about your requirements first. Stark and Hawkeye also booed, good idea, let's talk about it, and I will help you to pay attention. Natalia and other ladies quietly stayed away from these guys. Banner scratched his head in embarrassment, but couldn't resist the other party's enthusiasm, so he said helplessly, first of all, I am a scientific researcher, and I hope the other party can support me in doing various boring research. Everyone nodded. Scientists are generally difficult to find a partner, because they usually have no family and are not good at socializing. Stark was an exception, the guy was a genius. Then, you also know that as Avengers, we are always facing various dangers. Therefore, my other half must be able to accept this, at least not be afraid of superpowers. Then what? Quicksilver also came up and recorded in a small notebook. Finally, superhero family members are often in danger, so it's best to have the ability to respond to danger. I have to say, Banner thinks a lot. Hawkeye is thoughtful, he feels that he really needs to strengthen the security of his family. Stark couldn't help complaining, I think you might as well wait for the next female Avenger to show up. He glanced at the hall with a depressed expression on his face. All the flowers in the Avengers were taken by Thor. There may be a Captain Marvel, the problem is that few people can subdue that woman. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There is no such thing on Earth, it is hard to say in the universe, just like Asgard, even a woman can fight. So do you have any racial requirements? He asked. Banner obviously misunderstood his intentions, and said with a nostalgic face, no, I used to get along with a beautiful black girl in Brazil, and I saved her from the local gangsters, it's a pity that I should control her I can't transform, so I have to bear the pain and give up. Thor quickly interrupted his memory, I have someone to choose. First of all, the other party will definitely support your scientific research work, because she is originally a great scientist. Then, your identity will not be a problem, because people usually have been in contact with superheroes. Well, she is still very rich, incomparably rich. Thor smirked and kept a secret. Banner was confused, are you sure you didn't mean Stark? Get out, I'm a pure man. Then Thor added, and this girl is good at making exoskeleton armor. At this moment, Stark finally couldn't sit still, and yelled, fuck, are you sure you're not choreographing me? With a thoughtful look on his face, Steve reminded Stark, Tony, I know your father. He was as good at playing as you when he was young. Could it be one of your sisters who lived outside? Stark calmed down, thoughtful. After all, she is in existence with an IQ of 250, and she quickly thought of the key point, you guided me on purpose, right? That means the other party must not be what Steve said, right? Thor applauded, I didn't say anything, it's all your guesswork. Everyone has black lines on their faces, didn't you deliberately mislead? But, if there is such a person, why have we never heard of it? Natalia asked suspiciously. She used to be a 10th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and has long been committed to finding superheroes. So many obvious features, not to mention that everyone knows it, at least there is no trace of cobweb, right? Thor smiled and shook his head. Kamartaj Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is also not known to many people, but it doesn't mean she is not good. Even if I face her now, there is no way I can win. The strength is superior but the nameless, it means that the other party has the ability to cover up their own traces. Then pointed at Steve's shield, remember the shield material. Vibranium. Steve, hello king, definitely won't forget, the most precious metal in the world. What if all the vibranium in the world comes from one country, and there is a vibranium mine as big as a mountain in someone's home? In everyone's astonishment, with a swipe of his hand, a world map appeared on the screen in front of him. Thor pointed to somewhere in Africa. This place is truly the most advanced country on Earth, and its technological level has even reached the peak of the universe. If the portal of the New York War appeared there, they would be able to solve it even without a superpower. Could it be that you are talking about the cosmic power Gambia? Stark looked strange. This is a meme on the internet. Gambia, a powerful country in the universe, claims to eliminate Mazi in 7 days and level China in 10 days. It once shot down the embassy of the United States with a machine gun, and it can be called the world's #1 shit-stirrer. Compared with the mouth-powerful king like Gambia, Africa still has a real superpower. Wakanda, one of the least developed countries in the eyes of ordinary people. For centuries, it has been isolated from the world, ostensibly a poor and backward agricultural country. In fact, this is the most technologically advanced country on Earth. Faith in Buster, the Panther God. The supreme leader of Wakanda is the king, and the successive rulers are called Black Panther. Unlike some other African countries, the people of Wakanda are relatively civilized and not so barbaric. If Wakanda is not too closed, the people of Wakanda must be like everyone in the world are friends. Thor's words are just like telling a story to other people, it is too mysterious. Stark muttered, so the vibranium used by Ultron was bought from Wakanda. Strictly speaking, it's not buying. 083 can only be regarded as smuggling. Because under normal circumstances Wakanda is very strict about the circulation of vibranium, and only trades when needed. This is a country that pursues isolationism, so it will be unknown. Speaking of this, Thor smiled mysteriously. Wakanda's little princess Shuri is a great scientist, and she designed many black technologies, including the latest Black Panther battlesuit. As Thor spoke, he swiped his hand, and a black girl appeared on the screen. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Banner was immediately attracted. Thor snickered secretly. It seems like a good thing to let Banner sacrifice and pull Wakanda into the Avengers Alliance's chariot early, and it's not even a sacrifice. Banner seems to have a special affection for the Black Sister, just like the Black Sister in Brazil, and the female, Valkyrie of Sakaar have a particularly good relationship with him. In the middle of the night, in a jungle somewhere in Africa, a mercenary attacked a convoy. It was said that there was a piece of extremely precious metal in the convoy. As the ultimate example of pretending to be a pig, Wakanda appears to be just a third-world country. The convoy's weapons are all the most common AK series of poor people's weapons. Facing the prepared mercenaries, the firepower is directly suppressed. Damn it. In the middle of the convoy, Princess Shuri cursed secretly, considering whether to take out her energy hand cannon. But if this is the case, it is likely to be the secret of Kanda in Kikai City. At this moment, a loud roar sounded, and a burly figure rushed forward facing the bullet, raised a car with one hand, and swept across the panic-eyed mercenary, causing the opponent to rush to the street with one blow half. Although the mercenaries were all desperados, they ran away screaming before they reached the bottom of the Hulk. Hulk, smash. Hulk raised the military Humvee high up in his hand, and slammed it on the ground. The mountain shook suddenly, and a huge amount of cracks on the ground extended forward. Several mercenaries fell down on the spot, and the few remaining people were also killed. The huge amounts of shockwave fell to the ground, and were caught up by Hulk and wiped out one by one. While Bruce Banner is a good man, his compassion doesn't face such desperados, let alone Hulk's mind right now. Hulk? It's Hulk, the Wakanda yelled in excitement. Unlike Westerners who claim to be gentlemen, they have a good impression of Hulk, a beast superhero who has always admired power and glory. Among the Avengers, Hulk is the most popular in Wakanda, and Thor almost means it. Despite advanced technology, Wakanda people still worship the most powerful men in hand-to-hand combat. Including the king's position, all must go through hand-to-hand combat, and the winner is eligible to inherit the power of Black Panther. Princess Shuri ran up and shouted excitedly, "My God, Hulk, I saw Hulk." Hulk trembled in fright, and immediately changed back to Banner. Seeing this scene, Shuri obviously also thought of the difference between Hulk and Banner. Her eyeballs rolled and stars began to appear. When you need to fight, you can fight better than your brother T'Challa, and when you don't usually fight, you are also a great scientist who is more knowledgeable than yourself. Entering the laboratory and going to the battlefield, this combination of strength and wisdom is simply, what a shame. Banner was frightened by Shuri, who looked like a fan. He calmed down and looked at the Black Pearl seriously. Well, the real person is much prettier than the photos, with a cute appearance and a kind heart, completely different from the supermodels that often appear at Stark's parties. At this moment, he felt that his spring had come. A romantic hero saves the beauty, and the relationship between Banner and Shuri heats up quickly. In a ruined base, a man and a woman are confronting each other. Give up, you can't resist. You people, you are born to be my master. The man looked at the woman in front of him with a strange expression. Without saying a word, the woman tried her best to resist the parasite erosion from the opposite ward. No, it was the hive. Her body was covered with a faint layer of golden divine power, which was entered by Thor casually at the beginning, and it seemed to be of no use on weekdays, but this time it played a great role. Skye, now she should be called Vibe Girl, Daisy John. After recovering her background, she realizes that she is a legendary inhuman race, and also possesses the super ability she has dreamed of. But now, she is in the biggest crisis. Hive, the world's first alien, can project parasites to persuade all aliens to surrender, so that aliens are willing to do things for the hive itself, and this persuasion is absolute persuasion. There is no possibility of betrayal or being awakened by others. As the first-generation leader of the aliens, after all, he will not fight alone. If you control Skye and let her return to S.H.I.E.L.D, it will be of great use. At the critical moment, Skye took out a communicator and decisively pressed the button. Honeycomb noticed this movement, and he smiled disdainfully. Don't count on it. No one will come to rescue you. Even if your companions arrive, they will add a few more skilled healers to me. Oh, is it so? A cold voice came from behind. Who? Hive was startled, and quickly turned her head to look at the blonde man in a red cloak and silver armor who appeared behind her. Thor, help! Skye shouted excitedly. Different from the wild hacker who grew up in an orphanage and wandered outside since childhood in the original book, she was adopted by Peggy Carter early in this life. Her personality is a little less mature and more immature. Bang, without a word of nonsense, Thor punched up, and the hive didn't even have time to resist, and his head was smashed by the punch. Wow, so handsome. Skye ran up excitedly and hugged Thor's arm. Are you, the Avenger? You can't kill me. Another corpse on the ground slowly stood up. Another ability of the hive possessed the corpses of other people. In a sense, this is a kind of eternal life. Be careful, this guy has a lot of weird abilities. Skye whispered in Thor's ear. Because Hydra will send a devotee to the hive every few decades, and after several centuries, the hive will parasitize hundreds or even thousands of human beings, making the hive multilingual, fighting technique, technology, etc., in ordinary humans are almost omnipotent. But after all, he is just a powerful ordinary person. No wonder he can only be the boss of the S.H.I.E.L.D series. But he can't control this guy who hates others. Skye is his own. Thor punched him with a sneer. This time, the hive blocked in front of him with both arms in time. Crack, the sound of bone breaking sounded, and before the hive could feel the severe pain, it was a blur before it realized that it was lifted high by Thor, and it hit the ground hard with its head down, and the whole body was half cut into the floor. The head naturally became an exploded watermelon again. 0. Seeking flowers. If you can, let's play more civilized. The bloody scene made Skye stick out his tongue. Although he was not afraid, girls naturally hate disgusting things. Asshole, you will regret it. 076808407 Feilu. The other corpse stood up again. See? You can't kill me. The hive's ability is very strange. He can regenerate almost infinitely, just like the slogan of Hydra cut off a Lu. 2 more heads grow. It's really ignorant and fearless. A monster created by Kree dares to call itself a god? Then let me show you, the real god. Holding Skye in his arms, he jumped to a height of several hundred meters, and a huge amount of lightning descended from the bar, covering hundreds of meters around the hive. The fleshy body of the hive, which is far superior to ordinary people, could not survive the lightning storm for a second, and instantly turned into coke. The parasite quickly attached to another corpse, but in the lightning storm, only coke was left on the ground, and it was forced to withdraw just as it attached. What made him even more desperate was that this kind of attack that contained divine power also caused a lot of damage to his body. Constantly reborn, and constantly died, the hive was reborn dozens of times in just a few minutes. His body became weaker and weaker. I'm not reconciled. With a roar full of despair and resentment, the god of Hydra finally died and completely disappeared from the world. S.H.I.E.L.D explained it like this: I haven't seen much and I don't plan to write in detail. And compared to the movie series, most of them are mortals fighting mountains. It's dead. Skye murmured. The super boss in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D is like a joker in front of Thor, making her feel like a dream. Thor patted her on the cheek. What do you think? This world is much bigger than you imagined. The existence of the hive is not even a small guy. He calls himself the god of Hydra, and he is really a god. In 2 years, a real cosmic overlord will come to Earth, and that will be the battle of the gods. If you can fully control your ability, you will definitely have a place in the future battle. Skye nodded. This is what she thought of 660. You already know my life experience, right? You hinted at the beginning that I would become a superhero. Aunt Carter told me that you can see the future. Is it true? Skye is smart. Thor neither admitted nor denied, and said with a faint smile, all I can see are some general directions, not accurate to everyone and everything. Just like you, I know at most that you will awakening vibes ability, but can't see every trace of you. Since World War II, the flow of the world has changed, and many things will no longer develop as one remember. Just like Skye, she was originally left in the orphanage in history, and later became a hacker of the Rising Tide organization, broke into S.H.I.E.L.D and became an undercover agent, and finally rehabilitated and joined S.H.I.E.L.D wholeheartedly. An undercover agent is a model of the boss. After all, Skye has achieved the 10th level. But now, if he is a hacker, he joined S.H.I.E.L.D because of Peggy Carter. Although the result is not much different, the difference in life trajectory is big. Among other things, there is a sentence in the original book, the ironclad Skye, the flirtatious boyfriend. This chick has her own Kefu attributes. She is more terrifying than Kfuna from a certain online game. She is a lone star. It's different now. Peggy Carter has been watching closely since she was a child, who dares to have bad thoughts and sent her to drink tea immediately. But now Thor is cheaper. Looking at Skye with his hands hanging on his body, what Thor thought was, will Peggy go berserk if she finds out? In front of the TV, a piece of news is playing about the Sokovia incident. The TV station selectively played the interview clips, and some people were admiring that the Avengers saved the world again. However, more dissonant voices emerged. We are very grateful for the justice of the Avengers. But can they take care of the lives and property of innocent people? Look, they destroyed another city. After causing so much damage, they just pat their butts and left? What's the difference between them and those alien invaders? Yesterday was New York, today is Sokovia. What about tomorrow? It takes a long time to build a city, but it only takes a few hours for the Avengers to destroy it. Is that so-called god from an alien planet really a god? Stark is a hypocrite. Why don't you stop selling arms? The crime he committed is 100 times bigger than selling arms. Thor pressed the remote and sent the TV. In fact, such voices often appear. There are always those people who are obedient in the face of a crisis, but after the crisis is over, they strike out at their own heroes. And during this period of time, this kind of news has obviously increased, and even caused fishing boats all over the world. No one will believe that no one is behind the scenes. The Sokovia incident, in the final analysis, was Tony's fault, and he tried his best to make up for it afterwards. Reflecting a small city with a small population and a poor economy, Stark Industry can still afford it. At least it can settle every refugee. But New York is different. Even if Stark squeezes it out, he can't afford it. And it's not the Avengers' fault that the New York War happened in New York. But people don't think so. Among other things, the housing prices in New York rank first in the world. In a battle in New York, countless buildings collapsed, especially in Manhattan, where hundreds of millions of dollars would be wasted with just a single smash. More importantly, the insurance company does not cover the losses caused by the war. Moreover, many people who bought a house with a loan just paid the down payment, and then the house collapsed, but the money owed to the bank still has to be repaid. The collapse of the house is a 5.0 incident of aliens. You go to the aliens to settle the claim yourself, and it is another matter to owe money to the bank. The old American government is not so rich, and the people have to be responsible for a lot of money for some things. Even if the Washington government came forward to deal with it, it would only temporarily waive the interest and delay the time to repay the debt. In the case of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, if something like this happened, the government would come forward and order the money to be transferred to bad debts and not to be recovered. Although bad debts are not a good thing for credit investigation, they are better than going bankrupt and going to the rooftops, right? What's even more painful is that European and American countries generally consume in advance, the awareness of deposits is not strong, and the ability to resist risks is poor, so it is easy to explode if something happens. Moreover, the people are easily incited, and it is really a beautiful scenery to make troubles. There is no trace of high quality and high education at all. Perhaps in the eyes of those people, you Avengers Alliance should defend the Earth, you should block the enemy from the Earth, let them come in and endanger us, it is negligence? Besides, if you are told to fight the aliens, you should fight hard, so you can't protect our industry from being affected? Since my property has been damaged, you should be responsible to the end. The main ones being targeted are Stark and Thor. Those people are very smart, the former is the richest in the Avengers Alliance group, and the latter is the leader of the Women's Federation. Although Hulk is the most destructive, everyone knows that this guy is a big poor. But now this guy is not poor anymore, he has a relationship with the 840 richest people in the world. No? Why is this happening? Banner hugged his head in pain. On the TV, a piece of news is broadcasting the devastation after the Great War in New York. Countless people are condemning the Avengers and Hulk. How can there be no dead man in war? Princess Sarui comforted him beside him. Why don't they think about it? Otherwise, with your hard work, how can they have their lives screaming now? If you want me to say, these people are not worth saving, they might as well be the shit of aliens. The sturdiness of the black girl is vividly displayed. Ahem. There was a coughing sound from the door. Young Black Panther, the next king, T'Challa, interrupts Shuri's radical remarks. He said with a wry smile, the responsibility cannot be entirely attributed to innocent people. The disappearance of life savings and even a large amount of debt are really unbearable for ordinary people. Sarui retorted, but that's not their reason for targeting heroes. The patient's death will be unbearable for the family members, so can they stab the doctor? This metaphor has both T'Challa and Banner spouting. T'Challa looked at Banner. Wakanda's little princess is in love, which is a big deal, and T'Challa is definitely worried about her sister being cheated on. Over the years, they have been very cautious. The investigation results are quite satisfactory. After all, Banner's fighting style after transforming into Hulk is still very popular with Wakanda people, and he is originally an honest person, so he is not worried about abducting Shuri. He actually understood Sarui's thoughts very well. It's just that, as the heir to the king, T'Challa needs to consider more things. Jingle bell. The phone rang. It was Stark. Have you read the news? A dignified voice came from the phone. Then what are you going to do? What should I do? Let's do it like this, Offie. All I know is that the Trudheim Manor is my private property, and I'm going to force them to do something about them outside. I'll kill anyone who dares to come to my place to make trouble. No way. Responsibilities don't exist here. Dude, don't do this, you will make people more disgusted by the Avengers. It's none of my business. Since a group of idiots are being shot by others, they must understand the risk of provoking me. After speaking, I hung up the phone. Minerva, anyone who breaks into the manor without permission, the first shot will be a warning, and the second shot will kill him immediately. I will take care of the accident. I don't care about your own riots, don't mess with me. Yes, your highness. Minerva took the order. Sometimes, I really want to put aliens in and kill these idiots. Thor said to himself. Ha 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 ha, bro, am I right? Earthlings are like this, what's the use of protecting them, they're all a bunch of white-eyed wolves? How about I plan another Zerida invasion and kill them? In the video chat, Loki laughed wildly. Heimdall saw what was happening on Earth and rewarded him. Thor glanced at it and said with a weird smile, it's really a good idea, you can contact Thanos and ask him to give you another army or a rough stone. Oh yes. I'm not sure if the other party will kill you to sacrifice the banner, after all, purple sweet potato essence hates me so much now. Loki was at a loss for words. Why do they do this? Knowing the cause and effect, Sif's face was filled with anger, completely incomprehensible. In our Asgard, people are hurt by the invaders, they will mourn, and they will find ways to protect their relatives and property, but they never hate their own heroes. No dare to fight against foreign enemies by yourself, but vent your anger on those who protect you. This is a shameless betrayal? Thor stroked the back of her hand, because, this is the fighting nation? In the face of crisis, we are always the most united. As Thor expected, some idiots came to the door to make trouble. A few young people got hot-headed, clamored for compensation, ignored the warning and rushed into the manor. Minerva shot his head in the first place. This time, many protesters were stimulated, and the voices of severely punish the murderer came one after another. At a press conference, Thor took out the non-concession law and castle law, and impassionedly described the legality of his own self-defense. FBI agents came to investigate in various ways, which also confirmed this point. This time, everyone retreated. But the intensified fishing boat has not receded. Thor didn't care. The death of a few hot-headed guys is nothing to the politicians. It probably means a few words of regret and 3 glasses of fine wine. But Thor showed his firm attitude. Politicians are actually not stupid. Seeking justice for innocent people is just a cover. How could they really want to push the Avengers to the opposite side? Soon they introduced new ideas. We cannot forcefully judge the Avengers for the damage they caused, because they were all helpless in the fight against evil. Doing so will undoubtedly chill the hearts of heroes. However, the means used by the Avengers in battle must be limited, otherwise it will cause a greater threat. Therefore, I think that all Avengers and even other super abilities should be included in the management of the World Security Council. First, I gave a small hand to the Avengers Alliance, and then I wanted to see you. Politicians are desperately inciting public opinion, putting pressure on the Avengers, and attempting to kidnap them morally. At this time, another incident happened, which directly brought the conflicts of all parties to the peak. In Nigeria, Steve finally blocked the last boss of Hydra Crossbones Rumlow, who was transferring a batch of biochemical weapons as a mercenary. With the cooperation of Falcon and others, Hydra is naturally no match. Rumlow was beaten into a dog by Steve and pushed to the ground. At the critical moment, he revealed the information of Winter Soldier Bucky, and detonated the bomb on his body while riding on Steve. At the critical moment, Wanda activated ability to control the explosive fireball, trying to send it high into the sky. Boom! Wanda's ability was not stable enough after all. Unable to suppress the power of the explosion, the fireball exploded violently when it was close to a hospital. Ah, no. Wanda's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with a dull expression. Steve came to his senses, and quickly said to the communicator, "Sam, rescue is needed in the building. Hurry up with the fire brigade, go up and save people." Fortunately, Wanda's control is stronger than in the original history. When it exploded, it was close to the top of the building, and the death toll was not many. Definitely, casualties are one thing, and the reactions of political leaders from various countries are another. For them, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the Avengers Alliance. Maybe some of them are still a pity. Why don't dozens or hundreds of people die? For a time, the reputation of the Avengers in the major media plummeted, and the world's mainstream media severely criticized the Avengers Alliance. 0. Ask for flowers. Last month, dozens of citizens were tragically injured in clashes between Avengers and mercenaries in Nigeria. It is believed that such a situation occurs not only because of the crime, but also because of the indifference of the person who committed the crime. A victory won by sacrificing nothing is not a victory at all. They are not governed by international law. If we don't respond to such actions, this will happen. What right does a superhuman like Scarlet Witch have to act in Nigeria? Why do the Avengers ignore the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries and cross-border law enforcement? As in history, the whole world is frantically putting pressure on the Avengers. Thor, I've got word. The Council wants the Avengers to be attached to the Council, as they were to S.H.I.E.L.D, so they're immune to damage done by the Avengers. You need to prepare early. Peggy Carter rushed over to inform Thor with a worried look on her face. Moreover, all private information is required to be released, and family members are under strict protection 24 hours a day. She found that she still underestimated the shamelessness of politicians, and she could figure out such a dirty way. At the same time, she also knew that those guys had already had this idea, but this society found a chance to make trouble. Thor couldn't help but let out a sneer. Most of my family is in Asgard. What will the Council do for protection? Oh, could it be that they are surrounding the nuclear bombs at the Trudheim Manor? This kind of protection is really considerate. I am afraid that in the eyes of these politicians, the nuclear bomb is the trump card. Sharon, who was silent on the side, suddenly said, "Actually, in the eyes of those politicians, superheroes, especially you, are originally a 100 million yield nuclear bomb. Mutual nuclear deterrence is probably the only way they can think of." Thor nodded, probably because he was too high profile in Sokovia. Glancing at Peggy, he put his arm around her shoulder and asked, "What about you? What do you think?" Peggy broke free from his hand without a trace, and rolled her eyes. "Is it interesting to test me? In vain, I came here to inform you." As he spoke, he took Thor's arm. The meaning of 040 is obvious, advancing and retreating together. Sharon was shown a loving face, with black lines all over her head, and she couldn't help complaining, "It's over, I'm going to lose my job at S.H.I.E.L.D because of you two." She was 100% sure that there was no way Thor would agree to the Council's request. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." In Avengers headquarters, Wanda was in tears and kept apologizing. Steve whispered, "It was my fault. The bomb vest could have been removed quickly, but Rumno mentioned Bucky. For a split second, I was that kid from Brooklyn again. We have no choice but to save as many people as possible, and sometimes we can't save everyone. But if we can't accept this, next time maybe no one will be saved." Wanda nodded imperceptibly, still very low. Thor came over, hugged her gently, and asked gently, "Okay, do you know where you went wrong?" Wanda raised her head and was about to speak, but Thor's tone suddenly changed, and he said indifferently, "You should let the bomb explode in the crowd, so that the people upstairs will not die because of it. Hydra, let them do something with biological weapons. Do nothing, make no mistakes." Wanda exclaimed, and then realized that Thor was talking ironically. She smiled wryly, "I actually understand the truth, but it's still very. Did I cause you trouble?" Thor patted her on the back and said seriously, "It's okay, I like trouble the most." In the conference room, General Ross, whom he had not seen for many years, stood in front of the stage and opened a video. First New York, Hulk rampages, passing through the buildings constantly. The place he passes is in a mess. Then Washington, the helicopter crashes. Huge amounts of tsunami sweeping tourists. Sokovia, the whole city disappears under the light of Bifrost. Finally it's Nigeria, the explosion on top of the hospital. General Ross talked eloquently. Governments around the world can no longer stand the situation where you have acted arbitrarily without any supervision and restraint for the past 4 years. He picked up a document and handed it to everyone. "Now, we have a solution. Look at this document, the Sokovia Act, which was approved by 117 countries, stipulating that the Avengers are no longer private organizations, but must operate under the supervision of a United Nations team, at the discretion of that team." Wait. Thor interrupted him suddenly, and sarcastically said, "You mean, when we act in the future, there will be a team of photographers behind us? That's great, we will broadcast the whole action live." "Your Excellency Thor, this is not funny at all," General Ross said with a serious face. "Many people call the Avengers heroes, but more people like to use the word vigilante, and I will use dangerous, to describe a group of uncontrolled superpowers stationed in the United States, habitually ignoring national sovereignty boundaries, where to go, what to do, entirely on their own will, and have no concern for the consequences." Looking around at the Avengers with different expressions, he pointed to the agreement. "Believe me, this is the best and most compromised approach. 3 days later, the United Nations will hold a meeting in Vienna to approve the agreement." Steve frowned, stood up and asked, "What if our decision doesn't meet expectations?" General Ross stopped walking outside, and said seriously, "Then you all retire 1.9. Otherwise, the Avengers who have not signed the agreement and entered any sovereign country that signed the agreement will be regarded as a violation of the sovereignty of 117 countries. It is allowed to use any means to kill this Avenger." General Ross laughed, and everyone's faces were heavy. Thor suddenly laughed, "I didn't expect that our righteous actions were opposed by almost all countries. It's really tough. If only they could be so tough when facing the Kiritas." Although he still had his iconic smile on his face, his tone was extremely cold. "I thought we were Avengers. It turns out that we are treated like criminals. The government will keep tracking us and have unlimited firepower against us. After all, the United States is also a signatory country, and we are in the United States." During the Insight Project incident, Sam, who was disappointed with the Council, complained mercilessly. However, this time, 117 countries want to sign this agreement. 117, do you not take it seriously at all? War Machine Rhodes, as an active soldier, was born with a stand. 117? So few? What a coincidence, I have destroyed more than 117 planets over the years. Thor whistled. "We are Avengers, not destroyers, and cannot use threats. Listen to me." The Silent Vision said, "During the years when Stark admitted that he was Iron Man, the number of superhumans has increased rapidly, and the disasters that caused the end of the world have also increased simultaneously. This may have a causal relationship. Our super ability has been challenged, and challenges stimulate conflicts, and conflicts can lead to disasters. Therefore, regulation is what we should consider. As a super robot, Vision seems to be invulnerable when he speaks, but it means that if you have a strong force, you will be targeted instead. No wonder so many countries have voluntarily given up their nuclear weapons. They should be doing well now, right?" Vision suddenly has nothing to say. "Ukraine, Libya. It seems that every one of them has something to do with it. Tony, what's your opinion? You're not usually so quiet." Natalia asked suddenly. "Because he's already made up his mind," Steve said flatly. "Gosh, you really know me." Stark groaned, stood up and opened a video. In the video, there is a black youth, and some profiles of him. Stark introduced, "His name is Charles Spencer, a good boy who could have a good future. He intends to do some good deeds and accumulate some experience before graduation. He wants to use his summer vacation to build ecological houses for the poor." Guess where he went? Sokovia. Everyone fell silent, they had already guessed the follow-up. Heavy. Stark continued with a heavy face, what exactly he was thinking, we have no way of knowing. Because when we were fighting fiercely, we threw a building on him. We don't have a decision-making process at all, we need to be regulated. I accept it in any form. If not regulated, we will be lawless and no better than bad guys. Captain America made an opinion, Tony, because someone died under your nose, so you decided to give up. I didn't give up. If you are not responsible for your actions, you are giving up. These documents are just passing the buck. Steve stood up and raised his voice. In my time, the United States was a country of real freedom and democracy. It represented the struggle of justice against evil. But now, this country has been corrupted and it is no longer free. It's more like a lighthouse trying to dominate the world. Well, how do you say it? Thor reminds, dragon slayers become dragons. The two talked so seriously that Rode couldn't sit still, and she said loudly, but it is not S.H.I.E.L.D, nor Hydra, but the United Nations that is asking to sign the agreement now. That's human, and if you are a human, you will have goals and selfishness. The Insight plan is certainly a conspiracy of Hydra, but isn't it the politicians who are trying to control the time that contributed to this plan? If one day, someone really needs our eggs when we are sent elsewhere to do meaningless things. Thor asked Stark in a low voice, Tony, you mentioned the Sokovia incident, so have you ever thought that once the agreement is signed, the agreement will not prevent you from producing Ultron? At least 527 more applications and approval will be over. But the agreement must delay us to stop Ultron's actions. But if we don't sign, they will force us to sign, that's how things are, and it will be ugly. Natalia hesitated to speak. If there is no Thor, maybe she will choose a temporary compromise for the sake of the overall situation. But now, she stands by Thor's side unconditionally. What's interesting is that once the bill is implemented, Stark, who has a family and a business, will be the most affected, and he will sacrifice the most. And Steve is completely unaffected, and he is the one who has the least influence. Judging from the degree of influence, Stark is the hardest to accept the bill, while Steve is the easiest to accept. But now, these two people have made the opposite choice, because their decisions are not for selfishness. Well said. Thor suddenly applauded, you mentioned a very critical point. When these politicians who think they are high above them, when they introduced the bill, they never considered whether we would accept it. They didn't consider us at all. Put them on an equal footing, but force us to submit. Perhaps in their eyes, we are the weak side, only the obligation to accept without the power to refuse. But the fact is that we are the party qualified to make decisions. Thor's words were murderous. Hey, come on. Stark scrambled to put out the fire. He whispered, some of our actions have made big mistakes in front of the public. We need to rely on the bill to win back trust. Believe me, we only made a small compromise so that there is room for maneuver. If there is a complete break, then... Stop. Thor interrupted Stark, suddenly realizing that the scientific genius was politically naive. First of all, as far as I am concerned, the trust of the people is not as important as dancing with nada. It is not that I need their trust, but that they need my protection. Then, I don't care about breaking with the council. When two parties have a dispute, there is always one party who needs to compromise, but that must not be me. Thanos, the first butcher of the universe, can't let me compromise. What are those politicians? If not with the emergence of Sorcerer Supreme, the Earth is still under the rule of Asgard. What is going on now? You want to turn yourself into a master, and in turn enslave me, the future king of Asgard. Stark was at a loss for words, and he suddenly realized that what Thor said was very reasonable. As an alien prince, how could he come to Earth to be a pawn for others? The last point, I understand what you mean, first compromise and sign the agreement, and then fight for more rights for us, right? Stark nodded, he thought so. However, the reality is that the opponent will only press forward step by step, and it is absolutely impossible to give up the power that has been obtained with great difficulty. In other words, the place we are most repulsed by is the place that the opponent desires the most. At that time, what can you do? Either compromise to the end, or violate the agreement and be legally targeted by the other party, even if the conflict is unreasonable. I'm glad we didn't have this bill 4 years ago, otherwise the nukes would have gone off in New York. Tony, what would you have done if the board had ordered you to drop the nuke and detonate it in New York? Well, by the terms of the bill, they totally could put a gun on Pepper Potts and make your choice. Stark was speechless. The scene was already obvious, and only Stark, Rhodes and Vision agreed to sign the agreement. There is also a Black Widow in the original book, but she was originally a middle-of-the-road faction. Now that Thor has made a decision, she is also selfish. Even non-staff personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. such as Skye and Sharon are on Thor's side. Stark's face turned dark. Okay, don't pay too much attention to it. Stark and I will go to the signing site of the agreement in Vienna, and try to persuade the representatives of various countries to change the content of the agreement and give us enough respect. Thor, will you come too? Stark nodded in agreement. This seemed like the best way to get married. He already had a premonition of the split of the Avengers alliance. Thor shook his head in disbelief. He didn't like Captain America's idea. For these politicians, meeting them is a waste of time. Besides, it's still the same sentence. They are not qualified to let themselves come to the door for consultation, and the reverse is almost the same. As the top Asgardians in the universe, arrogance is inherent, and good upbringing allows them to learn to treat everyone and every race equally. But when someone puts their nose on the face one day, I'm so sorry, I am a god, but I just look down on you mortals like ants? No matter what he chooses, it is his own idea. I will not and cannot interfere with him. Don't make it difficult for me. Betty Ross was holding the phone, feeling very excited. For so many years, General Ross rarely contacted her. Unexpectedly, the rare occasion when she took the initiative to call was to ask her to blow Thor's pillow and get him to agree to the bill. General Ross is very clear that Thor will be the biggest thorn in the side, and if he is dealt with, others will not be able to make waves even if they disagree. But no matter what, she was unwilling to let Thor make a decision against her will because of herself. Besides, she also knows that Thor is usually talkative, and will never give in on matters of principle, and will not change principles because of a woman. After hanging up the phone, Betty sat on the sofa with red eyes. What's the matter? Got into a fight with your father? Thor's gentle voice came. Betty Ross was silent. Thor hugged her gently. This is politics, this is politicians, these are not suitable for you. Sorry, I got you involved. Don't worry, your father is your father, you are you, and it's none of your business. Faint. Beep. The doorbell rang, and Thor went to open the door. A girl wearing sunglasses and wrapped up in a thick body came in. Thor looked at it carefully, and said hilariously, is this Miss Agent going to a masquerade ball? Sharon Carter glared at him, annoyed. I wanted to just come in like this, but now there are many people outside the manor watching. He took off his clothes and said solemnly, my aunt's place has been monitored, she can't leave, and her phone is also monitored, so I'm here to tell you, you must be careful recently. Thor had expected it earlier. During the day, the bill handed over by General Ross actually contained a monitor. His offensive remarks probably made the politicians nervous, right? Thor looked indifferent, and sneered, I don't know what the council thinks of my estate 180 now, Chernobyl, or Raccoon City. Seeing that he didn't care, Sharon also relaxed, and said with a smile, I think it's a Raccoon City, and there are quite a few people who suggested using nuclear bombs. Thor's eyes turned cold, and he said cruelly, it's okay, I will send it to Wall Street before the nuclear bomb explodes. Sharon shrugged, it seems that you have already prepared, so I am relieved. By the way, my aunt asked me to tell you, she said give in when you should give in, and never give in when you shouldn't. Even if everyone tells you the wrong thing is right, even if the whole world tells you to get out of the way, what you have to do is stick to it like a tree and firmly refuse. Thank you, Thor said in a low voice, is it dereliction of duty for her to say such a thing? Sharon laughed, hey, you can't say that, Aunt has retired a long time ago, so it doesn't count. The voice suddenly became low, and he sighed, actually, I was the one who dereliction of duty. A bad job as an agent, if it's gone, it will be gone. Don't worry, I'll find you a good job in Asgard. It's really fresh and refined to say that I'm working for you, what a hell. Sharon saw his sinister intentions. 3 days later. At the conference in Vienna, Steve and Stark walked into the venue together in suits. Nice to meet you, Mr. Steve, Mr. Stark, Banner mentioned you to me. T'Challa, Prince of Wakanda in formal attire, came up to greet them. There was only one thought in Stark's mind, fuck, Banner moves so fast, did he even see his parents? Steve stepped forward to shake hands, I'm sorry for what happened in Nigeria. Thanks, this place makes me uncomfortable. Stark asked, what, you don't support the agreement? T'Challa thought for a while, and said seriously, from my personal point of view, I think some parts of the agreement are unreasonable. But from a political point of view, I support the agreement. I hope you can understand. Steve shook his head and said, if it is such an agreement, I will not accept it. I will try my best to persuade these countries to change their positions. I hope you can do it. To be honest, I also feel that the minds of many countries are not that simple. The old king of Wakanda made an impassioned speech on the podium, justice must be done within the framework of order, otherwise it will cause more chaos. The Avengers guarding the world is indeed great. But this is not a reason for them to have unlimited law enforcement powers, let alone a reason for ignoring civilian casualties in battle. So, on behalf of Wakanda, I advocate the signing of the Sokovia Act. The audience applauded thunderously. King T'Chaka continued, perhaps, there are imperfections in our bill, so I hope to let the Avengers express their opinions. He stretched out his hand as a gesture of invitation, and smiled, Mr. Steve, please. We desire order and peace, and we also need to hear voices of different opinions. I don't agree with you, but I will defend to the death your right to speak. In fact, the old king is a kind person, not those shameless politicians. Thank you. Steve shook hands with King T'Chaka before walking up to the dais. T'Challa was walking outside the window, looking downstairs bored. Several security guards are checking a car. A security guard suddenly exclaimed, shouting and backing away. Not good. T'Challa reacted instantly and shouted, it's dangerous, everyone lie down. He rushed in quickly trying to throw his father down. Boom. The deafening explosion sounded, and the strong shockwave burst the glass instantly. The scene was a mess, and T'Challa rushed in frantically seeing his father lying in a pool of blood. The explosion in Vienna hit the faces of all participating countries, and the Sokovia Act was passed unanimously with 117 votes. The Avengers can only choose to accept the agreement and be supervised by the Security Council. Either refuse to sign, that is, retire, and be regarded as persona non grata by all member states that signed the bill, and refuse to enter in any form. Once forced to enter the country, it will be regarded as an aggression, and will be wanted by all the treaty countries, and can be killed by any means. Steve definitely wouldn't be satisfied with such a result, but he has no energy to deal with bills now. A video of the suspect was released, and all the evidence points to his best friend, Bucky. At least on the surface, yes. My mom used to talk me out of enlisting, but Aunt Paige didn't. She gave me my first holster. On the outskirts of New York, Sharon was chatting with Thor on the sofa in the living room of the manor. Then did she tell you that I used that holster? Back then, I was a master gunner who knocked down a platoon with a single bullet. Sharon jumped up, and immediately reacted, glaring at him, nonsense. I haven't unpacked it when I received it. Thor shrugged. Okay, what are you doing now? Steve, they're off to Vienna for a meeting, and you're not worried that they'll all sign. No, not Steve at least. But I guess they're out of the bills right now. Sharon was taken aback for a moment, but she immediately reacted, and immediately picked up her phone to check the latest news. A bomb placed on a news van blew up the UN building in Vienna. More than 70 people were injured and at least 12 were killed, including King T'Chaka of Wakanda. It's a pity, it's a little less, the representatives of the countries who signed the agreement are either bad. Thor sneered. Boom. The door was pushed open, and Peggy Carter hurried in. Hey, didn't you say you were being monitored? How did you get away? Thor joked. Because there are more serious things now. The meeting in Vienna was attacked, and the suspect is Bucky, James Barnes, our old friend. As I said earlier, he's not dead, is he? Thor interrupted her, and introduced himself. After falling into the deep valley, he was captured by the Hydra organization, who revived him and controlled him. Under the transformation of Dr. Arnim Zola, a mind control device was implanted in his brain, which cleared his previous memories and made him an important killing weapon of the Hydra organization, the Winter Soldier. As a Winter Soldier, he completed various impossible tasks for Hydra all over the world. He is currently living in Romania in seclusion, has successfully retrieved all his memories and quit the Hydra organization. Peggy digested this passage carefully. Sure enough, you already knew it, so why did you? I don't have to save everyone, especially a bunch of politicians who put collars on us first. Paige sighed, but now, Bucky has been wanted. The council's request is to kill him on the spot, and the captain will definitely not give up on him. If they resist, the council will likely send out signed Avengers. 0. Seeking flowers. Peggy Carter was worried for Thor. She thought that the Avengers might disintegrate, but she didn't expect that they would fight each other so soon. Bucky has a good relationship with me anyway, how could I cheat him? Thor smiled with some nostalgia. During the days when he was in the Roaring Commando, even though it seemed to him that children were fighting, they were still very happy. His relationship with Bucky is also very good. Definitely can't compare to Captain America, the two share the same bed. 0. Bucky was wronged, he's got his memory back. Thor patiently explained to the two women. I didn't do it. I didn't go to Vienna, I don't do that anymore. In a rental in Romania, Steve finally meets Bucky. Bucky categorically denies the trumped-up charges. In fact, if it wasn't Steve, he wouldn't bother talking about it at all. Captain America believed him immediately. Hearing footsteps downstairs, Steve got a little anxious, and he said quickly, but now, people who think you've done it are here, and they're not going to keep you alive. Bucky, we don't have to fight, or... Bucky smiled faintly. Steve, you're still so naive. Boom boom boom. The sound of footsteps downstairs approached quickly, a flashbang was thrown in, and Steve quickly grabbed it with the shield. Boom. There was an explosion, the door was pushed open, and soldiers from the CIA rushed in. Death. That is to say, this is Helmut Zima's conspiracy. Yes, he knows that he doesn't have the ability to avenge the Avengers, so he can only design for us to kill each other. Sharon was a little puzzled. She wondered, then why didn't you say it? Ordinary commandos can't catch the captain, and the council will definitely shoot Iron Man to arrest them. Bucky was wronged, but the difference in ideas between the two sides is real. The contradiction already exists, and Zima just magnified it. The bill has been passed, and Bucky is just a fuse. Without him, there will be other conflicts. Besides, there are some things, I hope to get rid of them, so that it will be more convenient. Peggy's pupil shrank, and she realized that Thor was going to make a big move. Then you should be careful. The other Avengers are being held back. It is convenient for you to do things, and it is also for the council. Thor said disdainfully, I'm just waiting for them to move 07. You can rest assured that there is no place on Earth that is safer than Trudheim Manor. It's just that you stay here recently and don't leave. I'm worried that your crazy politicians can do anything. By the way, let me add to the fire. Thor held a press conference on the Sokovia Act. As the strongest Avenger, Thor's attitude has attracted more people's attention, and reporters swarmed like sharks smelling blood. Facing countless cameras, Thor delivered a speech. Many people have always known the results of the meeting in Vienna. The 117 countries participating in the meeting passed the bill unanimously. The Avengers must be supervised to carry out their missions. Well, you are right. In the future, while saving the world, the Avengers will need to wear a dog leash to point and bite. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Haha, what a group of ignorant and short-sighted guys, trying to control the most powerful force in this world, even came up with such a despicable method, calling it order and stability. The reason why you have today's security and peace is because someone desperately blocked the danger? In the past few years alone, human beings have been close to extinction several times. Because of the losses caused by the war, they spread their anger on the soldiers. I don't even think about who it is that makes you guys qualified to stand here and push. Asgard began to protect the Earth countless years ago. If my father hadn't defeated the giants of Jotunheim, an evil race that invaded the Earth, over 1,000 years ago, this lair would have been frozen. For this reason, my father even lost one eye. And now, you are actually trying to enslave the future king of Asgard? My attitude is very simple, get out. Don't worry, I will definitely abide by the requirements of the law. Since you feel that the Avengers have caused losses to your lives and properties during their mission, then I will follow your wishes. Next time a crisis comes, please use your own hands go and protect all of this, I hope you will not regret it. Don't worry, I will never make a move in a country that has signed the Sokovia Act. At that time, if you can't stop it, don't come to me, go to your politicians. Thor's fierce rhetoric made the reporters fry, and they even thought about tomorrow's headlines. Reporters crowded forward one after another, asking questions loudly. Excuse me, is Mr. Thor threatening us in disguise? Is Mr. Thor's attitude representative of the Avengers? All 117 countries have passed the bill. Are the Avengers going to be enemies of most of the world? Half the world. Thor smiled mockingly. He has seen the list of 117 countries that agreed to the bill, and they are basically the doglegs of the United States. Thinking about it is also true. If it is Laome's competitor, how can he hope that the other party will control the powerful force of the Avengers? 117 countries? 740 your so-called half of the world, except for a very few fools who have been fooled, is basically the United States, plus a group of dog legs who are looking forward to the horse's head, which is nothing in my eyes. Oh, it is obviously a group of outlaws. Ridge dog, how dare you guess madly in front of you? I have never seen such a brazen person. I even suspect that those governments have been infiltrated by Hydra, trying to stir up conflicts between ordinary people and power users. Oh, by the way, I definitely know why you want to enslave us. Because we are different, because you fear our ability. Humans are always afraid of different things. I am going to tell you now, tell the world, that you should awe us. We can protect the world, and we can also bring you a devastating blow. I welcome you to launch a war against superpowers, but the consequences of the war are up to me. You can't afford it. Oh, damn it. At Leipzig-Halle Airport in Germany, Stark couldn't help cursing secretly after receiving the latest news. This guy is adding fuel to the fire? Does he think the situation is not bad enough and wants to start a war between superhumans and ordinary people? He's so upset right now. Yesterday, with the help of Black Panther and the CIA, Winter Soldier had already been captured and was waiting to be detained and returned home. As a result, when the doctor checked Bucky, an accident happened. Bucky suddenly went berserk, and after a fierce fight, he escaped from the cage, and Captain America and Falcon let him go. General Ross gave him an ultimatum, and he must bring the rebellious Avengers back within 36 hours. In fact, at this time, he has already realized that the goal of the Council is not Bucky, but to make use of the problem, wanting to take the opportunity to wipe out Captain America and other Avengers who resist the bill. Thinking of the tough attitude of the 117 countries at the meeting, Stark felt more and more ominous. Steve and the others are okay, at least they can communicate, they just strive for fairer terms for the Avengers, and there is a possibility of redemption. But Thor has clearly expressed his attitude, and there is no need to discuss that at all, and he even made a statement about declaring war at the press conference. Damn it, he showed great threatening power in Sokovia, and now he comes to such a place again. I doubt that Washington will make extreme moves. Vision's emotionless voice came, I think this may be what this Lord Thor wants. Stark's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. It can only be said that those idiots on the council should be more rational. He shook his head to take his thoughts back, and shouted to the opposite side, Steve, come back with me? You and your partner can all get a fair trial. No, Steve said sternly, you arrested the wrong person. He didn't do it. You have a problem with your judgment. Your old comrades killed a lot of people yesterday. It's the doctor. There are 5 other super soldiers like Bucky, and I can't let the other party find them first, trust me. Steve tried to explain, but was interrupted by Stark. Okay, time is running out. Steve, you know what? I'm trying so hard to stop the alliance from falling apart, and you're bringing Clint into it. No, Tony, the moment you sign it, it's gone? Stark was stunned for a moment, and said dejectedly, maybe. All right, now, hand over Winter Soldier. Please, don't make it difficult for me. He lowered his voice, otherwise, it will be people from the Special Forces, and they will not show affection. Steve still shook his head, sorry, I can't go back. The first internal strife since the establishment of the Avengers kicked off. I used to think that the legendary Thor was a hero, but he was like those demons who tried to destroy the world, the country that signed the Sokovia Act with the threat of the Earth's security. He is a tyrant at all? Didn't you hear him? We should be in awe of him? Sorry, I will never be in awe of a person who threatens us with war. Domi Ying'an, Sheng Mi Yang, people are forgetful. Save the world once, they think you are a hero. But help them many times when they think it's your duty to save the world. The nature of everything changes. After scolding, I feel comfortable all over, my waist is no longer sore, and my back is no longer hurting. Thor is lying comfortably on the recliner enjoying Peggy Carter's massage. I don't know about the back pain, but the sore back must be from last night. Sharon stuck out her tongue, it was so noisy last night, I couldn't sleep next door. Peggy, 1. This car is unstoppable. Presumably, there will be a lot of people scolding me outside, right? Thor said with a smile. Yes. Natalia was tapping on the computer beside her. At least half of the latest posts on Twitter are scolding you, and even comparing you to the head of state at the time, demanding that you be hanged for crimes against humanity. If you make it like this, don't you plan to explain it? Explain the fart, this is what I want? Seeing their disapproving expressions, Thor smiled and said, it's good, let's tell a story. There was a bully, and the neighbors didn't like him. One day, he suddenly did a good deed, and then he was praised as a good person by others. There is also a good man who often helps others. One day he is sick and can't help others. As a result, the neighbors scold him for being selfish. Peggy was thoughtful. You used to play the role of a good person, but now you are going to change your mind. Isn't it Blacken? That's how it's done in movies. Sharon Carter unceremoniously broke the stage. Ignoring the unscrupulous niece, Thor showed a cold smile. If the problem cannot be solved by reason, then use violence. Ding-ling-ling, the phone rang, and it was a number I had never seen before. Thor smiled lightly and put the phone to his ear. Hey, let me guess which old friend is taking the risk to bring me news. The council has passed a decision. A nuclear bomb will be dropped on the Trudheim estate in 10 minutes. Nick Fury's deep voice sounded. Wow, I actually get this kind of treatment. Thor whistled. Probably in the eyes of those people, nuclear bombs are omnipotent. Someone had informed him of this news a long time ago, half an hour earlier than Nick Fury, almost when the other party was still in the decision-making stage. As expected, you already knew. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, I hope you can show mercy. Also, try not to leave any traces. Nick Fury knows more than many people, and unlike others, he is more worried about Thor's revenge. Just a nuclear bomb to solve the problem? In his view, this is a dream. Back then in New York, Thor rushed into the 767 with a nuclear bomb to see him off, but there was no pressure at all. Even if it is detonated in advance, it probably won't hurt him, at most it will arouse his anger and usher in tragic revenge. Ha ha ha. Thor laughed. This old bastard is much smarter than those idiots in the council. Don't worry, I will try my best to control the consequences. Skye, is it resolved? After hanging up the phone, Thor looked at Skye, who kept typing on the keyboard in front of the computer, and asked, if it doesn't work, I have to personally send away the nuclear bomb, but for the follow-up plan, the effect will be worse. Under normal circumstances, what hackers invade can only be the public version of the network, a network that has connections with the outside world. The national defense system is a military network, which is independent and will not be connected to the external network. The connection with the external network is fundamentally cut off, and there is no possibility of hacking. However, there are people inside who are different. Definitely not Thor's people, but Jinbin's people. Skye hit the last key. Fixed. Now that the nuclear bomb control system has been taken over by me, where do you want it to be directed? Skye asked nervously. In her opinion, Thor is likely to drop nuclear bombs to some important areas, which will inevitably cause a large number of casualties. Even though she knew that the council was the first to take action, she still couldn't bear it. Thor saw what she was thinking, and smiled lightly. Don't worry, it's a no man's land. Reach out and point to the map, probably on the sea between Hawaii and California. Skye gave him a suspicious look and entered a coordinate. Okay, next, it's time for the people in the council to see the consequences of launching a war. He made a phone call. Mr. Fisk, there is something that needs your cooperation. In a conference room. Sir, the missile with the nuclear warhead is out of control. What happened? How is it now? A big man with 4 stars on his shoulders growled angrily. Just half an hour ago, the council finally made up its mind to launch a nuclear bomb at the Trudheim Manor in spite of the world's displeasure. Since the other party is located in the suburbs of New York, doing so will inevitably lead to serious consequences. The council has even considered how to explain all this to the public. Unexpectedly, halfway through the launch of the nuclear bomb, there was a problem. The nuclear bomb didn't explode, it's just that the coordinates are wrong, and it's flying towards the southwest. The landing point should be in the northeast of the Pacific Ocean, and it shouldn't affect the mainland. The boss officer breathed a sigh of relief. Was it really just an accident? At the German airport, the battle between the Avengers is going on fiercely. On one side are Iron Man Stark, War Machine Rhodes, Super Robot Vision, and the little Spider-Man Peter Parker, who was temporarily captured by the young Black Panther T'Challa himself as a strong man. On the other side, Captain America with Winter Soldier Bucky, Hawkeye Clint, Falcon Sam, and newcomer Ant-Man Scott. Black Widow is missing on Iron Man's side, and Scarlet Witch is missing on Captain America's side, which happens to be 5 against 5. At the airport, the battle was already heating up. Ant-Man turned into a giant tens of meters tall, frantically destroying the surrounding facilities, and covering for Steve and Bucky. The gigantic Ant-Man seems to have the power to destroy the world in every gesture. But his movements were really not agile enough. The little Spider-Man sprinted around, tightly entangled him with thin silk threads, and his huge body finally crashed to the ground. Hawkeye, as the last member of the original 6-man team, was no match for Black Panther at all. He kept shooting arrows and trying to fly a kite, but Black Panther pounced on him and used his sliding shovel. The lake is on the ground. War Machine Rhodes did not escape his original historical fate. He was accidentally injured by Vision and fell from a high altitude. An enraged Stark takes down the Falcon with full force. The teammates' backstop bought time for Steve and Bucky. They ran fast and rushed towards the plane. Black Panther blocked the front. I didn't kill your father, BAG said. Then why are you running? Black Panther retorted. You guys all think that I'm going to beat me to death, and if I don't run away, I'm stupid. Bucky cursed in his heart. Black Panther held them back, preventing them from boarding the plane. The roar of the battle armor sounded, and Stark came. Captain, stop. Rhodes has been seriously injured, and we can't afford more losses. Do you really want the Avengers to be consumed in unnecessary infighting? Steve looked down. The arrival of Stark means that the teammate after the break has been arrested and can no longer help. With Stark and T'Challa around, my own Bucky can't get away no matter what. A car rushed over at the fastest speed. Roar, a violent roar almost shook the entire sky. Boom, the car didn't have time to brake, and it was torn apart from it, causing a violent explosion. A green figure rushed out from the explosion, and with one palm, the unresponsive Black Panther was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Hulk? Hulk? What are you doing? Stark was shocked. Wasn't this guy in Wakanda? Why did he rush out at this juncture? With this guy around, things would be difficult today. Hulk ignored him, turned around, and said in an inarticulate tone, "Go." Steve was taken aback. What the hell? So Hulk came to help him? He reacted, greeted Bucky, and rushed to the plane. "Don't go." Stark tried to catch up, but was blocked by Hulk. "Damn it, big man, you're in trouble." Stark was so angry that he was about to complete the task, but at the last moment a Hulk rushed out and obstructed him on purpose. "You bastard. Call Veronica." In space, several huge amounts of metal fell down, surrounding Hulk like an upside-down bowl. The metal barrier vibrated violently, and was torn apart by Hulk amidst the sound of metal tearing. What appeared in front of him was a metal warrior with huge amounts of metal. Anti-Hulk armor? In the original history, anti-Hulk armor shined brilliantly in the Ultron event because it subdued the Hulk designed by Wanda and went mad. In this life, Wanda was taken home by Thor ahead of time. Well, the Avengers were brought in ahead of time, so they didn't appear. And now, this epic battle has finally happened. "Hello, Mr. Thor Odinson, I am Edwards, a high-level agent of the FBI. Regarding the case of killing an illegal intruder at the Trudheim estate last Saturday, the Bureau has new investigation leads. I hope to cooperate with you." Us. A black middle-aged man stood at the gate of the manor, took out his ID to prove his identity, and asked Thor to go with them. "Are you kidding? A case that has already been determined can be overturned casually? We are completely legal, with ironclad evidence." Skye jumped on the spot and asked the FBI gang to take over. Even if nothing happened, they could make trouble for you. Although she usually likes to argue with Thor, in fact, she has long regarded Thor as the closest person. 0. Seeking flowers. But Paige and Sharon looked thoughtful. Surprisingly, Thor didn't refuse. "Yes, but I have to explain to my family first. Can you wait a little longer?" "Definitely can." Thor finds Jane Foster. "What the hell are you doing? Those people calling you over at this time must have malicious intentions. Are you still going? Aren't you afraid that you won't come back?" She definitely knew Thor couldn't be hurt by mere mortals, but it was this guy who always pretended to be mysterious and made her mad. Thor smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. By the way, where is Mjolnir? Use it for me, I need it tonight." Stormbreaker is powerful, but there are some things Mjolnir makes easier. What hurts is that now Miss Jian has higher authority over Meowhammer than him. Miss Jane glanced at him suspiciously. For ordinary people, there seems to be no difference between the Meowhammer and Thor's fist, right? But she still nodded. Following the FBI agent, he got into the car and arrived at the New York branch. The agent led him into the interrogation room. A burly figure appeared in front of Thor, bending his waist humbly. "Your Highness, I have already arranged for your order. Do you have any other needs?" This fat man is none other than the current mayor of New York, Wilson Fisk, the king of the underground. Kingpin. Big. The Hulk battle at the airport came to an end. The Berserk Hulk confronted the anti-Hulk armor and demolished a large number of parts. However, anti-Hulk armor has a great advantage. It can replenish materials constantly, and it is almost always in a state of full blood. Realizing that he was no match, Hulk raised a steel pillar and nailed the anti-Hulk armor to the ground. While the opponent was repairing, he ran away with oil on his feet. Stark's face turned green. Is Hulk such a jerk these days? Mr. Stark, after a preliminary examination, Mr. Rhodes' vertebrae to lumbar vertebrae were broken in 4s, 3s, and his spinal cord was severely torn. He is likely to be paralyzed in the future. We will do our best, but please be mentally prepared. In the inspection center, a doctor in a white coat is reporting to Stark. Stark's face twitched in pain. As someone with a wealth of medical knowledge and field experience, he knew exactly what that meant. He thought about it, and with the mentality of giving it a try, he took out his mobile phone. "Hi, is this Dr. Strange?" On a highway in the United States, a sports car is running fast. Dingling. The bell rang, and the man in the driver's seat switched on the call. "The vertebrae are comminuted and the spinal cord is severely torn. Is there any hope?" Strange raised an eyebrow. "I can do it, and I thought it would be a challenging job. But since it was introduced by you, Mr. Stark, I accepted it even though it was a minor operation. Send me the film." Then, several shocking photos appeared on the screen. He frowned, fiddled with the photos and muttered to himself. "Wow, did this dude fail to open the parachute? He fell so badly? Couldn't it be that Stark crashed wearing a battlesuit? As a medical expert, I guessed it at first glance." He who was watching the filming did not notice that an out-of-control car was rushing towards him. After hanging up the phone, Stark felt much better. He was already in despair, thanks to the Dr. Shi Chuankai who took the shrapnel for him back then. Although his personality is a bit bad, his medical skills are absolutely beyond doubt. Speaking of which, it was recommended by Thor at the time. Thor. Stark reacted immediately. Friday, search keywords, Thor, Thor. A female voice came, New York time, at 10:35 this morning. the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation has sent Mr. Thor to the New York branch to assist in the investigation regarding the incident of shooting and killing illegal intruders. According to surveillance, the other party disappeared in the interrogation room. It looked like nothing happened, but Stark's brows were still deeply frowned. At least he knew that Thor asked Minerva to shoot, but according to the castle law and non-background law, what he did was originally legal. There is no problem at all, and there is nothing to investigate. It's weird that the FBI called him to cooperate originally. What's even weirder is that Thor still cooperates obediently. Beside, Vision is also a little puzzled. Also, the surveillance footage inside the FBI does not seem to be kept secret, as if it is being broadcast live to the public, which is very strange. Stark thought for a moment, and suddenly his face became a little ugly. I see, he did this on purpose, deliberately using a normal-looking way to expose it to people's sight, so as to create an alibi. Fuck, this is going to cause trouble? Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Stark, a middle-aged man named Bruce Banner is looking for you. In the hall, the young Black Panther T'Challa dialed his sister with an ugly face. Hello, is that Sarui? I want to ask you, do you know what happened to Banner? Seeing that he was about to catch the enemy who killed his father, at the critical moment, he was disturbed by his prospective brother-in-law, and his already dark face turned even darker. I don't know, he answered the phone and rushed out in a hurry. Call? Who called? I don't know, it's an American number. Hanging up the phone, T'Challa was lost in thought. Banner's strange behavior must be related to the mysterious call of 4.4. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I didn't have time to explain to you just now, so I had to wait until the transformation is over before coming to you. Banner's voice came from the door. T'Challa was startled, looked towards the door, and asked with a livid face, do you know what you are doing? I let the Winter Soldier go. Because, he was wronged. Banner took out a mobile phone. I was still thinking about how to make you believe me, but now, let's take a look at the information that the Berlin police just sent. California is a state on the Pacific coast of the western United States. Before the gold rush, it used to be a ghostly place where people didn't shit and birds didn't lay eggs. Because of the discovery of gold mines, this place gradually became prosperous. Until today, it has become the most developed state in the United States, and its economic scale even exceeds that of the United Kingdom. San Diego, a city on the Pacific coast of California, is located in the extreme southwest corner of the continental United States. It is the second largest city in California, second only to Los Angeles. There are many military bases in San Diego, mainly the U.S. Navy, U.S. Marine Corps, and U.S. Coast Guard. The most famous of these is the San Diego Naval Base, where the headquarters of the U.S. Third Fleet are located. Many people think that the most powerful fleet of the United States is the Seventh Fleet, which is showing off its might all day long in the Far East, but it is not. The real strongest fleet is the Third Fleet, which consists of 4 aircraft carrier battle groups, a surface ship brigade, an attack helicopter wing, a littoral combat ship squadron, and an expeditionary detachment. The independent combat system directly obeys the orders of the Joint Commander to undertake various tasks such as implementing the Pacific Theater strategy in wartime, preventing regional conflicts in peacetime, and training the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. The Third Fleet has 4 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and its overall strength is almost one-third that of the U.S. Navy. Santiago has a Mediterranean climate, and it usually seldom rains in summer. The warm climate, beautiful coastline, and numerous beaches make it a resort. However, at noon today, a strange downpour fell on the originally clear sky. Facing the unpredictable weather, tourists on vacation have nothing to do except complain a few words. What everyone didn't expect was that the heavy rain just now turned out to be the precursor of the tsunami. This is an unprecedented huge tsunami, thousands of feet of huge waves, almost covering the sky, making everything so small. The power of the sea has finally let people see what it means to overwhelm mountains and seas. Wherever huge waves pass, all facilities are instantly disintegrated. Inside the San Diego Naval Base, the piercing siren sounded. Run! The tsunami is coming. It's over, you and Dan. There were hoarse roars everywhere, and countless people ran away desperately. An officer watched helplessly as a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, like a flatboat in the face of the danger of the sea, was swept up by the monstrous waves and rushed several thousand meters into the air, then fell towards a shipyard. Boom! The explosion sounded, and it was immediately submerged by the waves. The Sea Giant, the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier that symbolizes the absolute power above the sea, is even a fate-determining existence for some countries. At this moment, in the face of the mighty power of nature, it was fragmented in an instant. Is this the Dashlai number? He muttered. There is no time to be sad. Soldiers can escape as quickly as possible, but the fleet cannot. On this day, destined to be remembered by history, the second largest naval base of the U.S. Navy and the largest port in the Pacific, the San Diego Naval Base, suffered the most horrific attack in human history. Including the Third Fleet, nearly 100 warships in the base were either torn apart by the tsunami or swept into the sea. The only fortunate person, thanks to the immediate rescue, the loss of personnel is not large. Moreover, due to the previous heavy rain, even if more people evacuated from the beach, there was enough time to escape. Even so, this is a disaster. For this country, the loss is even several times that of Pearl Harbor in the last century. 4 Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and 4 Los Angeles-class nuclear submarines have become history. The most powerful Third Fleet, a force capable of destroying more than 90% of the world's countries, has thus become history. 1/3 of the powerful navy that the United States relied on to dominate the world evaporated in a few hours. Revenge? This must be revenge. 083. The top executives in Washington were boiling, and they got the news immediately. The 4-star general who personally carried out the nuclear bomb launch was roaring with anger at the moment. This is a challenge to us, and it must not be tolerated. I suggest that an all-out war be launched at all costs. The other higher UPS fell silent. The opponent completely destroyed the Third Fleet in just a few hours, which means that it can also destroy more. After all, they didn't have the courage to put all their eggs in one basket. Chief, unknown email. A soldier opened the page, and what came into view was a symbol of nuclear weapons and a small map. Virginia? Norfolk Naval Base? They are warning us. A middle-aged man blurted out, and everyone gasped. The largest naval base, with 3 major fleets and 5 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers? If you follow in the footsteps of San Diego, you can basically announce the end of the era of hegemony. The news from San Diego has not yet come, and New York is already in chaos. Several major TV towers hijacked the background at the same time and replaced it with videos and photos. This is all kinds of black history of the council over the years, some content that had been completely deleted without any trace. Supporting different countries to go to war behind their backs and making a lot of money from wars, supporting terrorists to do things in the Middle East, and finally making the other party bigger, calling a bag of washing powder a weapon of mass destruction, bombing a country with holes in it. Many important institutions are monitored, but that is only for security reasons, and they are usually stored for a period of time before being deleted. No one would have thought that those surveillance recordings, which should have long since ceased to exist, were revealed to the world at this time. When technology crushes, many impossible things become possible, especially Saben is a super hacker. If these contents only caused Laomei's international image to plummet, the following 2 videos completely ignited the anger of the public. The first footage was on the former S.H.I.E.L.D helicarrier, with Nick Fury watching the devastation on the big screen with concern. The large monster on the screen, many people can see that it is the New York War. The council sent a message, and Nick Fury was arguing with each other on the screen. Director Nick Fury, after a unanimous council discussion, has taken the decision to nuke New York. I will not execute such a stupid order. Your battleship is the closest to the battlefield. Immediately dispatch fighters. Once again, I will not carry out such an order. Unless my team is completely defeated, I will never drop a nuclear bomb on my own civilians. Director Nick, the board of directors has gone to your command and ordered the launch of a nuclear bomb to New York. Damn, these idiots. Contact the Avengers. On the screen, it was switched to Stark dragging the nuclear bomb to prevent it from falling, and Thor, who took the nuclear bomb, rushed into the portal that was about to close. The second video took place last night. The council decided to launch a nuclear bomb on the Vatheheim Manor to eliminate the threatening Avengers. But, that's the suburbs of New York. The consequences of a nuclear explosion are catastrophic. No, the Avengers are the source of the disaster. Besides, the distance between that place and Wall Street is far enough. What can't be affected, at most affects the slums, just to save some relief funds. But how do we explain all this to the public? Nuclear leaks, illegal research, civilians only need an explanation to fool them around, and then just find some reason and put the blame on the Avengers. Chief, the missile is out of control. The nuclear bomb didn't explode, it's just that the coordinates are wrong, and it's flying towards the southwest. The landing point should be in the northeast of the Pacific Ocean, and it shouldn't affect the mainland. It seems to be an accident. Cancel the plan for now. During the period after the New York War, Thor once asked Skye to collect information and killed a congressman as a warning. In fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome to deal with a mere chess piece. The really important information for Skye to prepare is the video of launching a nuclear bomb to New York. As for the content last night, after a senior official controlled by Jin Bing sent the information, Thor immediately asked Skye to act, and finally got the video material. If the previous content is just the sins of the United States abroad, at most people despise Washington's behavior. The content of the 2 nuclear strikes towards New York completely aroused the anger of the people. Are we living in a terrorist country? My God, our government is dropping nukes on us. Oh, I'm moving out of New York. It's too dangerous. I survived the mushroom cloud twice. Hell, we're so stupid to want an organization that drops nukes on civilians to control the Avengers that stop us from being nuked. Of Lee's. Thor, who had just returned from the FBI, delivered a speech at the right time. The biggest reason I disagree with the Sokovia Act is that I don't want an organization that launches nuclear bombs at its own people to control the most powerful force in the world. 4 years ago, fortunately, this stupid bill hadn't been born. Otherwise, New York would have ceased to exist. According to the bill, the council would threaten us with the family members of the Avengers and sit back and watch the nuclear bomb explode. The Avengers can't take care of everything. There will always be accidents. But we have always tried our best to save everyone, instead of taking the lives of civilians as casualties. Public opinion has always been easy to incite, just as the council provokes the public to morally kidnap the Avengers. Thor is also using the public to oppress the council at this moment. At such a juncture, the news of the California tsunami came. This time, not only New York, but the entire United States is boiling. Some authoritative brick experts questioned, I never thought that the scene in the Doomsday Collapse would happen in reality. There has never been such a terrifying tsunami in the history of California. Even a Category 5 hurricane is not so big power. The nuclear bomb launched by the council before failed and fell off the west coast, and the tsunami occurred less than an hour later. Are the two related? Did the shockwave of the nuclear bomb cause this disaster? Headed by the mayor of New York, Wilson Fisk, the critics issued 327 speeches denouncing Washington and the council. In front of countless reporters, Jin showed a look of compassion and said sadly, our country is no longer the lighthouse country of freedom and democracy. Now she is already a stage for dirty politicians. Yesterday was New York, today is San Diego. Council of shameless politicians will bring our country to hell. In fact, the equivalent of that nuclear bomb is not large, and it cannot cause such a terrible disaster at all. But at this time, no matter what the council explained, no one believed it. The latent power that Kim had accumulated over the years played a role, and a large number of officials under his control spoke out with rhythm, and for a time the entire United States was filled with protests and riots. Countless public facilities and statues of presidents were vandalized by angry people. Many buildings were ignited by the fire, and the flames continued throughout the night. The White House, ABK, had to be surrounded by barbed wire, and the president even hid in the basement several times. What a beautiful landscape. Thor spoke leisurely. I already regret letting Skye mess around with you. Peggy looked at him with black lines all over her head. She never thought that things would turn out to be so big, that New York would soon become Syria. Like a child who made a mistake, Skye hid behind Thor and stuck out his tongue. Peggy Carter's rage plus 100. Seeing her angry appearance, Thor couldn't help laughing and said, you're not an American, why are you so excited? Didn't you see that the braised eggs didn't even come to see me? It is impossible to cause such serious chaos by mere provocation. The reason for this is the disregard and humiliation of the people by the council. Do you know why Nick Fury hasn't approached me so far? Because he also doesn't like the decisions of these politicians. They need to be made aware of the consequences of doing so. In fact, with Peggy Carter's intelligence, she could have thought of this level, but she is more emotional. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Chaos is only temporary. The world needs stability, but more justice. Thor said with a sudden smile, look, yesterday I was called a tyrant, and today I immediately became a savior. It seems that in the hearts of the people, the Avengers are much more trusted than the council. There is a lot of chicken feathers in the country, and the two sides of the current civil war don't know it yet. After being scolded in the sea prison, Stark finally found out where Steve was. He rushed over immediately, and didn't even have time to watch the domestic news. In a military base in Siberia, the duo Dundong, who are living a happy world for two, ushered in an unexpected guest. Hey, don't shoot, I didn't start a fight. I didn't tell Rose you came here, and I don't plan to tell him, otherwise I will be arrested. These words undoubtedly told him again that he did not comply with the law, and in a sense, he was right to admit that Steve was right. Steve put away the shield, stepped forward to shake his hand. Nice to meet you, Stark. Me too. Bucky puts the gun down. The three walked into the base that cultivated Winter Soldier together. They didn't notice that there was a black shadow behind them. T'Challa, who learned the truth from Banner, also found here, looking for Zima. What surprised them was that the other Winter Soldier who were supposed to be controlled by Zima died in the culture container at this moment. An indifferent voice sounded, do you really think I need these fighters? No, their only function is to attract you. Behind a blast door, Zima's figure slowly appeared. Steve stepped forward and asked, you created the Vienna attack to lure us here. Stark, who knew his identity, also asked, you are from Sokovia, is that for this? He was a little puzzled. If it was for revenge, why did he kill the Winter Soldier here? Sokovia was hopeless before you blew it up. I lost everyone, and so will you. He opened a video showing December 16, 1991, the eve of the disintegration of the Red Empire. Zima smiled mysteriously, and pointedly said, an empire subverted by the enemy can make a comeback, but an empire that collapses from within will perish forever. All three eyes were attracted by the video, and Zima slowly left the base. On the video, a black and white screen played a video, a car crashed into the book, and the old figure slowly crawled out. Bucky recognized this scene and lowered his head guiltily. In the picture, Howard Stark, who fell on the ground, recognized Bucky and called out, which seemed to make him regain some sanity. However, the opponent was only stunned for a few seconds before punching him heavily with that metal arm. Putting down Howard, who was not breathing, the Winter Soldier in the picture walked to the co-pilot and found that there was no one there. The only target is Howard, and Bucky is no longer troublesome. He blows up the surveillance camera with one shot and walks away. The screen disappears. Steve looked at Stark with some concern. He already understood Zima's purpose and let them kill each other. Stark closed his eyes, and was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, showing a weird expression. Steve, I have to say, your partner seems to be quite unprofessional, assassinating a 10-year-old man, but he missed it. Steve, who was already waiting for the battle, was taken aback. What is this expand? It took a while to react, and he was a little uncertain. Mr. Howard, is he not dead? Stark nodded slowly. The Winter Soldier on the side suddenly showed a relieved expression. He and Howard didn't have many intersections, but the other party was of great help to Steve. If he really died at his own hands, it would be very difficult for him to face she. Stark saw his doubts, and slowly explained, at that time, many doctors announced my father's death. Then, the corpse was fraudulent. Moreover, he seems to have discovered his own weird ability. No matter how serious the injury is, he can slowly recover. Therefore, in the last few years of his life, he tried almost all the sports that he wanted to participate in but dared not. Said get up, it's a blessing in disguise. Steve's eyes widened. Isn't this too fantastical? He even suspected that Stark was making up stories to comfort himself. Can't you be so heartless? Before he died, he drew a tube of blood and asked me to study the difference. It turned out that I did find a mysterious substance, although it was thin, that made him different from ordinary people. Super soldier serum. Steve's heart skipped a beat. Stark shook his head. I wondered if the old man took it for himself, but no. Knowing that years ago, I finally found the source. Maya Hansen's lab, Extremis. Thor once appeared in that era, and he had a lot of intersections with my father. All of this must be his handwriting. Compared with coincidence, I prefer him to have the ability to predict the future, which was carried out decades in advance. Layout. 0. Seeking flowers. When Stark said this, he couldn't help feeling a little bit pained. He really didn't want to mention his father in front of Thor, because it always made him a generation shorter. In fact, the reason why his father drove alone that night was because he had just quarreled with his mother, and the reason was that Thor had badmouthed him in front of his father decades in advance. The silent Bucky suddenly said, I should apologize to you, though. I remember all of this, and although I didn't mean to, I did almost kill your father. Stark nodded. Your apology, I accept. In fact, my father didn't say anything about that night until his death. Since he didn't care anymore, why should I pursue it? My father since then, he handed over the company to me, and went to enjoy life by himself, and never appeared in public again. Maybe many people thought he was gone when he was a bastard. Outside the base, Zima picked up the earphones and listened to the movement inside. He was already imagining the fighting sounds of the Avengers fighting. Sorry, I apologize on behalf of Bucky. It doesn't matter, all this is not his fault. After all, he was controlled by Hydra during that time. It was just a weapon. The real culprit is Hydra. Thank you for understanding. Zima, who didn't hear the consequences, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Fuck, this script is wrong. That's all for killing your father? Stark, are you so generous? So, the demeanor that Zima has always maintained has finally collapsed. He never imagined that the Wangsha, which he had painstakingly designed, would become a pair of three. Black Panther slowly came from behind. I almost killed the wrong person. Is this what you want? Let them kill each other? It's just that you won't get what you want. Zima's plan has always had a major premise, that is, Stark loses his mind. Otherwise, Bucky's trial would be acquitted due to being controlled by Hydra. After figuring this out, he also slowly calmed down and slowly told his own story. My dad lived out of town and I thought it would be safe. My son was so excited he could see Iron Man through the car window. I told my wife not to worry. They were fighting in the city, far away. No, something will happen. However, after the ashes cleared, it took me 2 days to find 07 and their bodies. My father, even when he was reduced to ashes, was holding my wife and children, and the Avengers just went back. They gave me a lot of compensation. But it's far from enough to make up for my family's life. But I know I don't have the ability to take revenge, so I can only find a way to make them kill each other. I'm sorry about your father's death. He seemed to be a good man. T'Challa quietly listened to him, and whispered, revenge has already swallowed you, and I will not let myself be swallowed. He also patted Zima's hand that was about to commit suicide, and said in a cold voice, the living ones are going to settle accounts with you. When I came, I had already told General Ross the truth about the Vienna bombing. However, he didn't care at all. Perhaps, you are right. The purpose of the council is to let the Avengers become their personal armament. Super ability people do need to be restrained, but not now, nor should it be in this way. You are wanted, go away, I will treat you as if I didn't see you. Steve nodded. Bucky said, if you can, find a place and freeze me again. I can't trust my brain. It may get out of control at any time. I think continuing to sleep is the best choice. The figure of Black Panther appeared. Come to Wakanda, I may have a way to clear the voice in your brain as compensation for hunting you down for so long. After walking a few steps, Steve suddenly thought of something, turned around and handed a mobile phone to Stark. Anyway, if you need us, if you need me, I'll be there as quickly as possible. Walking out of the abandoned base, Stark took a deep breath. Friday, what's the current situation in China? Mr. Stark, I suggest you see for yourself. Several news items jumped out. Shocking scandal? The council was revealed to have twice approved the launch of a nuclear bomb against New York. The most destructive tsunami in history swept across San Diego. The San Diego naval base was almost destroyed, and the entire Third Fleet was wiped out. Many experts said that the California tsunami was probably caused by the council's launch of nuclear bombs into the sea. Stark's eyeballs nearly popped out. Friday, are you sure today is not April Fool's Day? He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Silent Friday. Okay, I have to hurry back. If my building is also ordered, it will be big. Don't worry, sir. Most New Yorkers think you're the savior who rescued them from the mushroom cloud, and the Stark building is already considered a shrine. Oh, and the cemetery of former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury is covered with flowers. Stark. Is this the only good news? Stark is speechless now. Think on your toes. He could guess that it was definitely not a coincidence that so many things broke out at the same time. There must be someone behind it all. The most likely driving force behind this is. Before departure, what Banner said when he found himself was still in my ears. Thor called and told me that you arrested the wrong person, and the real murderer was that fake psychiatrist. He deliberately attracted the captain to go, and the captain is now don't know what's going on. He needs help. You sent us away on purpose, didn't you? Stark murmured. In the air in New York, Stark and Vision watched the chaos below, silent. Is this still New York? Stark murmured. Isn't this a lack? It was still before yesterday. Vision's emotionless voice sounded. The current riots are not so much dissatisfaction with the government, but perhaps more anger at the disillusionment of the American dream. Perhaps this is a good thing. Instead of hiding the scourge, it is better to let the people see all of this. Steve is right. This country is no longer the beacon of freedom and democracy that it used to be. It needs a new life. Stark muttered, new. Suddenly his eyes moved, and he saw a strange house. It is obviously an ordinary door, but as long as those thugs approach it, they will unconsciously bypass it. Vision apparently noticed too. Mind Gem told me that it found a familiar atmosphere. On the other side of this door, it seems to be another world. Go and see, maybe there is some secret. The two landed and were about to knock on the door as they walked forward. Forget it, it's just an old house in disrepair. What's so interesting about it? Let's go, the world is so chaotic. Let's go home and hide. Stark waved his hand and walked away. I think so. Vision followed. On the other side of the gate, Yin Yi slowly opened his eyes. As a sorcerer supreme with thousands of years of wisdom, everything that happens in New York cannot be hidden from her. Looking at the scene outside the door, she sighed. For her who has witnessed the rise and fall of countless empires, she has seen many such things. Your Highness Sorcerer Supreme, are we really not going to interfere? Obviously you only need one thought to calm all of this. Fatty Wong next to him asked suspiciously. His state of mind is far less powerful than that of Ancient One, and he can't be neither sad nor happy about all this. Ancient One shook his head slowly. It's okay. We don't need to take action, and the chaos will subside sooner or later. Countless history tells me that human beings are forgetful. After a while, they will return to their original positions and repeat themselves. The purpose of Camartage is to prevent external enemies from destroying the earth, and will not intervene in the secular world. Fatty Wong complained in his heart, a certain foreign god almost cut the world police into dogs. Isn't it considered sabotage? Would sinking California be called destruction? Seeing his expression, Ancient One definitely knew what he was thinking, and sighed slightly. Theoretically speaking, a butterfly in the Amazon rainforest of South America, occasionally flapping its wings, can cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later. So now all the bricks and beasts are saying that the cause of the California tsunami is attributed to the nuclear bomb launched by the council. Butterflies are so fierce, let alone a nuclear bomb? Only Ancient One knew clearly that there was an Asgardian in the center of a super tornado at sea that day, spinning a meow hammer. Fortunately, he saw that Thor's main target was those military facilities, not innocent people. In fact, Thor did not intend to come up with many casualties. He is very clear that in the eyes of many politicians in the United States, the death of 180,000 people is a number, and the sinking of his several aircraft carriers can make them feel distressed. It stands to reason that she should stop it, but since the other party is Thor, forget it. There was a saying that she didn't tell anyone. It violated the rule long ago, peering into the future with the eye of Agamotto, including after her death. No matter how the future develops, Thor is the core that drives the world. The difference lies in whether it serves as the hope for the future of the world, or as a gravedigger. This is an existence that Blacken is countless times more terrifying than Caecilius or the possible future, so Ancient One is very cautious about everything related to Thor. Besides, even without considering righteousness, Camartage's time is running out, and the future will eventually be handed over to Doctor Strange. At this time, offending a super strong person will cause all kinds of harm but no benefit. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look in Strange's direction. His hands were now covered with plaster, and he had fallen into the lowest point of his life. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. Even in such a situation, the other party still did not give up treatment. As the future Sorcerer Supreme, the will is really good, Mo de Zhao, but this is bound to be in vain. There were only a few ways to save his hands. Except for Camartage, the healthy Shi Chuan himself, Wakanda who will never fight for outsiders, and Extremis who regenerated his limbs. Extremis? Ancient One's expression changed, and he saw that Strange was making a call with a pen in his mouth. Fuck. Ancient One couldn't help but uttered the first swear word in thousands of years. She was shocked and rushed towards Thor's direction immediately. Odin's cub, I don't care about anything else, but if you dare to lose the apprentice I have waited so hard for, I will fight the price with you. Thor, did you know that my former colleague Strange was in a car accident? Oh. Thor frowned and asked, how is the injury? He was trapped in the car for a long time. When the helicopter found him, he had already missed the best time to treat the nerve injury. 11 stainless steel nails were inserted into the bone, multiple ligaments were torn, and the nerves in his hands were severely damaged. Now he has almost no feeling in his hands. Speaking of this, Christine couldn't help feeling a little sad. As a surgeon, no one knows the importance of a pair of hands to a doctor better than her. Not to mention a miracle doctor like Strange. Oh, so serious. Thor was a little puzzled. In the original book, Strange didn't seem to be so miserable, right? He could barely shave before. He couldn't help asking, it's logical that it shouldn't be like this? Doesn't he have a colleague named Nick who is also very skilled in medicine? 640. Christine shrugged, but Nick just couldn't be contacted at that time, and I found out later that I went to the parade. Thor helped his forehead, so he still cheated him? Thor couldn't help asking, then you can do it too. You just acted as a family doctor for me, and you didn't sign a contract of prostitution. It's nothing to help a friend with an operation. Christine shook her head and said in a low voice, no, I'm not good enough in neurosurgery. However, he contacted me and said he wanted to meet with you. No problem, anytime. In a high-end cafe, Thor cut to the point, tell me, what can you do to me? On the opposite side, Strange didn't have the slightest youthful youth, and looked extremely embarrassed. He tremblingly tried to lift the coffee cup. With a snap, the coffee cup fell heavily on the table. The sound of shattering cups broke the silence in the cafe. Strange looked at his hands and said in pain, did you say that? Quack doctors ruined me? Now, probably only you can help me. I heard that you have a potion that can regenerate limbs extremis. I am willing to use all my assets. Wait. Thor interrupted him, and said lightly, I'm not short of money. But you helped Stark, so it's okay if I give you a potion, but I'm sorry, it still doesn't work. Why? Because, some bald magician told me not to help you. Bald-headed magician. Strange was taken aback for a moment, and then his face turned angry, oh, my god. Even if you reject me, there's no need to use a fortune-telling liar to fool me, right? The Ancient One magician far away in Camartage twitched the corner of his mouth. Thor held back his laughter and said in a low voice, although I can't help you, I can show you a clear way. What? Nepal, Kathmandu. Are you sure? There is a doctor out there who can cure me. Afa. Strange looked suspicious. Isn't this one of the least developed countries in the world? Could it be possible to meet hidden genius doctors in that kind of place? Thor smiled mysteriously. I didn't say it was a doctor. Go there, and remember to find a place called Camartage. There, you will see your true destiny. Can you be more specific? Thor thought about it for a second, then nodded. To be honest, I also think it's better to order directly. It's too troublesome to go around. Let me give you a ride. Stretching out a hand and swipe in the air, a golden circle of light slowly appeared. What do you want? Strange looked vigilant. Once bitten by a snake for 10 years and afraid of well ropes, he remembered the experience of being free-falling. Thor ignored him, waved his hand, and the golden halo came towards him. Ouch. Strange fell to the ground with a thud, raised his head, and found that everything in front of him had changed. Where is this? This is an antique-looking hall. Many people wear strange clothes, full of mystery. In the middle of the hall, 10 middle-aged bald women in yellow monk robes were staring at him blankly. In the disappearing portal, Thor's voice came, Master Ancient One, the person you want has been sent to you. Ancient One's forehead is full of black lines. Why does he seem to be trafficking people? I wanted to wait for him to go through more hardships and investigate carefully, but Thor sent him here directly. Looking at Strange with a suspicious expression, Ancient One sighed. Young man, I already know the purpose of your visit. Do you believe in the existence of magic? I believe. Ancient One's prepared rhetoric can't be played out. Moto Magician asked curiously, can you tell me why? It stands to reason that it is difficult for people who have received so many years of materialistic education to believe in our existence for the first time. Because a guy named Thor used magic on me. And, didn't you see how I was thrown here? Ancient One, Modu, 27. The plot of Doctor Strange involves Dormammu, a super boss, and I can't get involved. Falling in love with Doctor Strange, negotiating terms? I got kicked in the head by a donkey for doing this. What's more, he has a body of steel, so it's really not an easy job for Dormammu to kill himself. Back then, I worked under Hela, in exchange for the skill, death resistance. In any case, time will go back after death, which is similar to the time set by Doctor Strange. For so many years, maybe I am too good at it, I have never used this skill, and I almost forgot. The next major plot, Stark training his son, may not happen for a while. New York is in chaos right now, with school classes suspended. Our good neighbor Peter Parker is shivering at home. Dingling, the phone rang. Pick it up and look. It's not a signal on the Earth. There is a special communicator in the universe. Thor has made some modifications and merged it with the function of the mobile phone on the Earth. Hi, is that a rocket? Help? I'm dying. There's a golden mad woman who sent a large number of troops to hunt us down. Back then, because he helped forge the battle axe, Thor once told the Guardians of Galaxy that he could help once in any crisis. In fact, Thor killed his father Egg in order to complete Star-Lord's mission of worrying about his father. But now, that's obviously not the case. Crazy golden lady? Could it be that you stole something from someone else? If I guessed right, it should be from Sovereign. The golden skin species is a highly evolved society, with very powerful genetic engineering technology and unmanned spaceships, which can be driven and controlled at interstellar distances. The leader is the High Priest Aisha. It's not me, it's that idiot Quill, molesting the High Priest. Thor. Is this the truth? When watching the movie, he was still very puzzled. He sent so many fleets to chase and kill Xingqiu and his party just for a few batteries. Are the sovereigns idiots? Well, it seems the case has been solved now. Xingqiu's dissatisfied voice sounded. Can you blame me? The High Priest said it himself. He wants to have an academic exchange with me. The ancient method of creating humans. So you sneaked into her room at night and were caught by the guards. Thor cut off the call, not wanting to hear them drive anymore. There seems to be a little deviation in the plot. In the original book, Xingqiu seems to have rejected the other party's secret glances, right? He didn't know that because he experimented with the brain damage technique, he accidentally tricked Xingqiu, causing the other party to dance awkwardly without needing to attract attention, and it is said that he almost naked in public. For this reason, the progress of the relationship between Gamera and him has been slowed down a lot. Hi, is Thor there? Stark was so anxious that he came to the door. No, he just went out alone yesterday. It may take a while before he comes back. Natalia opened the door for him. 0. Ask for flowers. Damn it. I just called again, and Doctor Strange actually told me that he changed his career, and Rhodes is still paralyzed. Perhaps, you can go to Wakanda to try. The level of technology there, ordinary general paralysis, can only be considered a minor operation. Natalia said with her chin in thought. Okay, that's the only way. I'll contact Banner later. This guy is about to become the Prince of Wakanda. Stark nodded and walked back. After walking a few steps, she turned around, stared at her, and asked earnestly, have you really decided to retire? Natalia smiled heartily. It's not that I'm going to retire, I'm just strictly abiding by the Sokovia Act and will never sell in any country that has signed the act. I don't want to be wanted. Even if the world needs you. Stark said quietly. Yes. Natalia replied without any hesitation. That's not like you. Do you think I'm the kind of person who is willing to make sacrifices alone for the sake of the overall situation? Stark was silent. Natalia lowered her voice. You're right, it really doesn't look like me. To be honest, if I followed my own thinking, I might have been the one who agreed to sign the bill. But in this world, there is one person who can make me change my principles, and that is His Highness Thor. He told me that unless the Sokovia Act is announced, everything in this country has nothing to do with me, and everyone in the plantation estate has nothing to do with it. He said so I will. The island prison is not so much an island as it is an underwater fortress with huge amounts of water. Avengers such as Hawkeye were imprisoned here because of their resistance to the Sokovia Act. As the place where the most powerful group of human eggs are held in the world, the guards here are more strict than any other place. Today, this prison ushered in an unexpected visitor. Why, you ran away from Leipzig airport, and now you are in a hurry to deliver it to your door. General Ross sneered at Steve as he entered. Enough. Steve said dryly, the bill was false 060 from the start. Also, the bombing in Vienna was always framed, and we were all designed. Ross was unmoved. Don't use these words to run on me. I am not a hot-blooded young man. The Avengers, the people imprisoned inside, may not be guilty, but they are all destabilizing existences. Even if you are the captain, leave it to me today. General Ross made a gesture, and a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in, pointing their guns at him. Okay, I'm going to convince you. Boom. Hulk smashed through a wall, grabbed General Ross from behind, and threw him to the ground. The soldiers were startled, and Kikai backed up a few steps, turning their guns on Hulk. Don't shoot. Steve said hastily, otherwise, no one can stop Hulk. Enemies met each other and were extremely jealous. General Ross, who fell to the ground, gritted his teeth and said, Hulk. Hulk spat at him, idiot general. Ross was unmoved, and said to Steve, see, the Avengers are a threat? A threat to destabilize the world. Steve whispered, you are wrong. As a soldier, the most important thing is to uphold justice, not to maintain stability. He looked up at the soldiers around him and asked, who can tell me where the Avengers are being held? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Just when Steve was about to go find it himself, a soldier leader suddenly put down his gun and spoke. I know where they are. As Steve and Hulk left, General Ross glared at each other. Sergeant Mike, why did you tell him? Because I believe in the captain. The isolated island prison was robbed, and General Ross contacted Stark immediately, but this guy was in Wakanda accompanying his good friend Rhodes for surgery, so he had no time to talk to him. General Ross reported all this to the council angrily, and strongly demanded that the fugitive Avengers be arrested. However, at this time, the country has no mind to care about such trivial matters. A conflict triggered by the original few videos completely exposed the dark side of this country that was usually covered by freedom and civilization. Externally, as the mask of camouflage is torn, many countries are wary of the United States, including those so-called allies. Inside, on the streets all over the country, the sky is full of flames. Although Washington sent many people to suppress it, this aroused the anger of the people, and even a large number of officials expressed their support for the march. The high-level officials in Washington, different camps attacked and accused each other, and in the end they even exposed the other side's black material hysterically. Originally, they all knew the truth of the cold lips and teeth. The problem is that no matter 4 years ago or recently, it is the same ruling party that dropped the nuclear bomb on New York. Based on the idea of pulling the opponent when they are stinky, the daily mutual blackmail began. In fact, in the legal sense, those so-called videos cannot be used as evidence, because they were originally stolen by hackers, and images obtained through illegal means cannot be used as evidence. But at this time, who will take care of these things? People just need to believe all this, and that's enough. Thor's purpose of making this move is not for legal trials, but to set off a frenzy of fishing boats and destroy the people's confidence in the government of this country. It turns out he succeeded. All this has made many people of insight feel desperate. What happened to this country? People can't help thinking, at this time, only can save this country? Some sensitive people think of new possibilities. There are about 130 large and small political parties in the United States. Except for the ruling party and the opposition party, there are about 30 other parties that can be named, and there is almost no information on the remaining nearly 100 parties. Theoretically 0.9, those unknown political parties are eligible to send their own people to compete for the presidency, but in fact they usually give up this right long ago, because in the face of cruel competition, they can only start at most, doomed not to go far. But now it seems that the two mainstreams have both fallen into the abyss. A lot of black history has been exposed by Thor, and it has also been thrown out during this period of time. All these made their reputation fall to the lowest point. Many people sensed an opportunity and began to make arrangements slowly. Rocket, send me the space coordinates, and then the spacecraft stops for 10 seconds, so that I can locate and transmit. Are you kidding me? Sovereign regards us as the most wanted criminal and has dispatched countless warplanes. At this time, if we stop for a second, we will be beaten into a sieve? It's all because Quill, an idiot, offended their high priest. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm innocent. Quill, what are you kidding? Are you innocent of the night attack on the high priest? Thor sighed, what a bunch of funny comparisons? Fortunately, I can survive in a vacuum. Let's go and see the situation. In space, a pursuit battle is unfolding. The overwhelming 07 small fighter jets are chasing and killing Star-Lord's Milano spacecraft. Where is the nearest habitable planet? Bohart Star, there is only one jumping point. The distance is 47 kilometers, but it needs to pass through a small planet belt. To fly through them, you have to be the best flightman in the universe. Then you're lucky. Xingju raised his lips and drove the spaceship into the small planet belt. It has to be said that Xingju's driving skills are indeed top-notch, and he can easily navigate between meteorites. Bang 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 bang. The impacts sounded one after another, and the remote-operated Sovereign spacecraft did not have this technology, and they hit meteorites one by one. Oh yeah. Xingju whistled excitedly, it feels so good to use driving skills to show people's faces. In order to pretend better, he made a beautiful drift. Fuck. Quill, what are you doing? Rocket yelled in horror. Calm down, I've been flying a spaceship since I was very young, this operation is trivial. As soon as the words fell, a meteorite in front of him quickly magnified in the field of vision. Xingju only had time to veer downwards, and the wings of the spaceship rubbed. Crack sound of metal tearing came to mind, and the Marino lost control all of a sudden, bumping back and forth between many small planets. Then, damn it, that's how Xingju drives a spaceship, it's abominable. Boom, there was a loud noise, and even in a vacuum, the Guardians of Galaxy still heard this huge roar that seemed to destroy the world. The power of Bifrost struck from an endless distance, and the small planets within the range were instantly reduced to dust. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Rocket laughed wildly. A black figure rushed forward with lightning speed, smashed the last chasing fighter plane with a punch, and then entered the spaceship of Guardians of Galaxy in a flash. In the fighter plane control hall of Planet Sovereign, a group of people are watching the last pilot chasing. Bang, a figure flashed on the screen, and before he could react, the screen went black. Fuck. He exploded in disbelief, these bastards must be cheating. Field, the crowd scattered around. Useless. If you can't beat it, just say that others cheated, it's really tasteless. They forgot that this guy actually lasted till the end. On the Milano, seeing Thor coming in, Drax laughed and said, did you see Quill, this is the real man, it's much better than you being caught by someone else's high priest. The corner of Xingju's mouth twitched, and he changed the subject. Hey, buddy, where's your super big spaceship like a resort? Thor shook his head and said, the space teleportation is so big and the spaceship is so far away, I haven't really done it yet. In fact, this is just an excuse. The portal of Sling Ring is really not good, after all, it is no longer a professional magician, but Bifrost can. Worse yet, there is the Space Gem. However, Space Gem 627 Thor generally does not carry it with him, because he finds that carrying multiple infinite gems at the same time will cause a great burden on himself. The so-called principle that the original stone should not be too close is probably referring to this. The real reason is that Silver Guardian 2 is a battle of super gods, and Ego's level is higher than that of Purple Potato. 5 kilometers away from the jumping point, another large group of fighter planes rushed up. My man, it's up to you. Xingju said with a chuckle. Mangamang, he is not stupid, the super golden thigh in front of him, it is useless not to hug him. Thor smiled slightly, and said in a low and mysterious voice, I don't need to make a move, there is a god watching you. What? Xingju was taken aback. In the next instant, 2 beams of light flashed, and all the sovereign spaceships were destroyed in an instant. Oh, handsome. The rockets let out an exaggerated cheer. Xingju touched Thor on the shoulder and joked, "Dude, are you okay?" "Okay." Thor glanced at him, "If I try my best, I can do it." In fact, Thor pretended to be aggressive. With his own strength, he could indeed destroy these fighters in an instant, but that was when he shot with all his strength. And Egg did it with just one avatar. As expected of the celestial race, this strength, even if not as good as Odin at his peak, is not far behind. The spaceship is seriously damaged. If you don't want to scrap it, you should land first, the nearest Bohart star. Glancing at Egg, who was waving towards this side not far away, Thor reminded, "My lord, the opponent has destroyed all our fighter planes." In the sovereign control room, all the screens were darkened. An adjutant reported to the Grand Police Bureau. Who is the other party? The identity of the one behind the shot is unknown. It seems that he has never heard of it. It is inferred that it should be the ancient life of the universe. According to the analysis, the one in front has a probability of more than 90% of the royal family of Asgard. Asgard. The high priest whispered. The sovereign race, although extremely glass-hearted, is not stupid. The ancient name of Asgard has recently become popular again. At this time, no one wants to provoke these barbarians. Let's issue a wanted warrant. I think many people will be interested. No matter who the opponent is, find some cannon fodder to test the waters. Beside the spaceship that has been seriously shape-shifting, Drax laughed wildly by himself. Wow, ha 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 ha. It's so exciting to be chased by a planet. Quell, you idiot, you almost killed us. Gamera roared with saliva flying all over the place. And you, Rocket, you all have the ability to land the spaceship safely, and you almost killed us if you insisted on making troubles. Rocket refused to accept it and said, "It was Quill who caused the trouble?" Knowing that the sovereigns are so vengeful, they even hit the high priest's idea. "Hey, little panda, don't talk nonsense." "What?" "Yell again." Rocket jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, threw himself at Xingju's hand, and clicked on his arm. "Damn it, why are you biting people? It's over, I'm going to get a rabies vaccine." Xingju threw the rocket away after losing all his energy. "This bear cub, bite really hard? Who told you to call me random nicknames?" Thor looked at this group of teasers and was suddenly speechless. "I'm often out of tune with you guys for not being perverted enough. I'm Groot. Except that baby Groot is relatively normal and says, 'Baby? Wait, how did Groot get so small?'" Thor is confused. "I remember that Groot is not dead, and he made me an axe." "Yes," Rocket explained to him, "participating in the forging of the ancient artifact, Groot told me that he found an opportunity for evolution, and then turned into a seed and germinated again." "Is that so?" Thor understood, and asked, "Does it still have the memory of the past?" "Yes, but it's quite a coincidence that my personality has changed back to a child. Well behaved? When he grows up and becomes obsessed with game consoles, I hope you can still say that?" Thor snickered. "Hey, congratulations for triggering the rocket-related mission, nickname Storm. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded. Mission introduction. Every time the rocket meets different people, it will get a different nickname, even if it doesn't like it. Mission objective. Give Rocket a nickname and get his approval. Mission reward. Random mount lottery ticket. Mounts? Do Asgardians need them? Oh, it seems that it is really needed. Not to mention the funny operation of magical horses. Most of Asgard have big shots with heads and faces, except for magicians. They generally have a cool mount. Valkyrie's Pegasus, Odin's 8-legged horse, Hela the big wolf hound. Oh, by the way, Rocket, don't you think you need a nice title? Rocket is so cheesy. Is there? Rocket squinted at him. If it's a mouse, a rabbit, a fox, forget it. Wang Nyazeo. Thor tentatively asked. Little raccoon? Crisp noodles. No. Prosperity. Tell me I'm not a dog. Bugs Bunny. Not a rabbit either. Pikachu. Isn't Pikachu you? No matter what Thor's proposal, Rocket's head shook like a rattle. Okay buddy, the Rockets won't accept your title. Star-Lord gloated. So sure, what would you eat if you don't bet? Thor glanced sideways to meet him. Do you want to die for the little brat who raises arguments all day long? Star-Lord glanced suspiciously at Thor, then at Rocket, thinking about the possibility of the two colluding. Rocket said dissatisfied, "Hey, what's in your eyes? Although I really want to see you eat shit, I also have principles, and I will never accept random nicknames casually." Drax laughed loudly. "Queel, didn't you say that you are a real man? Then don't be cowardly. By the way, I can offer the bet? It is famous for being big." Gamera walked away, saying that I don't know this group of people. Xingju retched, and said dissatisfied, "Then what if you lose? What do you want to eat?" "Deal." Thor patted his chest and promised. This time, Rocket was surprised. "So reckless?" Thor smiled slightly. Using the skill on the target rocket brain damage? Success. Pippi Bear, 423, let's go. Rocket, hey. Star-Lord. Ha 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 ha. Drax's burst of laughter recalled, and he booed loudly. "Quill, come on, it's time to prove that you're a man." Xingju's eyeballs are all rounded. This. Boom. The sudden roar saved Star-Lord. "Look, someone is following us from the jumping point." Xingju seized the opportunity to change the subject. "It looks like he is the one who destroyed more than 50 fighter planes with one move." Everyone in the Silver Guardian reacted quickly took out their weapons, and then hid behind Thor. The capsule-shaped spaceship landed on the ground. The hatch opened, and a middle-aged, odd man with a kind face and a girl with 2 tentacles on her forehead came out. Star-Lord's biological father, Ego, and his maid, pet, Mantis. Maybe it was because the other party seemed harmless. Xingqiu and others walked out. Yi Ji looked at Xingqiu with complicated eyes for a while, and finally said, "After so many years, I finally found you." Xingqiu murmured, "Who are you?" Yi Ji smiled slightly, "I think my vicissitudes of life and handsome appearance are enough to prove it. I'm Egg, and I'm your father." Xingqiu froze for a moment, then suddenly said angrily, "I'm still your grandfather." Ego. Thor. Thor held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "Xingqiu, I think he is indeed your father. You can see that he and you are almost carved out of the same mold." The second half of the sentence did not say, "Still the same narcissism." Unexpectedly, this sentence stimulated Xingqiu instead. "Fart, I am a pure earthling, from the earth? If he is my father, I will broadcast live." Thor's face turned red immediately, and he held back his smile. "Xingqiu, is it really okay for you to eat and drink like this? Hey, Quill, you already owe a meal. Can you finish your meal before you say such things?" Ugh. The Rockets are now sober. Although they are dissatisfied with the nickname of Pippi Bear, he is happier to see Xingqiu deflated. Egg still had a look of compassion, but Thor was keenly aware that there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes, and the Mantis woman was visibly embarrassed. "No way, is it really small? Have you seen a ghost after so many years of self-cultivation? I can't let Egg go berserk." Thor quickly pulled Star-Lord. "Quill, I think there is something you need to think about. If you are really just an ordinary earthling, why did Yondu take you away on purpose?" Xingqiu looked at him in surprise, and kept thinking about it in his mind. He also seemed to have reminded Ego. He nodded immediately and said, "After your mother passed away, I hired Yondu to go to the earth to find you and bring you to me. But he didn't hand you over to me, but gave you stayed, and I don't know why." With a sad face and sincere words. Everyone except Thor was impressed by him. Xingqiu's face also began to change. "I'll tell you why, because back then I was a skinny little boy who could sneak into places adults couldn't and steal things easier. He was the most asshole the universe ever had." "Wow, I thought Yondu was your real father. You two look exactly alike." Drax exclaimed. "Oh, he is blue, how could he be my blood relative? He is not my father at all, he just taught me harshly, beat me, and threatened to eat me." Thor remained silent. The authorities are obsessed, just to steal things, because they went to the earth to kidnap a child? Yondu is not out of his mind. He saw Egg's uneasiness and kindness, and was moved by compassion before leaving Star-Lord, and he was expelled by the Predators for this reason? "I live in a remote place, how about going back with me?" "Definitely, your friends are also welcome, including this monkey with a triangular head. There, I can explain your special life experience to you. Finally, I can be the father I always wanted to be." In fact, what he meant was finally there is a descendant who is qualified to live and be my son. Rocket bared his teeth, but for Star-Lord's sake he didn't speak. Egg saw that they were going to discuss something, so he ran away decisively. "When I was young, I always watched other children play with their fathers. I envied them, but I didn't. I really wanted my father to play with me. This was my biggest wish at that time." The silent Star-Lord spoke. It was obvious what he meant and wanted to go. What if it's a trap? Gamera poured cold water on it. But Star-Lord can definitely think of this. After all, there are many people in the galaxy who want to mess with him, such as Yondu, Sovereign, and even a lot of various races who have been soaked number 7. With his strength, if he wants to harm me, there is no need to play tricks at all, right? "Yes, I am not his opponent. If he is determined to be against you, I can't stop him," Thor said at the right time. "Did you hear that?" Xingqiu raised his eyebrows. Gamera and the others suddenly had nothing to say. As a result of the final discussion, Star-Lord, Gamera and Drax followed Yi to his planet, while Rocket and Baby Groot stayed to repair the spaceship. Thor was left with other things. Egg is naturally very happy to see this scene. His goal is actually only Star-Lord. As for Thor, it would be best not to get in his way. He definitely knows that this is a hard stubble, and if he hits a small one, it may come back to the old one. Although Odin doesn't have much time, as long as he is still in this world, deterrence is real. Even Egg doesn't want to be messed with by Odin. Watching Xingqiu and the others disappear into the sky in Ego's spaceship, the Rocket went back to repair the spaceship, while Thor walked to an open space in the distance and opened the system panel. "Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, nickname Storm. Reward, random mount lottery ticket. Are you sure to use it? Okay to use." Suddenly, a panel that no one else could see appeared in front of Thor, and countless pictures flashed by, which were various mounts from the heavens and myriad worlds, some from the world of low martial arts, some from the world of high martial arts, and some from the world of immortals. Fantasy. Sweaty BMW, White Dragon Horse, Kuei Niu, Diao Chan, Magic Carpet, Golden Winged Rock. It seems that something strange has been mixed in. Well, don't worry about the details. The pointer rotates rapidly and then stops slowly. Drip. Congratulations to the host for getting the mount from the plain magic world, Princess Black Dragon, and getting the item Onyxia's Reigns. Onyxia's Reigns, the only item that can be used to summon or retrieve the Mount Black Dragon Princess, and at the same time force her to obey the host's orders. Black Dragon Princess, Onyxia? Powerful guardian dragon, the Earth Asgardian Neltharion also known as the daughter of Deathwing, is also the sister of the scheming Black Stone King Chen Farley. 0. Seeking flowers. As the Black Dragon Princess, she perfectly embodies the cunning of the Black Dragon clan, lurking in Stormwind City under the false identity of a human noble, corrupting the nobles of the Stormwind Kingdom. After being exposed by Marshal Reginald Winthor, he became a wanted criminal in the world of Azeroth, and was killed by adventurers. The head was hung in Stormwind City. The worst thing is that this is not the end yet. She was resurrected twice, and entered the dungeon 3 times. It's so miserable, Vision only said it twice in the previous life. 0. Moreover, this guy is full of treasures. The dragon head can be handed in the head of Onyxia, the dragon skin can be made into a cloak of Onyxia scales, the dragon's breath can be cast into the sword Colcella, and the tendon can also be handed in as an adult. The sinews of the Black Dragon dropped various professional weapons, various professional armors, the Onyxia leather bag from the backpack, and the reins of the Onyxia dragon mount. It was as tragic as a burden an elf prince with 2 mounts. Thor couldn't help curling his lips and mourned for a second. Roar. In the open space ahead, a tens of meters long black dragon appeared out of thin air. What happened? Am I heading to Stormwind? Huge amounts of the dragon turned its head and looked at Thor, with a hint of doubt and distress on the dragon's face. Now she looks like a lost child. Sir, can you tell me where this is? While speaking, he quietly took a deep breath. In the next instant, huge amounts of pillars of fire spewed out from her mouth, straight towards Thor. Indivul.Rao knew that the Black Dragon was cunning, but Thor still almost caught fire. Who would have thought that the Black Dragon summoned by the system would think of killing the master immediately? One dodged to avoid the flames, and a dragon tail more than 10 meters long swept towards him in front of him. Boom. In Onyxia's staring dragon eyes, she was horrified to find that her dragon tail, which was enough to level a hill, was caught with her bare hands. After struggling for a while but not getting away, she couldn't help begging for mercy. Master, please forgive me, I know I was wrong. You are a real strong man, and you are qualified to be my master. 043 had humble words, if it wasn't for the system panel displaying Onyxia, loyalty, 0. Maybe he really believed it? Seeing that Thor didn't let go, Onyxia rolled her eyes, opened her mouth wide and let out a roar that shook the sky. Roar. In the woods in the distance, Yondu and his team approached in shock, trying to attack Rocket and others. Roar. The sound of dragon chant came from a distance, mixed with mental attacks. In an instant, everyone seemed to have heard the most terrifying sound, and trembled, and some timid ones even peed their pants in fright. Damn it, where did the dragon come from? Yondu was the first to wake up, and quickly ran to the direction of the roar, and immediately saw huge amounts of black dragon. Immediately seeing Thor, his pupils shrank. Come on, Sovereign's bounty is really not easy to accept? He hurried back to greet his men and ran away. When gods fight, don't get involved. Roar of Fear, one of the Black Dragon's signature skills. Most people will lose control of their bodies when facing this move. Unfortunately, for a god like Thor, this little female dragon is still too tender. Don't cry if you don't see the coffin. Thor grabbed her by the tail, swung her up with all his strength, and fell to the ground headfirst, eating the dirt all over her face. I'm going to kill you. Onyxia finally became angry. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free. Turning around, he seized an opportunity and bit Thor hard. No matter how strong you are, you don't believe that Kaka can still jump here after biting it in half? Bang, as if she had bitten a steel plate, Onyxia felt her chest go numb, and her teeth were almost broken. Damn, this guy is definitely not human? Onyxia shouted in her heart. The pressure Thor put on her was no less than her father. Okay, I won't accompany you anymore. As Thor said, he pushed her down to the ground with all his strength, and then made a move with his right hand, and Stormbreaker appeared in his hand, pressing against Onyxia's neck. 2 options. 1. Become my mount and put this on. He took out the rein with one hand. 2. I'll make you a specimen. The moment Onyxia was pressed against by the tomahawk, the dragon scales all over Onyxia couldn't help but stand up, like a cat that keeps blowing fur. No, no, no. I'll choose the first one. The Black Dragon sister is about to pee in fright. The dragons are more sensitive to the perception of danger than ordinary people. She immediately judged that her hard body strength was no different from that of paper when facing Stormbreaker. In order to show his loyalty, he quickly took the initiative to put on the reins. Cunning is cunning. You should be cowardly when you should be cowardly. Loyalty, 59. Thor, N. Forget it, put on the reins. Even if there is rebellion, there will be no troubles, just train it well. He nodded. Okay, now you are my mount. Well, can you change into human form? Although Dragon is more popular than Hela's big wolf dog, he can't always be dragged and run like a dog when he is not fighting, right? Princess Black Dragon nodded. Her huge body quickly shrank, and turned into a beautiful woman with black hair. She saluted gracefully. Countess Kate Rana pressed her. Greetings to you. This is the identity she arranged for herself before she was summoned here, but it is a pity that she can no longer use it. Although the personality is a bit bad, the appearance of the female dragon in human form is indeed very high at 5.5. Thor nodded with satisfaction. Thor Odinson, son of Odin, Lord of the 9 realms, God of Thunder, heir to the throne of Asgard, and also, your master. Onyxia's eyes lit up. It seems that it is not an ordinary human being, but another powerful race that looks similar, and its status is also very noble. Relatively speaking, it is not too embarrassing for me? Thor was puzzled to see that in the system panel, the loyalty of the Black Dragon Princess had risen a bit to 60, which was just a pass. On Earth, in a dilapidated factory, several people in camouflage uniforms are counting the harvest. Not bad, another big harvest. It's a bunch of idiots who display this treasure as a farm tool. It's more than enough for a museum to buy them. A fat man picked up a hole-like utensil and struck it with a special instrument. Immediately, the stones on the surface fell off, revealing the luster of metal. The most precious metal on Earth, vibranium. The fat man, Ulysses Crow, is wanted by Wakanda for stealing vibranium. Ultron's vibranium was obtained from him. It's a pity, the United States is in a mess now. Otherwise, this thing can sell at least this amount. He gestured. A young black man with pigtails suddenly said, I think Wakanda 07 will be more interested in this thing. Hey, are you crazy? The fat man glared at him. Are we wanted by Wakanda for throwing ourselves into a trap? No, not us, only you are wanted. The black youth sneered. Little brat, what do you mean? The fat man turned his head so viciously that he saw a black hole in the muzzle. Bang bang bang. After a burst of gunfire, the black youth pointed his gun at Ulysses Crow, who had collapsed on the ground and could not move. Eric, it's useless for you to hand me over. The isolation and exclusion of that country is unimaginable. They won't let an outsider in. Ulysses Crow made a final effort. Yes. Eric said blankly, but I'm not an outsider. He pulled his lower lip with his hands, revealing a tinge of purple. Ulysses suddenly realized, and he smiled wryly, so it's like this, I always thought, you're just a crazy guy from the United States. Boom. Black Dragon Princess, loyalty, 70. One night of hard work, in exchange for 10 points of loyalty. Looking at the blushing Black Dragon Princess beside him, Thor secretly said in his heart, I did this for loyalty. Master, do you have any orders? Onyxia asked cautiously. Don't call me master, call me your highness. I will arrange an identity for you, Countess of Asgard. Kate Rana pressed her. Yes, your highness. Thor looked at the white sky, and said to himself, it's time, go and see the rockets. Walking to the side of the spaceship, Thor was stunned when he saw Rocket with a pensive expression on his face. Pippy Bear, what's wrong with you? Rocket glanced at him, and complained, I found that you are better than Quill, and every time you appear, you are followed by different beauties. Stared at Onyxia suspiciously for a few seconds, then widened her eyes. Fuck. She's not alone, she's not alone. Animal instinct makes the little raccoon's fur stand on end. What's wrong with you? Thor is confused. What's wrong? Princess Black Dragon answered his doubts at the right time. Most animals will respond to higher beings on the food chain. Dragons are at the top of the food chain. Thor understood, and stopped dwelling on this topic, but asked Rocket, what were you thinking just now? Isn't the spaceship already repaired? Rocket withdrew his thoughts, ran over and said in a low voice, don't you feel something is wrong? How? Quell's biological father, don't you think it's a little strange? Why did you leave him alone after giving birth to him, and didn't go to him until his mother passed away? Besides, I don't think Yondu should be that bad. It can be seen that he is still good to Quill. He has not given Quill to his biological father for a long time. There should be no secrets, right? Although it is a raccoon, Rocket is very smart and has found many doubts. It didn't stop it at 513 because it knew it couldn't stop Xingju. Even if it said it doubted Xingju, it wouldn't believe it. Thor nodded, you're right. At least, I didn't see the slightest feeling for Quill in his eyes. He was looking at something. What? Rocket's ears pricked up instantly. Isn't Star-Lord very dangerous? Oh, damn it, how can there be such a father? It kicked the grass under its feet angrily. What's so strange? The silent Black Dragon Princess said, with a sneer on her face, my father is like this, he treats me like a tool, and my life and death are at most equivalent to a few servants to him people. Thor received, every family has its own hard to recite scriptures, Nebula, Gamera, and Thanos are equally irreconcilable. My father also sealed my sister, although he has regretted it a bit now. Accidentally reversed the title of the chapter. Yes, it is like that. Oh, it's too bad, Quill still owes 2 meals. I'm going to save Quill and laugh at him about it. But you don't know where he is now. Egg once hired Yondu to wait for Quill. Yondu must know his position. At this time, Yondu fell into a crisis. For his repeated protection of Xingju, his subordinates finally became more and more dissatisfied. I'll tell you why I don't let you do it, because I saw the man who killed Ronan. Faced with the doubts of his subordinates, Yondu roared loudly, and the embroidery needle in his sleeve flew out and spun around. The jumping subordinates suddenly became submissive. In a fight, none of them are Yondu's opponents. Seeing them bow their heads, Yondu nodded in satisfaction. He didn't notice the different looks of those people. That night, he was stabbed in the back, and the fins on his head were knocked off immediately, making him unable to control the embroidery needles. Those few loyal subordinates were liquidated one by one and thrown into space. Ha ha ha, damn it. Late at night, the rebels celebrated their success and got drunk. A small soldier quietly brought Yondu's fin to the place where Yondu was held. I'm sorry, boss, I don't want to rebel. But, they killed all my friends. Yondu put on the fin sadly, looking at him with complicated eyes. This is probably the last person who is loyal to me, right? I never thought that after working so hard for so many years, I would end up like this. It's okay, the boss will take you, kill it. Yondu patted the little soldier's shoulder, a cold smile appeared on his blue face. Clang. The spaceship trembled suddenly. What happened? Yondu asked in surprise. A golden circle suddenly appeared beside him, and the rocket came out and said, if you have any questions, I suggest you ask them later. This spaceship is about to explode now. Dragon? Black dragon. On the spaceship, exclamations kept ringing. The leader of the rebels, the guy who called himself Electric Shock Face, looked at the huge creature tens of meters outside the spaceship in shock. Onyxia took a deep breath, a huge pillar of fire sprayed on the spaceship, and suddenly a large area exploded. Princess Black Dragon became complacent. Such a big spaceship, just rub it round and flat in front of me. It's useless. Thor took a blow, look at me. Pick up the Stormbreaker and rush towards the direction of the spaceship. A few seconds later, the flames of a huge explosion enveloped the entire spaceship. See? It's like paper. Back on Onyxia's back, Thor mocked. Black Dragon Princess loyalty +1. You actually destroyed my spaceship. On the Milano spaceship, Yondu complained to Thor helplessly. Okay, that is no longer your spaceship, you have been overthrown, and you are no longer the captain. The rockets gave a wave of blows very viciously. Yeah. Yondu lowered his head dejectedly, lost in memory. I was a slave to the Kree for 20 years and it was Starka who rescued me and took me into the Marauders. He said as long as I obeyed the code, it was my home. But I violated the code, and then they exiled me, and I deserved it. Wait, what you mean by violating the rules? Do you mean helping Quill's father find a child? Rocket interrupted him. How do you know? Yondu was surprised. He found his father yesterday and took his wife to meet the parents. Damn it! Absolutely don't hand him over to ego. Yondu was shocked, although I don't know why he's looking for Quill, it's definitely not a good thing. So we have to go and kill him. Yes, save him, I'm going to laugh at him for the rest of my life with this. Yondu stares at him for a few seconds, then bursts into laughter. No, you're, forcibly, lying. You pretend to be the worst and cruelest person, but in fact you are the most cowardly person. You push away everyone who is willing to put up with you, because even a little love will remind you how deep the emptiness is in your heart. You don't want to accept friends because you're afraid of losing them? I understand you because... Yondu looked down at the stunned rocket, and said in a low voice, I'm as occupied as you are. He put his hand on the operating screen, and said in a low voice, Ego's strength is unfathomable, and we probably won't be able to come back. I haven't done anything good in my life, so let's do my best to Quill this time. Come to a responsibility as a father. On Egg's planet, Mantis pushed Drax up. Drax, wake up, we need to talk. Drax opened his eyes sleepily. Nana said, sorry, I don't like you, you are so ugly, ouch. As he was talking, he suddenly tilted his head and vomited. What's wrong with you? Ouch, I'm fantasizing, I'm having sex with you, that's disgusting. The Mantis girl said anxiously, what I want to say is not this, I'm here to tell you that Egg got everything he wanted, and you are in danger now? I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier. At this time, Gamera was in a cave, dumbfounded looking at the pile of bones. Broken. You have to adjust your attitude towards life, still. At the same time, Yi was brainwashing Xingju 000. Everything around us is temporary, including that girl, only we are eternal. Oh, maybe that Asgard man from yesterday can live a long time, but that doesn't matter. He talked eloquently. Many years ago, I was committed to finding the existence of life. But what I didn't tell you is that when I finally found it, I found that life is so, disappointment. At that time, I understood looking for life doesn't mean I want to take it along. I found the goal eternity, it is now your goal. Countless pictures flashed around, and Yiji's voice was full of enthusiasm. For thousands of years, I have left my seeds on countless planets. They will grow and cover until the entire universe is destroyed. Become me. He showed a distressed look, however, there is a problem. The energy of a god is not enough to do all this. I need a helper. So, I mate with different species and try to give birth to a new god. Some hot-eyed pictures appeared. I have to say, Yi really has a strong taste, and any race can be eaten. Xingju cannons all over the galaxy, probably also his inheritance. I asked Yondu to bring me my offspring, and I told him he wouldn't hurt them. I didn't break my word, and none of them felt anything. But to my disappointment, none of them inherited my genes. Until you Quill, only you are the real son of God. Xingju suddenly felt a chill rise from the solace of his feet and hit his forehead. Although Yi said it lightly, he still heard the fate of his brothers and sisters. He lowered his head so that Egg could not see his expression, and murmured, what about my mother? Have you ever really loved her? Yi rarely showed a sad expression. Definitely, I have returned to Earth 3 times to visit her. I know that if I visit her for the 4th time, I will never go again. My dream, it will be over. Akh. Xingju had an ominous premonition. So, I put the tumor into her brain. It makes me very sad, but it's all necessary. Egg said something horrifying in a tone of expression. What? Xingju suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. He never imagined that his mother's death was actually because of his father, this man who kept saying that he loved her. Although I, Quill, am a scumbag, I am not such a scumbag. You killed my mother. Star-Lord roared angrily. Once the disguise mask was torn off, Egg's face turned ferocious, and he roared loudly, "Is this your reward for me?" A huge amount of tentacles broke through the ground and protruded from the ground, stabbing towards Xingzhou. "I originally wanted to fulfill my dream with you, but now, at least in 1,000 years, you should make me a battery." Huge amounts of tentacles struck. Star-Lord was pierced before he had time to dodge. The light of divine power guided into the ground along the tentacles, and the energy on Ego's body suddenly surged. With a sound of click, a battle axe that appeared from the sky cut off the tentacles, and beams of 7-colored light fell from the sky, destroying Yi palace in an instant, covering his whole body. In Bifrost, Thor's voice came, "I'm not late, am I?" Gamera and Drax came together and helped the fallen Star-Lord. The rocket's spaceship landed on the ruins, and Gamera helped Star-Lord onto the spaceship. "This is just one of his duplications, he will be back soon." The Mantis girl showed a worried expression. Several tentacles protruded from the ground and entangled the spaceship. A disgusting humanoid figure appeared in front of the ship, snarling at them. "Ah, that's my biological father," Xingzhou shouted in a broken voice. "How do we kill a god?" "Nonsense, definitely hugging another god's thigh. In fact, Thor can't handle it alone. The power gem can indeed destroy the planet, and the continuous output of Egg's Bifrost can also do it. The premise is that ordinary planets will not take the initiative to resist, and the power inside the star core will be detonated instead. And people like Yi obviously don't meet this point." In the space, a large number of sovereign spaceships appeared, and they followed Xingzhou and others. "Hell, there are too many flies in this group. I haven't fixed the weapon system yet. The spaceship that has just recovered its basic functions is almost impossible to fight back against this group of unmanned fighters." On the ground, countless tentacles stretched out and entangled towards the spaceship. "Come together. Such a powerful opponent is not easy to find, just to test one's own strength." Thor roared. His whole body was surrounded by purple electric light, and his pupils were covered by a layer of purple. On the battle armor, countless electric lights scattered, and the places they passed were scorched black. The whole person jumped up high, and the originally dark night sky was suddenly illuminated by thunder, just like daytime, and the dark thunderclouds formed a vortex, exuding an aura of destroying heaven and earth. With howling winds, it slashed down heavily, and the entire sky was suppressed. A series of purple thunderbolts fell from the sky, covering hundreds of miles in a lightning storm. Boom! The sovereign fighter plane was the first to be unable to bear it, and it was constantly blown up in the thunderstorm. In the control room of Planet Sovereign, the High Priest's face was livid. "This is not the first time I have seen all the screens go black for a moment." Thor's big move not only destroyed all sovereign fighters, but also turned all energy tentacles in sight into powder. "Let's go," Yondu yelled. "No, he wants to destroy the universe we are in. We have to kill him. We have to go to the core of the planet in the depths of the earth, and destroy it to truly destroy Yi." Star-Lord saw another attack on the ground, shouted loudly. "Good idea, this is the second time we have saved the Milky Way." The rocket said excitedly, turned the spaceship around, and flew towards the interior of the planet along the huge seam created by Thor. "No, it wasn't us who killed Ronan last time." Drax was honest enough to throw cold water on him. "Man of Asgard, you cannot kill me." Yi-Ji's transfigured huge figure appeared in midair, waving his arms in a show of force. "Stupid, with Zhang's virtues, you still have the nerve to call yourself a god." Thor spat and called, "Onyxia." A huge amount of black dragon appeared in the night sky, took a deep breath, and sent a flame to the ground. Yi-Ji's figure was shattered again. Thor wasn't in a hurry either. Egg's attack methods were really incomprehensible to ordinary people, but that was the case for him. Although hard power is strong, Yi-Ji has a big disadvantage. One of them is that the attack limit is not enough. For ordinary opponents, no matter how many there are, they are just numbers to him, and they can destroy an army in an instant. But when encountering a strong enough enemy, all the attack methods will be ineffective. In fact, Thor also existed before this defect, so he failed to take advantage of Nidai but failed to give Thanos a further blow. 0. Seeking flowers. Definitely now, the only disadvantage has been made up by Stormbreaker. Not good. Yi-Ji's face suddenly changed. He felt a sense of crisis, as if something had entered his body, which could endanger his life at any time. With a loud roar, the tentacles on the ground instantly faded away, and his consciousness quickly rushed to the ground. This is another disadvantage of him. Although the consciousness generated by the planet has an astonishingly high energy limit, the core of the body cannot move. Once discovered, it is a living target, and the dignified Celestials will lose to civilian heroes like the Guardians of Galaxy in the original book. 0. Onyxia returned to her human form, and followed Thor down the ground, striking at Ego's core. Yi-Ji's body is spread all over the entire planet, and the underground of the planet is a huge space, like an underground city. The flying sand and rocks came overwhelmingly, almost impenetrable, but when it hit Thor and the Black Dragon Princess, it was not even a tickle. Change the terrain to create a maze? It's useless. Holding a Stormbreaker, God's block, and kill gods and Buddha's block and kill Buddhas, no matter what obstacles along the way, they can be split with an axe, and there is no need to detour at all. Let him force him to be strong, I bulldozer. Egg didn't have time to talk to Thor now. In the depths of the planet, Yi-Ji's body recondensed here. Theoretically, the main body is still there, and he can be reborn infinitely. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a scene that was about to tear apart. Stop. See that metal ball? That's Egg's brain, just blow it up. Quill, you just said it was from the heart. Don't worry about such details. Just blow it up, and that's it. Good idea. I have restarted the weapon system, and it will start right away. Hold on tight. The rocket greeted, pressed the button, and amidst his shouts, a hot laser at the front of the spaceship shot at the metal core. The hard shell is constantly melted under laser irradiation. Yes, that's it. If he penetrates to the core, he will die. Xingzhou whispered. 030 no, stop. Yi Ji's roar sounded, and an energy tentacle flew towards him, penetrating the spaceship in an instant. The spaceship flamed out instantly and fell to the ground. Yinhu and the others climbed off the spaceship. The ground was gradually covered by rays of divine power, and a huge amount of human face in front of them slowly condensed into substance, and the terrifying coercion almost flattened them. Didn't you say you can put him to sleep? Drax turned to the mantis girl. The mantis woman shook her head in fear. No, she is too powerful, and I can only do it when he wants to sleep. In the current state, I can't do it. No, you don't have to believe in yourself. Drax shouted, because I believe in you. Seeing that the overwhelming energy was about to rush in, the mantis girl gritted her teeth. The tentacles on her forehead lit up. She pressed one hand on the place where a stream of energy flowed on the ground, and shouted, sleep. The terrifying energy disappeared instantly, as if everything had stopped. The mantis woman staggered and said in a low voice, I can't control it for too long, you need to act faster. However, our weapons have failed. What should we do now? I have a solution. The rocket took out a control panel brought down from the spaceship at some point, and connected it to an explosive package. I brought a small detonator. There is a crack in the protective shell. We just need to send the explosive package inside and detonate it. If it succeeds, it will cause a chain reaction in his entire nervous system, and the whole planet will explode. But those holes are too small for us to get in, Yondu said, unless. He looked at Baby Groot. Oh, that sucks. That's about all we have left, though. Rocket complained, took Groot with a confused face, and ran in the direction of the metal core. Groot, take care of these two buttons. This one will explode immediately. Once you press it, we will all be killed. So, you have to press the one next to it for a while, delay the explosion, and then run out immediately. Understand? Rocket taught Groot. I'm Groot. Baby Groot looked at him ignorantly, stretched out his finger to point to the explosion button, and looked at the rocket in doubt. Oh, no. This is an instant explosion? Did I not make it clear? You need to press this. I'm Groot. Baby Groot nodded, seeming to understand. Okay, let's demonstrate again. Which one should I press later? Groot's little finger points to the blast button. Beside the spaceship, Star-Lord turned his head, glanced at Yondu, and then at the sleeping ego. Yondu sighed, and said in a low voice, Quill, do you really think that I keep you because you are thin and small, and you can steal things that others can't? Xingzhou shook his head, but that's what you said back then. Yondu smiled bitterly. When I realize what happened to the other children, I definitely can't hand you over. But you still said you were going to eat me. Haha, Yondu laughed. I was just joking. How can a normal person think about eating people all day long? I didn't think it was a joke. Besides, there are not many normal people in your staff. Yondu was stunned for a moment, and said with a complex expression, yeah, so they launched a rebellion, and then they were cleaned up by that Asgard. Now, except for a horseboy, I am already a bear commander. Xingzhou was also stunned, and he smiled wryly. My father, he wants to train me to be a 4.4 person like him, and destroy the entire universe with him. For this, he killed my mother. Speaking of this, Xingzhou felt a sense of hostility in his heart. He rushed to Yugo angrily, and roared viciously, bastard, it's you killed my mother. Wait Quill, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Yondu and Gamera sensed something was wrong and ran up to stop him, but it was too late. This punch is for my mother, Xingzhou said after gritting his teeth, and slammed his fist hard on Yi Ji's big face.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.